the food first anyway, because that's probably one of the lessons you learn there, that's the natural order of things. So I think, yeah, he'd be great.
I mean, it is incredible that pizza can't get into number 10, but Gavin Williamson did. Hey, there's a joke for the lefties. I can do lefty topical humour. Get me back on Late Night Mash. I can play both sides of the fence. Steve, are you, just before we let you go, mate, are you gigging this weekend? Where can people see you?
I'm gigging in Hampton. Yeah, I got a gig in Hampton on Saturday night. I do some online comedy with a comedian called Eric McElroy called Comic Solving Problems. We keep doing those every Tuesday. And there's still one episode left of Late Night Mash in next week on Dave at 10 o'clock.
And with the extra time and stuff like that, you got the union involved? Are they upped your pay? It's a very left-wing show. I would hope that they had, it'd be a real shame if they hadn't, looked after the workers, Steve.
But the union I'm with is Equity, because I'm an actor. There's nothing that seems less like working. There's never been a strike, has there, by Equity? There's never been a picket line of actors kind of going, what's my motivation for this strike?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very fair point. The entertainment industry is very left-wing until a strike creates an opportunity for someone to get a gig, right? Steve Allen, thanks very much, mate. And we will now take a bit of news with Rachel Jewell.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, Jeff. Good afternoon. The Chief Executive of the UK Health Security Agency says she'll be carrying out a serious incident investigation to avoid any further problems with coronavirus testing. It's been suspended at a private laboratory in Wolverhampton after an estimated 43,000 people were given incorrect PCR results. It's thought 1 in 60 people in private households in England had COVID-19 in the week to last Saturday, with the situation also getting worse in Wales and Northern Ireland. But figures suggest the situation's improving in Scotland. Greenpeace says it's immensely helpful that the Queen has spoken about being irritated by a lack of action on climate change. Her Majesty was overheard voicing her frustrations about not knowing who is and who isn't attending next month's COP26 climate summit in Glasgow. Reports suggest China won't go, but Australia's confirmed representation. Greenpeace UK Executive Director John Sovin says that's a big step.
Scott Morrison has basically been shamed into attending, and it is really important that he does attend. I mean, Australia is the second largest coal exporter in the world after Indonesia. I can't think of any country in the world that's got more renewable energy resources than Australia.
Officials in Afghanistan say at least 33 people are now known to have been killed in an explosion at a mosque in Kandahar. 73 others are thought to be injured. The Brexit minister says a big gap remains between the UK and EU over the Northern Ireland Protocol. Lord Frost discussing the matter with his European counterpart in Brussels this afternoon. Plenty of sunshine in the north, cloudier with some isolated showers in the south. Ben Fletcher has the sports.
Newcastle have confirmed that Steve Bruce will be in charge this weekend against Tottenham, his 1,000th game as manager. In a club statement, director Amanda Staveley told fans, change does not always happen overnight. It demands time and that we follow a carefully considered plan and strategy. She wishes Bruce the best of luck against Tottenham on Sunday and says if there are any changes to be made going forward, he'll be the first to know. Rangers manager Steven Gerrard is one of those linked with replacing Bruce.
Everyone connected with the game's looking in with interest to see how that develops. But from a personal point of view, I don't really get involved in speculation, and I wish Steve Bruce all the best. I'm in a very big job and a very big role here that I'm very much fully focused on. And we've got a top-of-the-table clash at the weekend, and it's a game I'm very much looking forward to. But I've certainly got one eye on Newcastle in terms of seeing Brucey get his 1,000th game.
FIFA has confirmed it's helped evacuate almost 100 refugees from Afghanistan. The group, which is now in Qatar, includes players and coaches from the women's national football team. All of those evacuated were considered to be high risk following the takeover of the Taliban. MPs are to examine next week whether £2.8 million of public money committed to considering a UK and Ireland bid to host the 2030 World Cup represents good value. The cross-party DCMS committee will question the funding body UK Sport. FIFA is expected to outline the bidding regulations for the 2030 World Cup in the first half of next year. And Britain's new number one tennis player And Britain's new number one male tennis player, Cameron Norrie, is targeting one of the coveted 8 places at the lucrative season-ending ATP Finals in Turin after reaching the last 4 at Indian Wells. Norrie will face Grigor Dimitrov in his first semi-final at Masters 1000 level. He's guaranteed at least £246,000 worth of prize money. A reminder, Saturday is game day over on TalkSport with 3 more exclusive Premier League commentaries. Among them, Brentford host Chelsea from 5 p.m.
Friday afternoon on Times Radio.
With Henchman, safe ladders purposefully designed for uneven ground. At work, at home or in the garden. Find out more at henchman.co.uk/Times Radio.
Welcome back to Times Radio with me, Jeff Norcott, in association with Henchman Ladders, safe ladders for uneven terrain. Now, to keep the topical chat going in the show, joining me now is Times columnist Hugo Rifkin to talk about what he has coming up on his show tomorrow. Good afternoon, Hugo.
Hello, Jeff. How you doing? Giles is away again, is he?
He is. Does he exist?
He's a busy man, isn't he? Far too busy to be here speaking to the likes of us, yeah.
I think that they just sort of think, right, who's another bloke that sort of winds people up, and then and they get me in. But I'm sort of hanging out. I just had my first coffee there, mate, because I was up a bit late last night. I'm not trying not to mention it, but I recorded "Have I Got News for You" last night. But I'd rather not. I'd rather not bring it up. I'd rather talk about your show, which is tomorrow, Saturday, 10 till 1. What have you got coming up?
Yes, I've got loads. What have I got? Let me think. I've got Pip Evans, the comedian, in, and James Ball, the journalist, and we'll be looking at the kind of the news of the week, all kinds of stuff from climate and the Northern Ireland deal. And I'm very interested in the way Daniel Craig has said this week that he used to go to gay bars to avoid fights and pick up women. That seems like the sort of thing that might have caused a big fuss in another life, but just seems to have sort of passed more or less unnoticed, which I don't quite understand why. So I'm keen to get to the bottom of that.
I mean, I used to go to gay bars, but mainly because they opened later and stayed open later. I think that is, that's another reason to go to gay bars.
I've been to a lot of gay bars. I love gay bars, but just to say that you go to gay bars to pick up women, that seems unorthodox.
It's one of those in the current climate ones, isn't it? It's it's not the wisest thing to say at these times.
I'm wondering how that would go down actually with my wife if she said, "Why were you in that gay bar?" and I said, "I went to pick up women." Would that be better or worse? I just don't know.
It's a very good question.
So we've got that. I guess we'll probably talk a bit about Sally Rooney and her Israel boycott, anti-vaxxers outside Jeremy Vine's house, looming Christmas toy shortage, all that kind of stuff. So loads of stuff from the news this week. Got Toby Earle in to talk about the TV, looking at Who Do You Think You Are, Jeff?
Oh, mate, I'm nowhere near that level. Do you know what I mean?
I'd love to see that. The thing about Who Do You Think You Are is it's like great telly, but it's kind of nonsense, right? It's Josh Widdicombe this week. Did you see it?
I'm aware that he's got some sort of royal connections coming out of it.
Yeah, but like everyone does. He's like they figured out he's descended from, I think it's Mary Boleyn, right? Anne Boleyn's sister. But it's like, so are probably about 1 million people. But it's just, because if you go back and you take all the right turns, and you can connect yourself to almost anyone.
Yeah.
But they just, and yet, even though it's nonsense, it's still kind of really moving. So I quite like that.
What is it? We got a new royal family brewing here. Because we've got Danny Dyer, Josh Widdicombe. We could just, there's issues with the royal family. Let's be honest, with Andrew there, I think there's space for some new blood.
Could fit them in. It couldn't be worse. But no, I mean, but genuinely, I think the way it works, the way the maths of it works, right, is if you're descended, like if you were alive 1,000 years ago and you've got any descendants, then everyone alive is your descendants. Because if you've got 2 grandparents and 4 great-grandparents and et cetera, by the time you get back to about 1,000 years ago, there's like 1 million people you can be descended from. So you just pick whoever you like, really. And that indeed is what they've done. Also, I've got a guy called Ben Timberlake coming on who's written a book called High Risk. Ben Mashall interviewed him in the magazine a few weeks or potentially months ago, I forget which. And he was in the SAS and he was a heroin addict. I don't think at the same time, but it's a close run thing.
Wow. That would be a strange time to nurture a habit, wouldn't it?
Well, you know what? So he's into sort of extreme experiences. It's a book about extreme experiences. So he certainly did take a lot of drugs while serving with special forces, but kind of for the same reasons, in that he liked the extreme experiences. He got himself hooked on heroin to see what it was like coming off heroin, which turns out harder than you think. But it's a fascinating book. So I'll be chatting to him as well. And what else? That's about it. Oh no, and I interviewed Phil Wang at Cheltenham last week, so we'll have a bit of that. We'll be playing too.
The very funny Phil Wang. And have you seen this thing about Coldplay, a good band that's ready for a backlash over their eco-friendly world tour?
Yeah, I quite like that. I don't know. I mean, I think it's kind of good that I don't know. I think it's good that they're trying to have an eco-friendly world tour. Have you ever seen Coldplay live?
I'm not one. I mean, I like U2, and I feel like they're the sort of methadone U2.
Yes.
Like if there's no U2 available on the streets, I'll get that from the chemist.
They're like sort of Fisher-Price U2, right? So they had this thing for years, like their tour. They'd hand out these bracelets. Everyone would get like this plastic bracelet with a flashing LED light in it, and so they'd be handing out, I don't know, 50,000 a night or something. And that's a lot of plastic bracelets with batteries and lights in them. So it's obviously not very eco. I mean, I guess there's no way you can do a stadium tour that's properly eco. You'll find this out, Jeff, next time you do your next stadium tour. There's no way you can do it that it's properly eco. But I mean, the fact that they're trying, I don't know, isn't that better than not trying? I guess so.
Look, I'll be looking forward to tuning in tomorrow between 10 and 1 to find out more about that. Hugo, thanks for joining us on the show.
Thanks very much, Jeff.
Times Radio Breakfast with Jenny Kleeman and Luke Jones with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Start the weekend in style with the UK's most entertaining conversation. First with the stories making the headlines and dedicated to exploring the wider news agenda. Unrivaled weekend radio driven by well-informed opinion and quality journalism. Times Radio Breakfast with Jenny Kleeman and Luke Jones. Tomorrow morning from 6 with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more.
This is Times Radio.
Okay, this is Times Radio. You're here with me, Jeff Norcott, and there's a bit of breaking news here. I've got Charlotte in the studio here. There are reports that the Conservative MP David Amess has been stabbed, and as I say, our political correspondent Charlotte Ivers is here now. What do we know at this point?
We don't know a huge amount at this point, Jeff. This is a developing situation, but I can tell you what David Amess's local newspaper is reporting, which is that he has been stabbed in a major incident at his constituency surgery in Lee. He's the MP for Southend West. He was holding a surgery at the Belfairs Methodist Church on Eastwood Road North, and apparently a man reportedly ran into the church in the last hour before the MP was stabbed several times. We don't know what condition he's currently in.
And this is only just broken in the last few minutes, really.
It has indeed. And the local paper also reports that there's a huge emergency presence in the area nearby, and there's a police helicopter overhead. So clearly a fairly substantial response going on. And so the report is that this person had been circulating for a while, and this wasn't the first time. I mean, it just makes you think about MP surgeries in this day and age. You know, obviously we don't know a huge amount at this point, but just a reminder of how vulnerable it is to be so public-facing like that. Very much so. And over the last few years, there have been significant increases in security for members of Parliament after the tragic death of Joe Cox and after various different threats that members of Parliament have received on the internet and elsewhere. But clearly, in this instance, those security measures were not sufficient to prevent this horrible incident from happening. It's worth noting as well that these constituency services are incredibly public because they have to be, because people have to be able to come in and access their politicians and get help from them. Yeah, it's all part of a transparent democracy, but evidently, you know, there are certain risks, and we will, thanks for coming into the studio, Charlotte, we will obviously keep you updated on Times Radio as the day progresses.
It's the world's longest-running literature festival, showcasing literary legends, fresh new voices, and the biggest books of the year. The Times and the Sunday Times Cheltenham Literature Festival is back for 2021. And Times Radio is live in Cheltenham to bring you all the sights and sounds of the festival. From the stars of stage and screen to incisive political debate, hear everything the festival has to offer throughout the Times Radio schedule. Continues tomorrow afternoon from 4 with Aisha Hazarika, direct from the Festival Village, Cheltenham. Only on Times Radio.
Friday afternoon on Times Radio.
With Henchman, safe ladders purposefully designed for uneven ground. At work, at home or in the garden. Find out more at henchman.co.uk/Times Radio.
Hi, this is Times Radio. You're listening to Jeff Norcott. And don't forget, you don't just have to listen to Times Radio on your smart speaker in the kitchen or driving the car. You can hear us wherever you are on the free Times Radio app. And not only can you listen live or on demand to our radio shows, you can also hear there's a bunch of amazing podcasts. And if you're missing Giles Corran, and let's be honest, by this point, some of you probably are, a new episode of his podcast, Giles Corran Has No Idea, dropped this morning. Dropped feels like a very un-Giles Corran word there. It dropped, right, with some hot new pod vibes for everybody. And this week, Giles and his wife Esther, they sat down with the journalist Alex Clark for a special show in front of a live audience at the Cheltenham Literature Festival for a Q&A.
Quick question, quick answer. Who would like to ask it? And there is lady at the back there. Thank you very much.
Hi, Giles. I asked this question we saw Monica Galetti last night. I'm a big fan of amazing hotels. Which has been your most favourite hotel you visited on the programme and why?
Well, welcome back. I'm sorry you've seen me again. I was chatting to Monica. I'm so sorry. There are other chairs available and you might get to see some.
Did you interview Monica as well?
I did.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
How was she?
I did. She was... Do you know what? Briefly, she was amazing because she had finished service at 1 o'clock in the morning in Merit. So she was just fantastic.
But she did talk about how hard she'd been working in the restaurant.
Yes.
No, well, she does.
Yes.
No, it's fine. I love Monica, and I'm going to see her in Abu Dhabi on Wednesday. I've got to go on Monday, and then she'll fly out there. We're best mates. I would say the only one that I've taken Esther to back of all of them. I took the family to Giraffe Manor in Nairobi, and then to Samburu to their Sisab, their lodge in Africa, and because they were really lovely people, and a lot of the hotels are all marvelous and amazing.
The Brando.
The Brando is amazing, but I wouldn't. But the Brando, it took 48 hours to get there, and you have to fly via LA. It's probably if you go cattle class, it's 5,000 quid, which I couldn't possibly do. So I don't know. And then it's even more. And then you get there, and it's thousands. I did get to swim with whales, so that was an amazing experience. But you could probably swim with whales somewhere else, and it wouldn't be quite so expensive. But the Giraffe Manor was a place, because all those amazing hotels, when I get there, when I get to a really, really beautiful room, I just think it would be nice if Esther was there. And I sort of phone her and say, I'm in this nice room, and she goes, yeah, whatever, I've got to get the kids' tea on the table. But it would be so romantic, darling. It's so, honestly, I've got to get them to school. All of them, the thing is, although they're lovely places to be if you're working, they don't mean much without my wife and family there. So
See, I knew it was nice. I knew it. I knew you were nice. I knew it. And it's not all, unless you've got to leave this room and immediately say, come on, Esther, where are the notes for the next thing? I knew it.
So that was a clip there from the special Cheltenham Literature Festival episode of Giles Corran Has No Idea. And I think you can tell the Venn diagram between our voices is incredible. And you can hear more from the podcast for free on the Times Radio app or wherever else you get your podcasts. And there'll be new episodes every Friday. Now, the UK has long been known as a nation of bad food, right? I mean, I love it, but it's bad, isn't it? Greasy fish and chips, stodgy pie and mash, and the devil's favourite pudding, which is the deep-fried Mars bar. And the pandemic, it sort of forced us to turn to quick fixes to help lift our moods, right? We've all been doing that. And snacks have become a sort of go-to comfort of choice. But are they any good? Are they spicy enough? Are they exciting enough? The musician Ollie Murs, he's fronting a new campaign, #BanTheBland, to try and improve the quality and flavour of the food we crave as those cold and dark winter days draw near. And I spoke to Ollie earlier today about the snacks that turn him into a troublemaker and the others that he has to keep wrapped up. Welcome to the show, Ollie.
It's good to speak to you.
Yeah, mate. So what is it about Ollie Murs in particular that's getting involved with this push? Is it because you're a bit spicy yourself? I've seen you dance, right? Do you dance?
I'm a bit of an animal. Me, Redford and Lad Baby have been getting involved in stopping people from eating all these boring, crazy, stupid snacks that we seem to be creating as well. So,
give me some examples.
Beans do not go together, guys. Please stop putting Weetabix and beans together. It's not good.
I see. So some of these things, like these kind of food monstrosities that we've been seeing as part of viral campaigns. I get you now. I get you. So I mean, is it an attack on that? Is it also an attack on these kind of, the tendency that the British we have to just eat boring stuff that doesn't have much flavour?
I think it's the boring stuff, yeah, and also just keep it simple, keep it simple. There's great snacks out there. Obviously, pepperami, chicken bites, the sausages, all the stuff. Pepperami, keep it very simple and they're tasty. So,
well, I mean,
all these other snacks. I mean, I see some of the snacks that my mates have and I think, come on, mate. Cottage cheese on nachos. You winding me up?
Yeah, I mean, like that is, that's straight out of the WhatsApp group. That's a straight red. If you're doing that sort of nonsense.
Removed.
I mean, pepperami in a way, I do think in Britain, it's the closest we've ever come to chorizo, isn't it? I mean, for Times Radio listeners who are maybe skew a little bit middle class, maybe that's a way to sell it for them, It's a bit Mediterranean
almost.
My
dad, like when I was growing up, obviously when you're a young kid eating a pepperami, until you have one, you've never really tried a salami before, because it's not, you're like, oh, I don't like salami, Dad, don't give it to me. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like the taste. And I remember one night I thought, cool, there's a snack in the fridge, and I just thought I'd try it. Where it must be, my dad stored it in the back of the fridge where none of us could find it. And I opened it up and I tried it, and my mouth was on fire for about 3 days. I've never tried anything so spicy in my life. I was only about 9 years old.
Are you a snack sharer? Are you one of these geezers in the pub that does that thing with the crisps? You know the thing that I'm talking about, where people just rip the crisps open and share them? Where do you stand on that? No,
I don't share. I'm the worst sharer in the world. If I'm opening a bag of crisps, they're mine. No one else.
I'm with you. I mean, that's one step down the road to communism, I think. And a lot of these people, they don't even check, do they? They're just, the other one, Ollie. How do you feel about it?
But also, hang on. Let's go back just quickly. You're talking. We're in a pub, right? And I'm not really like a clean freak. But if I'm opening a big bag of crisps and I'm eating them, I know where my hands have been, right? So I can wash my hands or sanitize my hands, etc. I know how to. But if people are dipping their hands into my crisps, where have their hands been? I don't know. That's why I don't share, because I'm like, there's a lot of bacteria flying around.
It's taken all these years. It took Ollie Murs to come up with an actual, not an emotional argument, but a hygienic argument against that, especially in these COVID-safe times. I think say how some people are using a COVID as a front to get other things done. I'm now saying, let's just end this savage practice. That was an interesting answer. Now I want to take it a step further. You're in a curry house, all right? Are you a poppadom smasher? You know what I mean by that, right?
Yes.
So you'll just smash them but you bring the fist down and smash them, everybody's poppadoms, or just your own?
If I'm ordering poppadoms for myself, I'll crack them just as I eat them. I'll just crack as I eat. But that is probably the only time I will share is if it's in the middle of if it's a sharing plate, like 6 or 7 poppadoms, and my mate will just put his fist on the top and just smash it, and it will just separate. So I'm having to say, if it's in that situation, yes, I'll let someone else smash it, or I'll smash it if we're all sharing.
I think it's such a big call, Ollie, because I quite like a big bit of poppadom to put stuff on. I mean, it's the most fun that food ever gets, isn't it, poppadoms? I mean, I think Indian food is the wrong way round. I think it should start with the curry and end with the poppadoms, because that's the best bit, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't know. I disagree with you on that. I think it's definitely a starter, and I think you eat your main, and then you always go back to it. It's a great ender as well.
Is that your ultimate? Is that your ultimate snack accessory? Is that a phrase that you're trying to get going? Snack accessories?
Oh, snack accessory and all that. No, snack accessory. I've actually created an actual box with pepperami where you can put all your snacks on and it has like a drinks filter in it as well, as you can drink and snack at the same time. It's pretty awesome. It's a big old bucket basically you can have in your living room. It's unbelievable. Trust me.
Well, it must be useful. Are you back out on tour now? That's the kind of thing you might have to take on tour. I know that you like myself, I'm a stand-up comic. You're a performer, singer. You do everything, really. I mean, have you had dates continually pushed back?
Well, yes, you're all right. I had about a 20-date tour this year, but it got shortened to about 10 in the end because of obviously restrictions, and some shows just didn't quite work. And so we moved it all around, and I'm doing another 20 dates next year. But yeah, that sharing bucket will be great on tour, because thing about, you probably know what it's like as well, when you're touring and you're traveling around the country, and even if you've just got a job where you're always on the move, if you've got a job that you're always on the move, like just getting snacks in helps. You know what I mean?
Well, you got to be. You eat. I mean, the phrase is eat little and often. But what I've sort of gone is eat often and a lot. And I don't think that's. I don't think that's good, Ollie. Because I don't know about you, mate. I mean, how old are you now?
I am 37.
37. So you're still a young man. I'm back out touring at the moment, and I'm a year and a half older than when I was last out on the road. And my God, how quickly I fell into eating absolute rubbish. You do have to look after yourself.
Service stations, though, innit?
Yes.
Them service stations on the old, on the M6, and you're thinking, oh, yeah, and then you pull over and you've got the KFC there, or a Burger King, or you've got all these other companies, and you think, oh, just fancy rubbish, don't you? You just can't help it. You don't want to help it. You don't want a salad. You
want a tasty snack. You want to give yourself a treat. Just quick, I'm very interested about your life on the road. Favourite service station?
South Mims, that's my favourite service station.
Interesting shout there. I mean, I've found typically that this really gets people talking. Can I go, is it Berkhamsted? There's one on the M40 about Junction 3.
I know that one. I do know that one. I've been there.
It's like a city. It's like a city. It's got a pub, it's got a pizza express, it's got a hotel, it's got an arcade. I am genuinely thinking of having a little mini break there with the missus. Not sure how excited. I think she was hoping Venice, but I recommend it highly.
Oh, I agree. That sounds like a little village. Yeah, I like it. It's got a bit of everything.
Another thing I'm interested with yourself is obviously you came to prominence during what I would call the golden age of singing talent shows on television, right? Where it was these huge shows and, you became so famous and you were such an obvious natural performer. How do you feel the way that the talent show genre has got when we've now got people coming out dressed as an ant? I mean, is there a part of you that thinks like you were glad when they were proper?
I'll be honest, I do watch The Masked Singer and it cracks me up. I don't really know what's going on, but I love it. It just, I suppose, and I think TV's changed and that what happens in life, it just evolves and moves on. And The Voice back in 2009, God, I'm so happy that back then X Factor and Pop Idol and shows like this, people were really... I just wanted to see talent shows. It's slightly changed now. It's just the way that it evolves. But, I hope it doesn't change too much because I work on The Voice at the moment, so I don't want to be sacked and I don't want them to take my job away from me. So,
why is The Voice? For that. Why is The Voice able to carry on where so many other singing shows have fallen by the wayside? Do you think?
I just think it depends on one of the things about X Factor, which I love, which. In the end, I worked on the show. It became like a drama. I think there was more. The media would write bad stuff about it and good stuff about it. And I also think there was a bit more controversy with how the judges spoke to each other and how they spoke to the contestant, and it made the show quite negative at times instead of the loving and warmness of of people. Just of how amazing this person came out and sung and. Try and find the positives in it. And whereas with The Voice, I think that's all we try and do is whether every singer that comes on the show is good and we just try and find the positives in it all and we try and have fun. And I think that's what people want to see on TV now is more fun and stuff that it's not negative. And we've had so much negative news and negative things written in the media and it's constantly negative. Whereas I think a lot of us now are just, when we finish work, we just want to turn the telly on and just see something positive to make us feel a little bit better in ourselves.
I hear you. I think is the climate a little bit different now? Because you mentioned like the judges' feedback, and you remember those closed room auditions, right, on X Factor, which was some of the. I mean, I'll be honest, Ollie, some of the greatest television I've ever seen. When you have
of course, it was the time. That was
strange nut job in. But do you think that they're worried now? With the sort of cancel culture thing, that they're worried that if they sort of point out how terrible someone is at singing, that person will then say they've got PTSD. I mean, is it partly you're saying the public's tastes have changed, but is it also the judges are now wary of seeming cruel on television?
I think it's just a way of how you say it, isn't it? I don't think, ultimately we as judges, we don't know who's coming. So, you can only sometimes give your honest opinion and, if anything, the show is being produced in that way for that person to come out. So, if a really bad singer came out to sing in front of us, you can only react how you're going to react. But there is a way of saying it, isn't it? You can either be like, that was absolutely rubbish, get off the stage. But, you can just say, look, you know what, you brought some really good... It's how you would say it, isn't it? If someone...
Yeah.
I love your effort. You came out here today, you sung your heart out. It just isn't what we're looking for.
See, now you've given away your tricks, Ollie. Now when you say that to someone, they'll go, oh, that's Ollie Murs. That's his nice way.
Deep down, we know what Ollie's thinking. If you hear me say that, deep down I'm thinking this is rubbish. But I'm just trying to be nice.
You're a nice guy, but now when Ollie Murs says, oh, you sung your heart out, that's basically, it didn't really happen for you. Do you know the other one like that?
Yeah, but you can't be too nasty. It's not nice.
Why not, mate? It's good television. I wouldn't expect it from you, Ollie, because your brand is you're a nice guy. But I must admit, I'm a bit old school. I don't mind a bit of that. And,
by the way, I think that is just... I do think, and a lot of these TV companies now will do research. A lot of these TV companies will look at what people want when they watch their TV, and you obviously don't want to see the the niceness and the positivity. You like to see a little bit of the negative, not badly, but you like to see a little bit of honesty.
Yeah.
And we all do want to hear the honesty, but I just think people now have gone a bit past that and want a little bit more positive, fun TV again. A bit more like the Generation Game and a bit of light-hearted entertainment. I think that's what people want to see.
I think you're probably right, Ollie. They want to get their spice from their snacks, right? Bringing it back. There you go.
Exactly.
Ban the bland. Join Ollie Mers's campaign. Thanks so much for joining us here on Times Radio.
Ban the bland TV shows, only the fun ones.
Thanks, Ollie.
Pleasure.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
This is Times Radio. I'm Jeff Norcott. It's now time for the 2 o'clock news with Rachel Jewell.
Thanks, Jeff. Good afternoon. Starting with that breaking news, the MP, Sir David Amess, has been stabbed multiple times at a local constituency surgery. The incident happened at a meeting being held in a church in Leigh-on-Sea. Essex police say a man has been arrested. Here's our head of news, David Spencer.
Sir David Amess is the Conservative MP for Southend West, and we understand that this incident happened in the constituency in Leigh-on-Sea at the Belfairs Methodist Church. A man is reported to have run into the church and stabbed the MP several times. We don't know his condition, but obviously a huge emergency operation is now underway in the area.
We're being told a few thousand people could be going about their lives after wrongly being told their NHS COVID test was negative. A lab in Wolverhampton has been suspended from processing PCR swabs after concerns over different results from lateral flow devices. Test and Trace says as many as 43,000 may have been given the wrong results since the 8th of September. Dr. Jenny Harries is head of the UK Health Security Agency.
There's around 50% in the southwest. There's some in Wales, and we've linked with colleagues there. And then the others are scattered around. But as I say, the important thing is individuals. We have the contact details, and we will just let them know.
Officials in Afghanistan say at least 33 people are now known to have been killed in an explosion at a mosque in Kandahar. 73 others are thought to be injured. Brexit Minister Lord Frost says there is still a long way to go to reach a resolution on the Northern Ireland Protocol ahead of a meeting with his EU counterparts. Lord Frost is holding talks with European Commission Vice President Maros Sefcovic in Brussels as the two sides prepare to embark on a fresh round of negotiations on the conditions of the Northern Ireland Protocol. This week, the EU agreed to a major relaxation for checks on goods entering Northern Ireland from mainland Britain. The former co-chair of the Leave Means Leave group, Richard Tice, has told us that's because Lord Frost has been a tough negotiator.
There's no question that the EU have realised that Lord Frost will serve Article 16 to terminate the protocol unless there is some significant change. I think he's called their bluff on that point, quite rightly. What I worry about is that they try and bring in the negotiations around fishing and all the fishing licences into this whole gamut ahead of the French election. So I suspect there's a lot of water to pass under the bridge on this one.
Royal experts say the Queen's suggestion that she's irritated by a lack of action in tackling climate change is a common sense response reflecting the views of many. She appeared to express her exasperation in comments overheard in Cardiff yesterday. World leaders gather in Glasgow for the COP26 conference at the end of this month, and The Times says China's President Xi Jinping won't be attending. Peter Betts, an associate fellow at the think tank Chatham House, has told Times Radio what matters is what action China takes.
I think President Xi hasn't travelled abroad for several years, partly because of COVID. So China does matter more than any other country on this issue. They're 28% of global emissions, and we're still waiting to see whether they're going to enhance their emissions reduction target for 2030. So that's what really matters.
A report suggests digital literacy is becoming as important for a child's future as reading, writing and maths, and that treating it as such is the best way for the country to help disadvantaged communities. Tommy McDade is Head of Employment, Training and Skills at the children's charity Barnardo's, which provides training for low-income households.
When we come to work with young people, they present with a lack of understanding and skills to access key services online. That includes looking for work, using the digital world that obviously a vast number of employers now use to recruit.
The No One Left Behind report claims digital illiteracy now impacts already disadvantaged communities, not just older people or those in areas with poor internet. It's calling on the government and businesses to work together to tackle the issue. Plenty of sunshine in the north this afternoon, cloudier with some isolated showers in the south. And our top sports story this hour, Newcastle have confirmed that Steve Bruce will take to the St James's Park dugout this weekend for his 1,000th game as manager. In a club statement, director Amanda Staveley told fans, change does not always happen overnight. It demands time and that we follow a carefully considered plan and strategy. She wishes Bruce the best of luck against Tottenham in the Premier League on Sunday. We'll have a full sports update at 1:30.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker. Friday afternoon on Times Radio.
With Henchman Ladders.
OK, this is Jeff Norcott on Times Radio, and we have more now on that breaking news story. The Conservative MP David Amess has been stabbed at a constituency surgery, and our political correspondent Charlotte Ivers is here. What do we know has happened at this point?
Well, we don't have a huge amount of details at this point, but David Amess's local paper is reporting that a man ran into the church where he was holding his surgery and the MP was stabbed several times. There's a big emergency presence now in the area. We've also heard recently from Essex Police, a quick update for you. They have said that a man has been arrested for this incident and they're not looking for anybody else.
OK, so it was a solo attacker. I mean, it's a horrible thing to have happened. And, there are already noises coming from politicians from across both sides of the bench, expressing sympathy and hoping that he'll be all right in the long run. Sadly, there is precedent for this, isn't there?
There is indeed. These constituency surgeries are incredibly public. They have to be in a way because MPs need to be accessible to the public. Now, there have been some changes made to the way that surgeries are done. It used to be the case that people could just turn up, whereas now you need to have an appointment. So the idea was you'd have fewer people coming in and out. There'd be more of a sense of which MP, who was anywhere at any given time. MP staff could control it more. But clearly in this instance, that hasn't been enough to avoid this horrible incident. And this is, as you say, with precedent. Stephen Timms, a London MP, he was stabbed at a surgery in 2010. Thankfully, he survived those injuries. And then, of course, Jo Cox in 2016, she was shot multiple times outside of a library in her constituency and sadly died from those wounds.
Yeah, I mean, we live in a politically febrile environment where, politics can be quite toxic. And sadly, this has become, all too familiar in this time. Has there been any sort of reaction in terms of sort of particularly high-ranking MPs? And I guess they're taking to Twitter at the moment.
They are indeed. It is worth noting as well, we don't know whether this was a politically motivated attack. So we're waiting to hear from the police for confirmation either way on that. But we have heard from several politicians, as you say, across the political spectrum. Keir Starmer saying this is horrific and deeply shocking news, thinking of David, his family and his staff. And then his deputy, Angela Rayner, saying she's horrified by the reports regarding David Amess. We don't know the details yet, but on behalf of all of us in the Labour Party, I want to say all of our thoughts are with David and we hope that he pulls through and is okay. Similar tributes coming in from his colleagues on the Conservative benches as well.
OK, Charlotte, you'll be keeping us updated as the afternoon progresses.
Hugo Rifkin, tomorrow morning from 10 on Times Radio.
I'll be meandering erratically into the news with the comedian Pippa Evans and the journalist James Ball, wondering whether there will be toys at Christmas and whether, about all sorts of other things, we should be throwing them out of the pram. Toby Earle will be in to talk about TV, including Who Do You Think You Are?, Guilt, The Larkins, and a Jackie Collins documentary. And I'll be speaking to the actress Rosie Day about her happy place. Also, Ben Timberlake will be telling me about High Risk, his memoir of drugs and war, often at the same time. And you can catch up with my conversation with Phil Wang of Taskmaster fame from the Cheltenham Festival. Why not?
Hugo Rifkin, tomorrow morning from 10 on Times Radio.
Friday afternoon on Times Radio.
With Henchman, ladders for uneven ground, helping you work safely at height. Take the next step at henchman.co.uk/Times Radio.
Welcome back to Times Radio with me, Jeff Norcott, sitting in for Giles Corran in association with Henchman Ladders, safe ladders for uneven terrain. Now, as we entered lockdown, I mean, many of us took up a new pastime to help while away the hours. I mean, I say that, I'm mainly at crisps on my couch, but we did things to offset the monotony of staring at the same four walls day in, day out. Some of us turned to doing star jumps with Joe Wicks. Probably, let's be honest, that probably lasted a couple of weeks before it fell away. Others took up knitting or painting or arguing with their spouse. I mean, that was definitely a hobby in a lot of households. But my next guest, he turned to classical music. The historian Tim Bouverie, is that pronounced correctly? He began to send his friends and family pithy essays about pieces of classical music that had had an impact on his life. And it's these letters which now form part of his latest book, which is called Perfect Pitch, which charts 100 of the world's greatest pieces of music. And I'm glad to say that Tim now joins me in the studio. Good afternoon, Tim.
Good afternoon, Jeff. Thanks for having me.
Look, I mean, you've got to treat me like an idiot on this. I think a lot of people see classical music as one of those really clever things. You know, it's proper smart, all right? And I just got a couple of questions. It's not often I have somebody opposite me that I can ask questions about. So we will get into the book and stuff. But given the ambition, right, and it's seen as such a smart form of art and it's so highbrow, why are the titles of songs so literal? So, you know, Symphony in D minor... They do.
Well, it's not a song, as I guess the answer to that. But to come to your first point, there's nothing smart about classical music apart from the fact that the people that created it are very smart. But then Ed Sheeran's very smart, or Adele is very smart. These are very smart artists. But all you need to do is listen to it, enjoy it. You don't need to know anything. You don't need to know your D minor from your elbow to be able to enjoy something. If it speaks to you, if it moves you like a painting or a building or a bit of writing might, there shouldn't be a barrier to entry. And I realise I'm slightly arguing against my own book here, because the book is designed to try and demystify exactly what you said. It's to try and create a way for people to be able to get into classical music by understanding what was happening in composers' lives, what was happening in European history at that time, what was happening in culture. But ultimately, the greatest way to get into classical music is just to listen to something, and possibly therefore all you really need from my book is the contents page. We're talking about 3 centuries of music spread across multiple countries, multiple continents, and it's so much people are overwhelmed. They don't know where do I start. Bach wrote over 1,000 pieces of music. Mozart wrote 700. Where do I start? Well,
people like a list.
100 might sound a lot, but it's actually not that lot. And the book comes with a link to a Spotify playlist so you can listen to the music while you learn.
Who is 101? I mean, I'd just love to know who just failed to make that cut.
Well,
were there ones that you disappointed not to get in the list?
Oh, complete. I mean, it's not my desert island list, because if it was, I would probably have, there might be 15 rather than 6 pieces by Mozart, but it wouldn't make a very good book or appeal to a broad audience probably if you only wrote about one composer that much. And there are some big omissions. We all have our weaknesses. This is a question of taste and personal preference. I have never, and it's my failing, I admit, got into Claude Debussy, and so there is no essay or piece of music by...
Tim. Me and you both. Well, I keep meaning to get into old Claude Debussy.
Well, I don't worry about him too much.
Too busy listening to Adele's latest number, but it's. I mean, like I do have a passion for music, and it's kind of trance music. Now, this is going to sound like it's really out there and there's no connection at all, but I don't know if you know much about trance music. As well as being the thumping sort of 140 beats per minute, a lot of the breakdowns are actually structured around classical music breakdowns, because a lot of the producers are from North Europe, from a lot of the countries that produce the great composers. So sadly for me, so far, that's the closest that I've got to classical music, is being in a nightclub.
Well, I'm going to recommend one piece for you, which I'm going to say is vaguely like that idea of trance. You should listen to Beethoven's 7th Symphony in A major, which has an insistence of its rhythm about it. It has such incredible drive, and it's so invigorating in its sense of onward movement that I think you could think that this is the early 19th century equivalent of trance music. So
I'm definitely going to take that recommendation. I've got to ask a couple of basic kind of layman questions, almost like, the Alan Davis thing on QI when he does something and that alarm goes off. When did it start being called classical music? Because I suppose there must have been a period where it was just music, right?
That is a very good question. I don't think anyone called it classical music until the second half of the 20th century, and people who are specialists in this field, musicologists, would not call it classical music, because classical actually refers to a very specific period. There are 3 or possibly 4 main periods. There's the Baroque period, which is sort of Handel and Bach and what's happening in the early 18th century. And then the classical period is this period in the second half of the 18th century, which is all about elegance and symmetry. You see it in architecture, all around the sort of Palladian country house, and that is also revealed in music, particularly the music of Gluck, of Haydn, and of, above all, Mozart. So that is the classical period. And then the classical period leads on to the romantic period, which is much more subjective. It's about the inner self. And the romantic period in music is mirrored by the romantic period in art and in literature. We're thinking about the romantic poets, about Byron, Shelley, Coleridge and Wordsworth. We are thinking about the Delacroix and Henry Fuseli, the artists on the continent. This is all about inner emotion and subjectivity and darkness and dreams and coming into the Gothic. It's a very, very different world to the Enlightenment classicism of Mozart and Haydn.
Yeah, I mean, when I was looking through, and it really is very digestible, and there was loads of bits of information I found just jump out at you, interesting in terms of sort of biopic details about the composers and where and how they wrote these things. It didn't seem like I was. What is the most recent composer that makes the list for you? Like, who is? Because it does feel like one of those things that you've got to be dead for quite a while before you're considered one of the top boys.
Well, you don't, and other people would have included somebody who's alive or included people who are.
Are there people writing that kind of music now? Are they all doing big films like Hans Zimmer and?
Well, possibly they're doing both. And I included one composer who was the first composer who wrote both for the silver screen and for the concert hall with equal success, a man called Erich Korngold, who fled from Austria just before the Germans took over Austria, and he was Jewish, so had he remained, he would have probably ended up in a death camp. And he won an Oscar for his film score, The Adventures of Robin Hood, which is absolutely an amazing piece of music in its own right. So you can write for Hollywood and be a great composer still. I finished my piece, my book with Richard Strauss's 4 Last Songs, because I thought it was a nice coda, to use a musical term, for the book. Richard Strauss lived into his late 80s, and the world changed unbelievably during his lifetime. He was German, and when he was born, Germany didn't exist as a country. And when he died, not only had Germany gone through 2 world wars and the Nazi period, but it was now dismembered by the Allies. He had seen a greater period of change in European history than almost anyone else you can imagine. And these hugely beautiful songs are a reflection on his life, on his relationship with his wife, on a civilization which he had seen rise to arguably its pinnacle in the late 19th century and then crash into ruins. And his experience of living in what was, at times of his life, the most civilized country, the most sophisticated musical country in the world, Germany, which had also fallen into the most notorious pit of barbarism that we've ever known.
Let's get into your music picks here. I mean, I said about the literal titles here. The first one that I can see here is Fireworks Music by Handel. Now, I'm pretty sure that that's not a bloke that's gone, oh, this will go well with the sparklers. So talk us through. Are we gonna listen to a little bit first? Let's listen to a bit. Well, that's quite upbeat. I mean, on the one hand, it sounds sophisticated, but you also hear a lot of that kind of music in rom-coms, don't you, when they're setting up an outdoor garden wedding?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's if sophisticated is meant to mean difficult or inaccessible, then no, it's not sophisticated. What is actually happening there is sophisticated, but then a building's sophisticated, but we all know how to get up the stairs. This is one of the first pieces of music I ever came to know and love. Handel was what got me into classical music probably around the age of 5. And this music was written to celebrate the end of the War of the Austrian Succession in the first half of the 18th century. The king, George II, who was the first king ever to lead his troops into battle, the last king of England ever to lead his troops into battle at the Battle of Dettingen, wanted to celebrate the end of this war with a big firework display. And his courtiers persuaded him that it might be nice, sir, if we had some music. The king didn't want much music, but he said if there was to be music, it should be strictly martial. And that was quite martial music. That's jubilant. But Handel was a fairly obstinate chap when he wanted to be, and he insisted that there were violins included in it. And the music has lived on. Sadly, the fireworks display was a complete failure. In proper English fashion, it rained on the night. The fireworks failed to light. The stage on which they were to be ignited caught fire. A soldier was blinded by a stray rocket. A woman's petticoat caught on fire. It was a bit of a debacle, but anyway, the music lives on.
Well, it was one of those incidents where the music was a lot better than the thing. I mean, you mentioned The Adventures of Robin Hood. I mean, it wasn't the greatest film in the world, but the music was obviously fantastic.
Yeah, the music made the film more than Errol Flynn did, I would say.
What's your next choice on the list?
Well, if I had to take only one composer to my mythical desert island, it would be Mozart, who I think is the greatest reason I have in my life to believe in the existence of miracles in the world. And if I was to pick just one bit of Mozart which really captures his genius, I think it is his last opera, The Magic Flute. Mozart is all about contradictions. He had a great sense of humour, and there's an enormous amount of humour in his operas, and yet it's also about philosophy. It is also about the Enlightenment. It is about elegance, it's about drama, it's about the highest notes in opera, it's about the lowest notes. Have a listen to the overture now.
You know what was interesting, Tom? I don't know if anyone's ever said this to you, but your voice went very well with the music. I thought they made. I don't know if that's a compliment to you, but they seem to sit quite well together.
That's an enormous compliment. I think that Mozart will be horrified at the idea of my voice going with his amazing
He's not around.
music.
He ain't going to say
He's
nothing.
not around.
He can't tweet you.
But he wrote that when he was 35. That's one of the only depressing thing I found about writing about this book was how many of these composers died so young. Mozart died a couple of months after writing that. He was 35. Schubert died when he was 31. The list goes on and on. Rossini, who wrote the Barber of Seville, he wrote the Barber of Seville when he was 24.
But it's interesting. I was just about to mention that, because when I was flicking through, that was one thing that stood out to me, was that didn't he retire at 37 and just lived a brilliant life? I thought, what? So few people do that in life, right? If you've made your name and you've made your money, just get out of the game. And he spent his time just having fine meals and just lording it for a while, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Rossini retired from public life age 37, having written something like 25 smash hit operas. And the temptation to carry on must have been very great, but possibly he saw Giuseppe Verdi coming around the corner and thought, well, I'm not up to that. I'm not up to the music of the future. I've done my thing. I'm going to enjoy my life. He wasn't in great health. And he did enjoy life. He once said that he only cried on 3 occasions. Once when his first opera failed, once when he heard the great violinist Paganini playing, and once when he saw a truffled turkey, which he was about to have for lunch, fall off the barge on which he was picnicking into the water. He was a man who liked his food.
That's incredible. To have only cried 3 times in your life. I don't know when he died, but I suspect he might have had a few hernias. That's not healthy. No. That's not healthy. But, oh my God, I mean, it's just annoying, isn't it? You're right, that must have annoyed you, that all these people... How many operas had he written by the time he was...
Oh, I think he'd written something like 25 operas by the time he retired. He came out of retirement. I've included another piece of his, which he came out of retirement to write this, what he called Le Petit Messe Solennel, a little solemn mass, which in typical Rossini style is neither little nor particularly solemn. But he's a composer with an enormous amount of humour. If you see the Barber of Seville on stage, it is laugh out loud funny, and I think you can hear that in the music. You hear it in an aria. If you watch the start of Mrs. Doubtfire, you can see Robin Williams doing a pretty good version of the Barber's opening aria at the start of that film.
There is definitely this connection. All the music so far sounds like things that have been appropriated, because it adds so much grandeur, doesn't it, to a comic scene, and no wonder, because the music is so rich. I mean, Beethoven is obviously somebody, again, one of these people that I'd have heard of. Which symphony did you pick of his?
I picked 2. I picked 7 and 9, and this Ninth Symphony, a lot of people will know it because of the famous choral movement, but this was unprecedented. Nobody had ever put a choir in a symphony before. And Beethoven had had a dreadful life. Everything had gone. He'd lost his hearing, but this is just quite literally filled with joy. Beethoven contemplated suicide. He was a depressive. It wasn't just his hearing, he had great problems with his bowels. He was ill. He was cut off from society through his deafness and his genius. He longed to get married and tried on many occasions to get married. He kept on falling in love with his pupils. Nobody wanted to marry him. He really had a very miserable life, and yet he ended it writing this joy-filled music about love and brotherhood and fraternity, and how the nations of Europe should not be fighting but should embrace a sense of universal fellowship. It's not surprising it was chosen as the anthem for the European Union. It was this idea of breaking down boundaries and being together.
It is incredible. And just a little bit of trivia, U2 on the Zoo TV tour in 1992, they did a kind of compilation which they used that to build up to Bono taking to the stage. But I don't know if it might dismay you to know that it then went into a very heavy bit of bass guitar. But they certainly, again, like so many things we're discussing, were leaning on just how rich the music was.
Well, I think that's very brave of Bono. I wouldn't want to follow Beethoven on stage.
That's a very good point. Tim Bovary, thank you so much for coming on the show. I feel a bit smarter, you know, and I think that people should have had their appetite whetted to get into this book, Perfect Pitch, which is out now.
It is out now. Thanks,
okay.
Jeff.
Next up, get your pens and paper at the ready as we head into the Crossword Corner.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Anger and brief sadness en road, followed by expression of surprise as knight meets queen. 9-6. It's Crossword Corner. Work it out.
That's right. It's the time of the week where we engage those little grey cells as you and I say well, you and I, it's probably going to be more you than I, try and solve a weekly topical cryptic clue from the world-famous Times Crossword team. And today, the clue is set by the Times Crossword editor, Richard Rogan. Richard, welcome to the show.
Hello, Jeff. Hello. How are you?
I'm not bad, mate. I feel kind of out of my comfort zone, mate. We've just been talking...
Yeah, I do get the feeling this isn't maybe your favourite part of the programme.
I like it. Well, we've crashed straight from classical music into cryptic crosswords. I feel like this is some sort of endurance test.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of crossword setters, not myself, I hasten to add, are classical music buffs, actually. So maybe there's a bit of a connection, but it's not me. I should say I'm not musical at all.
That doesn't surprise me. What have we... I mean, like, we always ask you for kind of general tips with cryptic crosswords. I mean, is it like a form of meditation? Do you know, where you have to clear your mind to open yourself to these things?
Possibly. I mean, you may need to meditate on the clue once you've started on it. But yeah, possibly. Yeah, I mean, you definitely need to get into the way of the language. And I've been talking to people at the Literature Festival at Cheltenham all week about helping them through the puzzles, and they have different approaches to how it's done. And many of them have actually found that sitting and doing the puzzle with somebody else actually helps as well. So a bit of collaboration. So you've got the whole of the Times Radio audience to help you today, so you should have no problems at all.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, Richard, people think because I was a former English teacher that I would have any kind of aptitude here at all. You'd think, wouldn't you? I mean...
Well, possibly, although I guess English teachers have to teach you how to do English, normal English. And I suppose I shouldn't be saying this, but perhaps crossword clues are not normal English a lot of the time. They're using words in an unusual way.
I think that's a fair shout. I would say there is nothing normal about the cryptic crossword clues. Speaking of which, what have we got this week? What is this week's clue?
Right, OK, here goes then. The clue is as follows. Space traveller who's getting on with alien left Mars in a whirl. 7 and 7, so 2 words, 2 7-letter words. So shall I read that again?
Please do.
Yeah, space traveller who's getting on with alien left Mars in a whirl.
Space travel who's getting on with alien left Mars. Oh my God, I think... Oh my God, stop the press. I think I might have this. I think I might have this because it's topical, I think, without giving it...
It's topical. It's topical.
I mean, the clue this week is something from this week. See, I'm being cryptic myself, but I might be wrong, but it would be a first for me to have ever got a cryptic crossword clues. So, space traveller who's getting on with alien left Mars in a whirl. If you think that you've got it, please do text us at 87222, starting with your message Times in capital letters, followed by your answer, or you can tweet us at Times Radio. We'll be back after the latest news and sport with Rachel Jewell.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, Jeff. Good afternoon. A man has been arrested after Conservative MP Sir David Amess was stabbed at a constituency meeting in Essex. It's understood the 69-year-old was attacked at Belfair's Methodist Church in Leigh-on-Sea. Police have not yet confirmed he was the victim of the stabbing, and the MP's condition is not yet known. Our head of news, David Spencer, says the Essex Police Force has issued a statement.
Police say they were called to reports of a stabbing at the church just after midday. They say officers were on the scene shortly after. A man was arrested and a knife recovered. That man is now in custody. Police say they're not looking for anyone else in connection with the incident and don't believe there is an ongoing threat to the public.
The Labour Party leader Sir Keir Starmer says horrific and deeply shocking news, thinking of David, his family and his staff. And the East Ham MP Stephen Timms, who was stabbed at a constituency surgery in 2010, has tweeted, appalled to hear of the attack on David Amess today. I know him well and I'm thinking of him with the very best of wishes as we await further news. A serious incident investigation is to begin within the UK Health Security Agency after testing at a COVID lab in Wolverhampton was suspended for giving false results. It's estimated 43,000 people weren't given the right information. Police in Norway say the man who's suspected of killing 5 people with a bow and arrow has been placed in a psychiatric institution. Espen Anderson Broughton has confessed to the crime and officials have put it down to a mental illness. And the US is to lift travel restrictions to people who are fully vaccinated against coronavirus from the 8th of November. A block's been in place for most foreign nationals since last March. Plenty of sunshine in the north this afternoon, cloudy with some isolated showers in the south. Ben Fletcher has the sport.
Newcastle have confirmed that Steve Bruce will be in charge this weekend against Tottenham, his 1,000th game as manager. In a club statement, director Amanda Staveley told fans, change does not always happen overnight. It demands time and that we follow a carefully considered plan and strategy. She wishes Bruce the best of luck against Tottenham on Sunday and says if there are any changes to be made going forward, he'll be the first to know. Rangers manager Steven Gerrard is one of those linked with replacing Bruce.
Everyone connected with the game's looking in with interest to see how that develops. But from a personal point of view, I don't really get involved in speculation and I wish Steve Bruce all the best. I'm in a very big job and a very big role here that I'm very much fully focused on. And we've got a top-of-the-table clash at the weekend and it's a game I'm very much looking forward to. But I've certainly got one eye on Newcastle in terms of seeing Brucey get his 1,000th game.
FIFA has confirmed it's helped evacuate almost 100 refugees from Afghanistan. The group, which is now in Qatar, includes players and coaches from the women's national football team. All of those evacuated were considered to be high risk following the takeover of the Taliban. MPs are to examine next week whether £2.8 million of public money committed to considering a UK and Ireland bid to host the 2030 World Cup represents good value. The cross-party DCMS committee will question the funding body UK Sport. FIFA is expected to outline the bidding regulations for the 2030 World Cup in the first half of next year. And Britain's new number one male tennis player Cameron Norrie is targeting one of the coveted 8 places at the lucrative season-ending ATP Finals in Turin after reaching the last 4 at Indian Wells. Norrie will face Grigor Dimitrov in his first semi-final at Masters 1000 level. He's guaranteed at least £246,000 worth of prize money. A reminder, Saturday is game day over on TalkSport with 3 more exclusive Premier League commentaries. Among them, Brentford host Chelsea from 5 p.m.
Friday afternoon on Times Radio.
With Henchman Ladders, keeping you and your loved ones safe at height on uneven ground. Find out more at henchman.co.uk/Times Radio.
This is Times Radio. I'm Jeff Norcott, and we've got more now on that breaking news that the Conservative MP David Amess has been stabbed at a constituency surgery. Our political correspondent Charlotte Ivers is here. Just for people that are tuning in, just update us on the basics of the story, please.
This is a developing situation and we don't have a huge amount of details, but what I can tell you is that David Amess's local paper is saying that a man entered the church in which Amess was hosting a constituency surgery and stabbed the MP multiple times. There is now a very substantial police presence in the area, and the police have put out a statement saying that a man has been arrested for the incident and that they are not looking for anybody else involved in that. Also, as well, a local councillor in the area has spoken to Reuters news agency and has said David Amess was stabbed several times. We're not sure how serious it is, but it is not looking good. So very, very serious situation.
Do you know anything else about the attacker at this point, or is it...
We don't know anything further about the attacker apart from that the police aren't looking for anyone else. It's just one person acting alone.
And sadly, over the last decade, this kind of attacks on MPs have become, not all the time, but is it a feature of British democratic life? There have been others, haven't there?
There have indeed. Stephen Timms, a London Labour MP, faced a similar attack in 2010. He was stabbed at a constituency surgery. Of course, we also remember as well the tragic case of Jo Cox, who died after being repeatedly shot in her constituency when she was out and about attending an event. So this is not without precedent. It's worth noting as well that MPs have seen substantial increases to the security they are offered since the death of Jo Cox. They have security packages put in place. Those more at risk will end up with more substantial packages. And we have seen a lot of MPs facing things like death threats, threats of serious violence, and even prosecutions for members of the public who have sent these threats to members of Parliament.
I mean, it will beg the question. Obviously, at this point, we don't know anything about the attacker or the motives, but inevitably, discussion will turn to the kind of political climate that we operate in, the view of politicians. That will inevitably be discussed, and that is something that has intensified in recent years.
It is, and if you speak to MPs, and I do frequently, they are always talking about their concerns about their safety, about their concerns about the public discourse around politics in general, and that does seem to be something that has intensified as a concern over the last few years. Speak to any MP and they or one of their friends will have had some sort of horrible threat from someone in their inbox at some point.
And, this cuts across now, the divide in terms of the kind of MPs and from which parties have been attacked. And so too does the reaction that we're having. And, politicians have been taking to Twitter already to express, their sympathy and concern.
They have indeed. And as you say, this has come from across the political divide. I've seen Alex Norris, for example, a member of the Shadow Health team, the Labour MP, talking about how kind and caring David Amess was to him and making his best wishes clear. We've heard from Keir Starmer, the leader of the Labour Party. He says that this is horrific and deeply shocking news. He says he's thinking of David, his family and his staff. And then as well, Angela Rayner, his deputy, has said that on behalf of all of the Labour Party, she wants to say that their thoughts are with David Amess and they all hope that he is okay and pulls through. So across the political divide, people hoping that he is well and sending their best wishes.
And of course, Twitter being Twitter, there'll be people going back. So, well, you've used this tone in talking about people, or you're part of this atmosphere. But, until we know anything about the attacker or the motives, that's all a bit redundant. And it does sort of come across a bit like score settling before we even know what's happened or the fate for this poor man.
Exactly. It is worth stressing that we really don't have many details at all about this situation. All we know are the very bare facts of the incident which has taken place. We haven't even had confirmation from the police on some of the major factors. All we've heard from them is that someone has been arrested in this instance. So we'll bring you all the updates as that situation develops and anything more we can bring you.
OK, brilliant. Charlotte, thank you very much.
Kathy Newman on Times Radio with Canaccord Genuity Wealth Management. Build your wealth with confidence. This afternoon from 4. Join Kathy Newman for a perfectly balanced portfolio of up-to-the-minute news, unrivaled analysis and expert opinion.
Plus, every week on The Ladder, I speak to women from the political sphere and beyond about how they've overcome different challenges to rise to the very top of their professions.
Kathy Newman at Drive on Times Radio with Canaccord Genuity Wealth Management. Build your wealth with confidence.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker, this is Times Radio.
Welcome back to Times Radio with me, Jeff Norcott, in association with Henchman Ladders, safe ladders for uneven terrain. Now, if like the rest of the nation, you've been working hard in the news break on this week's Crossword Corner clue, fear not. The Times crossword editor, Richard Rogan, he's still with us. And Richard, could you just remind us of the crossword clue?
Sure can, yeah. So it is as follows. Space traveller who's getting on with alien left Mars in a whirl, and it's 7 and 7.
Now, I would say that I got this relatively quickly, and I felt very good about that fact. I felt special, Richard. And then I looked at... We asked people, obviously, to text in on 87222, and you tweet us at Times Radio. And it turns out that I got this because it's something that everybody can get. This is not the most cryptic of clues. So will you, of course, give us the answer?
Well, I mean, it is a cryptic clue, but I suppose what makes it easier, perhaps, is the fact that it's probably the definition jumps out at you, and it's something very much news. As far as I was concerned, this was the story of the week, really. So basically, the space traveller is William Shatner, which is the answer, and but the full definition is space traveller who's getting on. Okay, so it's because he's... Well, I suppose getting on is a bit of an understatement in the case of William Shatner. He's really getting on, but yeah, he's the first nonagenarian in space. So the rest of the wordplay then, which I guess people maybe didn't need, so it's an anagram clue. So the next part is the anagram. With alien left Mars, and then in a whirl is the anagram indicator. Now, what's slightly tricky about this, maybe for people who are not so au fait with the Times crossword, is that you'll notice there's too many letters in that. With alien left Mars is actually 18 letters. So what we've got here is an abbreviation. So left actually stands for the letter L, and we do that occasionally. So it's strictly speaking, it's with alien L Mars in a whirl, but that doesn't make any sense. So we cheat slightly, and we do things like say L left for L or right for R, or etc. That type of thing. So that's how it works, basically.
So in a way, really, what I haven't done, I haven't really solved a cryptic crossword clue. What I've done is I've answered a topical question. Let's be honest, Richard.
Yeah.
Okay, well, my duck basically continues, but it
doesn't, because you've solved the clue. You've solved it. I mean, if you don't need the second part of the clue, well, that's even better. You haven't even needed to take the whole course of medicine or whatever. You've got there. But that's even better.
But I'm looking at a screen full of people who all got the answer right. But you know what? You're right. Be positive. I'm on the board, right? I'm on the board.
Yeah, and also they may also have done it the same way you did, and just looked at the first two words and they got the answer, and then the 7 and 7, and not bothered with the bit in the middle. Who knows how people have got there? But the point is, you've got there, and that is the main thing. And if that was a crossword, it would be really helpful, because it's quite a long answer, and you'd have lots of letters filled in, and you'd be just on a roll then, I'm sure.
Look, Richard, I thank you for building up my self-esteem. Thanks again. No. And there will be, of course, more from the Crossword Corner next week. And up next, it is time for us to dive headfirst into another edition of the wonderful world of Whipplepedia.
He blinded me with science. It's Whipplepedia with Times Radio Chief Science Officer Tom Whipple.
So, Tom, this is the first time we've done it in person. I didn't even know what you look like. Hello.
Hello, it's nice to be in.
We did, and I enjoy these sections. I enjoy it because Whipplepedia is obviously our weekly look at the strange and wonderful goings-on in the world of science, as far as possible, not COVID-related, because we've still got plenty of that and probably more to come, especially as COVID is obviously over now. That's what I've heard. It's completely finished, never to be discussed again. But I am looking at the stories that you've got this week, and there's loads of really interesting ones here. The first up is about hermit crabs. Talk us through that.
Yeah, I love this story because it involves hermit crabs fighting with each other, being staged gladiatorial battles. But it has, I guess, a serious message as well about pollution. So scientists have become increasingly worried about the effects of microplastics in the environment. Animals eat them, but also the chemicals they produce sort of imitate our hormones. And so there's been this sort of goal to try to understand how they affect animal behaviour. And now, hermit crabs are among the more intelligent crabs, as I'm sure you know.
Of course.
I don't want to patronise the readership. I will briefly describe their method of fighting. A hermit crab needs to get its own shell. It needs to find a shell and live in it. If it sees another crab with a better shell, then it will try to get it. And the way it does it is it goes and attacks that shell and taps on it extremely hard. The defending crab hides inside its shell, trying to sort of sit it out. The act of tapping tells the attacking crab how good the shell is and how big the crab inside is, and it tells the defending crab how big the crab attacking it is, and the hope is that the defending crab will just get so annoyed that it'll leave, or maybe it'll fight it out and then they'll end up taking off each other's legs. For this experiment, for this study, a bunch of scientists put some of these crabs in environments with microplastics and some without, and then they put them together and they deliberately staged these battles where they knew what the outcome would be. They put the strongest crab in the worst shell and the weakest crab in the best shell and waited for them to sort it out. But what they found was that if the crabs had been exposed to microplastics, they were less good at tapping on the shells. They did it less rapidly, with less vigour, and they were also less good at working out that the game was up. They sat there in their shells cowering for longer than was sensible, which put themselves in more danger. So they were weaker and less good at decision making.
How do you specifically, I mean, if that's the case that microplastics are having this effect, is there any understanding biologically or chemically what specifically it's doing to their brains, or what it's shutting down, or what sensory perceptions aren't working as well as they should be?
Not really. One of the things is if they eat them, then it can clog up their guts, and they can feel full even when they're not full, and that means that they then get weaker. So that explains that. But the more complicated thing is this idea that they mimic hormones in some way, and that would change the chemical balance of your brain. But really, scientists aren't sure, but this is one of a number of experiments that are shown in the marine environment that animals seem to get less good at various different things when it comes.
I do like the fighting. I didn't realise there was as much strategy involved. I like the idea that they just... I mean, we had a big fight last week with Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder. I mean, they definitely tapped each other's shells for a long time.
Well, exactly, but this is why they're amongst the cleverest of crustaceans, because they have to spot the best shell, decide if they want it, and then weigh up whether it is worth the fight, whether they can win the fight, whether it's worth the energy expended to get that shell, or whether they should just make do with the shell they have. So yeah, they're more than just sort of bruisers, sort of slugging it out. This is a real cognitive game.
Well, I would definitely watch that on pay-per-view. We have another story here about an ancient society that turned its back on bling.
Yeah, I think this is a particular favourite of mine from this week as well. So there is, in Georgia, modern-day Georgia, in the Caucasus, it was famed in the ancient world for its gold. The Greek Strabo, he wrote of how sort of gold rushed out of the mountains in torrents. It came in these streams, and they used to use fleeces to capture it, so fleeces of sheep. And you might have already made the connection, but it's believed this is the origin of Jason and the Golden Fleece and this sort of great quest. So this is a really famous place. And then suddenly, in about 1500 BC, it just stopped. It just stopped making gold. And this is a study that sort of documented this. It's the author of the study have looked through sort of several thousand different gold objects in the region. So there's just massive, precipitous decline about this time. So you think, oh, maybe they ran out of it. But they didn't. There was no depletion of their gold mines. There was no depletion of the people. It wasn't like there's some sort of plague or demographic disaster. So by eliminating these, the conclusion they've come to is that the most likely explanation is they just decided they didn't want it. It ceased to be fashionable. They decided
a bit crass now.
A bit crass,
We've done the whole gold thing, man. Was it like when the Kardashians started dressing modestly? That took us by surprise, isn't it? Is this kingdom, this regime that you thought forever would dress in that glamorous way, then suddenly, Kim Kardashian's wearing high neck tunics. Is that what's happened here,
Tom? It's exactly that kind of thing. Or perhaps, do you remember when Burberry suddenly became this sort of this common,
high street
brand, and then it lost its cachet. But something happened with losing its luster. And the hypothesis that you go for is that you can also see that the burial mounds get less large and ostentatious as well. And this idea that maybe there was a bit of a regime change, and the old aristocratic regime there were associated with these things. A bit like the Romanovs with Fabergé eggs or something.
Yep.
You didn't see Lenin like putting a crown on and collecting Fabergé eggs. I mean, he was still, a powerful man, but what it had been in the society to project power had changed. And it's, I mean, in a sense, it sort of tells us nothing. It's something that happened in the Bronze Age a long time ago. But in another sense, it's quite cool to see these very human sort of currents and
just
fashions.
something you think that will always have value, like property in London. You know,
yeah.
It's something that eventually, or maybe somebody said, you know what, gold's done, lads. Gold's done. You know what's going to be the new thing? And then just highlighted something that wasn't precious at all. Go, I tell you, put all your money into Pebbles. Pebbles
their
is
sort of version of Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Out
exactly. Or like those people. Do you remember when lockdown first started? And everyone's going, well, I'll tell you who's going to do well. Skype. Turns out, no. Zoom.
No. So yeah, there was some bad investments in gold.
Or maybe they suddenly started making smartphones, and you needed gold for all the circuitry in the smartphones. But yeah, I think it's an interesting metaphor. Those things that you think will always be on an upward curve might or not always be on an upward curve. Here's a smart thing. Who's a clever dog then? It's a collie. Border collies. So what are they? We always had this hunch. We always knew they were pretty good with the old dog GCSEs. Has it been formalised now?
So this is a project known as the Genius Dog Challenge. And with the greatest respect to the news judgment of the Times news desk, we have covered the ins and outs of this scientific quest to the extent that we did with the Higgs boson. We are endlessly fascinated in clever dogs. And what they did was they put a call out ages ago for genius dogs, for dogs whose owners had discovered that their dogs could remember lots of different names for things. Like it's normal, you can tell a dog to sit, to stand, to fetch, whatever. They might know what the word for slippers is. They'll probably know what the word for food is. But that's kind of where you stop. But they said, look, can you name lots of different toys? And it goes and gets the right one. And then they've done an analysis. They've sort of collected together these genius dogs from around the world, the creme de la creme of dogs. And yes, they have found that border collies are particularly good. And as you say, they've got a reputation for being very clever and for being very good at following human commands to go places. They've obviously been bred for that. But it's more than that. It's we're used to considering animals in aggregates. You say, this is averagely intelligent gorilla, this is an averagely intelligent hermit crab. But they're looking at the elite in the same way as we do at humans. We don't talk about averagely intelligent humans. We say, that's an Einstein, that's this. And the variance in intelligence is important as well. And so it's a different way of considering what animals are capable of, rather than just looking at your bog standard collie. They're looking at ones that can identify 28 different
Can they identify
toys.
Different beers to get from a fridge?
They could absolutely.
If you said I'm in the mood for a
that.
sort of blonde ale at the moment.
This is I hope the next stage in their research is to give you the perfect home companion.
Yeah, I mean, not that they should be like home versions of kind of like slayers, but they get fed.
They enjoy it. They'll wag their tail.
They want to be busy, don't they? I mean, when you look into the eyes of a collie, they're a bit intense. I mean, you see the intelligence. It's searing. You sort of think if they were a human, they'd be the one up at midnight updating their CV on LinkedIn. Of all the dogs, all the other dogs, the St. Bernards would just be lying around going, I'm going when I'm needed. But the Border Collie would be the one going, no, come on, guys, you've always got to be out here. Seize the day. The Border Collie is a very seize the day sort of species.
So if you give meaning in your life, you'd get beer and they'd get their tummy stroked.
They would. And they are the cutest puppies. I mean, no offence to Border Collie owners, when they become adult dogs, it drops off quite a lot, doesn't it? But Border Collie puppies are ridiculous. Have you seen them?
I have. I love them, but less good at getting beer. Or do you keep them until they become adult? Then
when they're puppies, they'll bring me a short. Obviously, I'll take them up in size as we go. Wild swimming can help you lose weight. First up, can I just say about wild swimming? This is, one of these things, like moving in the circles I did. I did a Google about this. There's so many articles about it. This is clearly, I'm always going about middle class fads. This is a very middle class thing, isn't it? Yeah.
It is, yeah. This is off to the Hampstead Pond, breaking the ice, being hearty and smug.
It's just swimming, isn't it? But in like rivers.
It is. This study's actually it's something slightly. It doesn't need to be wild swimming. What they've been looking at is it would be better classified as cold swimming. Right. There's an idea that's gaining credence, which is that exposing ourselves to cold more regularly is very very good for you. That our bodies weren't built to sit in these air-conditioned studios at the perfect temperature where I can be here in my shirt. Just as So it used to be, if you spoke to someone 100 years ago, they wouldn't have had this idea that exercise is good for you. And it's quite counterintuitive that it is. But putting your body under a bit of stress is now accepted to be a really useful thing when it comes to exercise. And it appears the same might be true when it comes to temperature. We were built to experience extremes of temperature, whether hot or cold. And there's been this big movement for ice baths and for building up. The idea is it builds up this thing called brown fat, which is a bit different. It's this store of fat that can be very, very quickly burnt to give you your... To build up your temperature. And of course, maintaining your temperature is, I mean, forget about exercise. You could, you'll see those things where, I've gone a half marathon, how much calories have I burnt? Oh, it's a Mars bar. The thing that really burns calories is keeping your temperature up. We are warm-blooded animals and it's really hard to do so. So if you're immersing yourself in cold water, and this study again seems to add evidence to this, then that's an excellent way of burning calories, an excellent way of putting your body under kind of useful stress that means that you can then stay in touch with your primeval self and regain that kind of evolutionary advantage through
I mean, the way you're saying it all sounds good, mate. There's absolutely no way I'm jumping in a fjord.
Well, yeah, and I don't know. It also slightly falls down. I've covered a lot of this, and people are very... They're very adamant that we're talking about tapping into this ancient primeval thing. But of course, we grew up in East Africa, which is well known as probably the most pleasant, the East African Highlands, the most pleasant environment. It's basically like being in an air-conditioned office all day long, not too hot, not too cold. So I think there are questions yet to be answered about this. And the most compelling data comes from mice.
Brown fat as well, not the greatest word, is it? If you're trying to get me, you know what you really need to work on, your brown fat. They've got to come up with a better name for that. But it's kind of like, so is it the quick use fat, the stuff that's there, it's always kind of primed and ready to go?
Yeah, look, we didn't know, until recently it was a matter of controversy as to whether humans even had it in adulthood. It was something that you had as a child and other animals had. But exactly that, it is the sort of the go-to furnace. It's right, I need to be warm quick, and you train your body to build this up and then to burn it quickly.
Kids definitely have it. Can I just say, without any science, I mean, this is literally unscientific. As you were explaining, energy that can be burnt quickly, I just suddenly had this image of my 5-year-old son running in circles and the speed with which he could process energy and deliver it in the form of noise and movement. Just another story here. I mean, it's had quite mainstream attention, which is William Shatner going into space at the age of 90. Just an incredible thing. Also a bit annoying because you sort of think, by the time I'm 90, I don't want to be doing anything stressful. He's sort of... would you take that option, Tom?
Oh, God, yeah.
Even for that 11 minutes? I mean,
yeah, absolutely love to. I mean, look, you can debate whether he was really in space. I would argue if you're not in orbit, you're not in space. Even if you go higher than orbit, I think the difficult thing is to make the thing go round the Earth and stay up there, not to go up and down. But that's a semantic point that ignores the fact that William Shatner's had a lovely time, and I can't object to that.
Well, I suspect that for a lot of people that yours is the correct definition. Mine is, can I see the Earth the way it looks in films? That's when I would think that I was.
Once you start examining it, there's no good definition of space. But he's done it. I think a lot of people have been a little bit sniffy about this. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of CO2. It's all sorts of things. I tend to be more positive. I think that human progress has always come through very rich people doing idiotic things that were at the time appeared to be completely pointless. So I'm quite excited that we now have a rocket that's reusable and that is easy enough to be in that a 90-year-old can get in it and not suffer.
But could he get up again, though? I mean, that is the point. Sorry, that's a bit of an ageist humour, isn't it? Is that one form of humour that we're still allowed to do? You
can't say anything these days.
You can't. I mean, there's still the old gags. Where did he go up there and forget why he'd gone there in the first place? Let's just go through the repertoire of old person gags here. But you mentioned, the pushback on this. Prince William has waded into this by suggesting that entrepreneurs should focus on saving Earth rather than engaging in space tourism, saying that great minds should be trying to repair this planet, not trying to find the next place to go and live. I mean, that depends on how far you think the planet is broken, because if it's beyond repair, going and finding the next place to live is probably the absolute thing you should be doing.
Well, yeah, I think ultimately, we need to become a spacefaring civilization, and we need to put our humanity's eggs in several different baskets. The fact that we are in space commercially is one of the reasons we know so much about climate change and about weather and about remote monitoring. Ultimately, you could make the case as well that, look, we want to move heavy industries up into space. We want to have solar arrays that gather all of this free energy that's knocking around up there. And perhaps we even want to mine asteroids rather than mining on Earth. So I think there are plenty of good cases to be made for going into space from an environmental reason. But I wouldn't deny that William Shatner going there was, on the face of it, completely pointless.
Does it not feel like, in a way that you think of all the people that have shown an interest in space travel over the years, but one of the first people that got to go up there was Jeff Bezos, the guy that invented basically online Argos. It doesn't seem to be any justice in that time.
Well, there never is justice. I mean, it is always very wealthy people who might not have done things that you consider particularly laudable who fund these massive vanity projects. And
speaking of vanity, can you ask me a question? Did it, and I think a lot of people know what I'm alluding to here. Let's think about, if anybody that's seen The Craft.
I know exactly what you're alluding
it's
to.
Phallic. Did it need to look like that, or is that just Jeff Bezos having another midlife crisis?
The argument that I've heard is that the aerodynamics, they've modelled it, this is the best way to do it, but then you have to question, why does no other rocket in the history of humanity look quite so much like a penis?
I mean, I think that is the absolute perfect place. Why does no other rocket in the history of humanity look quite so much like that? Tom Whipple, thanks so much for guiding us through this week's Whipplepedia. And if you want to hear some more great stories from the likes of Tom, then why not pick up a Times subscription? Today, the Times art critic, writer Richard Morrison has written a provocative piece on the British Council, and you can read his view and add your own by going to the T2 section of the Times website. You'll need a digital subscription, but don't forget the first month is free. Still to come in the next hour, we'll be keeping you updated, obviously, on the situation with David Amess. We'll get a bit green-fingered, we'll be talking baking, but before that, it will be the news.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
This is Times Radio, I'm Jeff Norcott, and it is time for the 3 o'clock news with Rachel Jewell.
Thanks, Jeff. Good afternoon. A man's been arrested after Conservative MP Sir David Amess was stabbed at a constituency meeting in Essex. It's understood the 69-year-old was attacked at Belfair's Methodist Church in Leigh-on-Sea. Senior Conservative MP and friend David Davis says his thoughts are with the family, and he's told Times Radio security has got to be beefed up.
This was in David's surgery. And we, all of us, meet face-to-face with constituents in our surgeries. We have to. It's necessary. And in some ways, there's no way of protecting against it. But the House of Commons are going to have to think very, very hard about how we look after and protect MPs who come under these threats.
East Ham MP Stephen Timms, who was stabbed at a constituency surgery in 2010, has written on Twitter, appalled to hear of the attack. I know him well and am thinking of him with the very best wishes as we await further news. Conservative MP Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Jones has told us to attack an MP who's doing their duty is terrible and has described the incident as dreadful.
We are elected as the Member of Parliament for everybody, however they voted. So David and all of us will have people coming to see us who are not supporters, but that's beside the point. We're there to help them when they and their families are in trouble, and we do our very best to do that. So to really harm an MP when he's trying to do his best for his constituency and for the people in it is really shocking.
The Chief Executive of the UK Health Security Agency says she'll be carrying out a serious incident investigation to avoid any further problems with coronavirus testing. It's been suspended at a private laboratory in Wolverhampton after an estimated 43,000 people were given incorrect PCR results. There's also been problems at another centre in Berkshire where people have been advised to get retested. Lynn Doherty is the leader of West Berkshire Council. She says they acted quickly.
As soon as we realised there was an issue, we went out to our community to let them know, because it would be a very worrying time for a lot of people if they're feeling unwell but they're being told that there's a negative test.
The United States is lifting restrictions on vaccinated foreign travellers from November the 8th. Most Britons have been essentially banned from travelling to America under curbs on non-essential travel introduced at the start of the coronavirus pandemic. The White House says people will be allowed to travel by land and air with a valid vaccination pass. Greater powers are going to be introduced to issue visa penalties on countries that don't cooperate with the UK's request for deportations. The Home Secretary will be able to suspend all types of visas, impose a £190 surcharge or slow down processing times. The US already has a similar system. Police in Norway say the man who's suspected of killing 5 people with a bow and arrow has been placed in a psychiatric institution. Danish citizen Esben Andersen Broughton has confessed to the crime. 4 women and a man were killed in the attack in Kongsberg, which is around 40 miles away from Oslo. Greenpeace says it's immensely helpful that the Queen has spoken about being irritated by a lack of action on climate change. Her Majesty was overheard voicing her frustrations about not knowing who is and who isn't attending next month's COP26 climate summit in Glasgow. The Times says China's president won't be going, but Scott Morrison, the Australian Prime Minister, has confirmed today that he will attend the summit. Shadow Housing Secretary Lucy Powell's been telling us the UK, as host of COP26, have to lead by example.
We talk the talk, as the Queen says. We are talking the talk, but we're not walking the walk in this country. And that's why we need a kind of plan that we're setting out, and we've been setting out over the last few weeks, to retrofit all of our homes in this country, which would provide lots of jobs for people as well, and will reduce people's energy bills at this critical point, make us much more resilient, as well as meeting our climate targets.
Star Trek actor William Shatner says Prince William is missing the point by criticising space tourism. The 90-year-old became the oldest man to go there earlier this week. The Duke of Cambridge said this week we should be aiming to repair the planet and not looking for the next place to live. Shatner says he just wanted to show how practical heading into space can be. Plenty of sunshine in the north this afternoon, cloudier with some isolated showers in the south. And our top sports story this hour, Newcastle have confirmed that Steve Bruce will take to the St James's Park dugout this weekend for his 1,000th game as manager. In a club statement, director Amanda Staveley told fans change does not always happen overnight. It demands time, and that we follow a carefully considered plan and strategy. She wishes Bruce the best of luck against Tottenham in their Premier League game on Sunday. We'll have a full sports update on half past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. Friday afternoon on Times Radio.
With Henchman Ladders.
Welcome back to Times Radio with me, Jeff Norcott, sitting in for Giles Corran in association with Henchman Ladders. Now, Times Radio's political correspondent Charlotte Ivers is here to bring us a full political update from the Westminster reaction and story beyond on the news that David Amess, Conservative MP, has been stabbed earlier at a constituency surgery. So for people just tuning in, just update us on when and where this happened and how things unfolded.
Well, these reports emerged a couple of hours ago, and we learned from David Amess's local paper that he had been stabbed repeatedly while attending a constituency surgery. We've just had an update from Essex Police with the following tweet that they have put out. They say a man has been arrested on suspicion of murder after a man was stabbed in Leigh-on-Sea. We were called to Eastwood Road shortly after 12:05 p.m. Sadly, a man later died. One man was arrested at the scene. We are not looking for anyone else.
OK, so in this context, obviously that is an absolute conversation that the person in question is David Amess, but obviously there weren't any other reports of any other persons being injured, so it does seem like there is a possibility that this could be the worst possible news. I mean, for those of us that don't know him, tell us a bit more about him as an MP.
David Amess was one of the longest-serving MPs in Parliament. He became the MP for Basildon in 1983. He held that position until 1997 when he moved to Southend West. And he's had a very long career within the Conservative Party. He was a parliamentary private secretary to Michael Portillo in the 90s. And he has campaigned on numerous issues throughout his life. Firstly, animal welfare. That's been one of his top priorities. He helped bring in legislation to stop the tethering of animals in ways that are cruel, unnecessarily cruel, and therefore brought about a change in the law. He's also campaigned on banning puppy farming, on the exports of live animals, any number of other factors. He was also a pro-life campaigner. That's something that he dedicated a lot of political energy to. And also as well, endometriosis. He encountered a constituent who was having severe problems with endometriosis and was struggling to get doctors to take her seriously. And that led him to set up the all-party parliamentary group on endometriosis, work that he continued for a long time, essentially campaigning not only for better services for people with endometriosis, but also for better public understanding and medical understanding of the disease.
So yeah, a distinguished record of work. I mean, at this point, it should be said that we have this statement from Essex Police at the moment. We're still waiting for total confirmation of exactly what's happened and what the consequences of that have been. I mean, we discussed earlier that these attacks have been a feature of British political life. There have been examples across the last 10 years, of course, with Jo Cox, and she wasn't the only one.
She wasn't. Stephen Timms, a London MP, he was also stabbed in a surgery in 2010. There was also an incident as well with a Liberal Democrat MP whose parliamentary aide was killed in one of these attacks a few years before that. So this is something we are sadly seeing a lot of, and it's an atmosphere which has really cut through with a lot of MPs, a lot of them receiving death threats. We've even seen prosecutions for people who have been harassing and threatening MPs. And if you speak to any members of the Parliament, they will have concerns, if not for their own security, but for the security of one of their friends or colleagues at very least. This is something that's sadly become an increasingly big part of British political life.
And of course, one of the unfortunate things is the Twitter sphere and social media being what it is. I mean, most people are just concerned, and waiting for official news, which we don't fully have yet, but it is coming in all the time. But people wanting to kind of score settle and sort of pointing fingers and blaming individual people, whatever this attack was and whoever this person is, at this point we don't know anything about the person and we don't know anything about the motive.
We don't at all. The police have not confirmed anything about who this person is. All we know is that there is only one person that the police were looking for, so they don't think that there's anybody else who is a person of interest or who they want to arrest in this case. It's worth noting that there have been tributes coming in to David Amess from across the political spectrum. We've heard from both the leader and the deputy leader of the Labour Party, Angela Rayner, saying that her thoughts of the Labour Party are with David and his family. She was saying that they hope that he was okay and would pull through, and obviously it looks increasingly likely that he hasn't. Carrie Johnson, the Prime Minister's wife, has just tweeted absolutely devastating news about Sir David Amess. He was hugely kind and good, an enormous animal lover and a true gent. This is so completely unjust. Thoughts are with his wife and children. So you've got people from across the political spectrum paying tribute to him.
Yeah, and it also is a delicate thing. As you say, he's a sir, and I guess that would have been the work that was done in around animals, was it, and animal welfare?
And for his long-serving record within Parliament, exactly. And interestingly, there is one lovely campaign that David Amess has been running for a while. It's almost, I don't want quite to say a running joke because it is considered humorous in Westminster, but it was also taken very seriously and people respected his pride in Southend-on-Sea. He has been running a campaign for a long time to get Southend to become a city. And it's sort of become a bit of a meme in Westminster almost, that whatever the topic of a debate is, David Amess would ask a question about that, but then somehow also try and get whoever the minister was to commit to making Southend a city. And he may just have got there. Boris Johnson seems to be moving towards that. The City Council are putting together a bid, so potentially that could be something we'll see in the next year or so. Certainly that's what local politicians are hoping.
And whatever the outcome of this attack is, I mean, it doesn't change the fact that it is a very vulnerable and naked situation that many MPs find themselves in. I mean, this whole thing of having to do constituency surgeries, it is both a brilliant and beautiful aspect of British democracy. I don't know how common it is around, the world that it happens in such a direct way. There were improvements to security after some of the recent attacks. Just talk us through those.
There were substantial improvements to MP security after the death of Jo Cox, and essentially there are various different threat levels that MPs face. All MPs would have a basic level of security. You'd have security officials come and check your house, provide you with training for what to do in dangerous instance, but then MPs who have received a heightened level of threat for whatever reason, be that because they have explicitly received a threat or because they have something about their political views or about their personhood that means that they are likely to be under threat, they are at a higher level, so they would receive more substantial security protections. And it's quite interesting, actually. I'm just looking at some of the social media response that came in to this a couple of hours ago. This is from a former Westminster staffer who says, I always carried 2 alarm devices when I worked in Westminster and was outside the premises, one with a bright light and screeching noise, a distraction in case you needed to escape an attacker, and another to notify a private security team when you needed support urgently. The threat to MPs and their staff is so high that pretty much all staff I knew had some sort of security incident training of some sort or another, while MPs considered high profile received extra protection everywhere they went. So this is something that is everywhere in Westminster. It's something taken very, very seriously by the people who work there.
I mean, it's sad that, this kind of toxic attitude in and around politics and politicians we would have seen, particularly during the Brexit campaign, and even preceding that in the Scottish Indie campaign. You think back to Brexit, seeing Anna Soubry hassled, we would have seen over the years, however you feel about politicians, Nigel Farage having a milkshake thrown at him, you just start to see that these things are all part of a spectrum in which the people have felt emboldened to take the way that they feel about politicians and act on it. And, it may be that sadly that may have come to a head in a situation like this.
Certainly that is the sense that I get from speaking to MPs. It does seem to be the case that the political atmosphere has got substantially more toxic in the last few years. And as you say, there are a number of factors at play there. I think a lot of the reason that MPs point to is that people are just much more interested in politics now. Obviously, that's a very good thing in some ways. You had all these high-profile political events, but with it, it does bring heightened emotions. And on the extremes, it does bring people who end up giving MPs death threats or threatening them in other manners, or in these horrible, horrible instances, committing acts of violence against them.
I mean, and of course, social media in a way, we always knock it and it serves many great purposes and functions in democracy. But what people can do is they can drill down into their own confirmation bias, and they can top up on moral certainty by essentially going down rabbit holes that confirm everything that they think. And increasingly there are these people, and of course, these aren't a plethora of incidents, but they're enough now for it to be an issue whereby they may feel, and it should be said at this point, we don't know anything about the attacker or the motive, but it may be that people feel emboldened morally, certainly in the case with Joe Cox, that they can take that action to an MP.
I think as well, it's worth noting that social media has very much changed the job of MPs. So many different MPs spend a lot of time on social media. They think of it as a good way to engage with their constituents, but that is also the way that people access them to send this sort of abuse, to send these sort of threats. And it does seem to make a lot of MPs very unhappy. Just seeing a tweet tribute coming in from Brendan Cox. Of course, he is the husband of Joe Cox, the MP who was murdered in 2016. He says, "My thoughts and love are with David's family. They are all that matter now. This brings everything back. The pain, the loss, but also how much love the public gave us following the loss of Joe. I hope they can do the same for David now."
I mean, we spoke earlier about the MP's surgeries, and in a similar way with terrorist attacks, there will be questions after this about the level of security that you can have. As we're by London Bridge now, where we record this, and there's that trade-off between how you want a society to operate versus the kind of liberties that matter to us. And I guess that will be a question for people going forward, is how much security can you have? A lot of MPs will ask that question. They want to feel safe as well. But for a lot of backbenchers that we don't often hear about, there's been an age of political big beasts where certain personalities take a lot of the attention. But somebody like David Amess and hundreds more like him really treasure that time that they get to spend with their constituents.
They do. And this is something that always comes up when you speak to MPs about security. They say they want to be out and about. They want to be able to just wander down the high street, shake hands, meet people. And they don't want to have big burly security guards with them because it makes them feel less accessible. And a huge part of being a member of parliament is being accessible to your constituents. But then there is that trade-off. And I have, again, spoken to MPs' partners who said it worries me terribly thinking about my partner going about their business. And we have seen changes in the way business is done. Obviously, during the pandemic, a lot of MPs' surgeries went online. But it's a mark of how important that face-to-face contact is in these cases, that pretty much every MP I've spoken to has gone straight back to in-person surgeries as soon as possible. So no one would ever want to get rid of those. What was brought in after Joe Cox was sadly murdered was a system whereby instead of your MP just sitting in an area and saying, right, I'm here, come and visit me, they would instead say, if you email, then you will be allocated a slot and your name will be checked on the door, your ID will be checked on the door. And the point of that was to stop them from being quite so exposed. So there have been movements within the system, but clearly, very sadly today, it looks like those movements haven't been enough to avoid this sort of horrible, horrible violence.
And you see, there's a certain cynicism that's crept in about politicians. Being a political comedian myself and finding myself operating in this world, you just start to realise that, like most jobs, and with politicians, the overwhelming amount of people, the majority of people get into it because they want to make a difference. Most MPs in the Commons are not front benchers. They're backbench MPs. And, in the case of David Amess, working very hard and passionate about the areas that they live in. It's a really important thing, MPs coming from a community. And like you say, this campaign to make Southend a city was sort of an example of how rooted he was in that community.
I think that's a very fair assessment. And as well, an awful lot of the work that MPs do, we don't see. Most of it doesn't take place in the chamber in Parliament. It doesn't take place speaking to the media on Times Radio or anywhere else. It takes place in their email accounts and in these constituency meetings with their constituents, and they fix a huge amount of problems. I often think the way it works is people come to their MPs after the mechanisms of the state have failed them. They're banging their head against a brick wall of bureaucracy, be that their immigration status, be that their inability to get social housing, be it their inability to get their tax sorted out, any number of issues. If you are banging your head against the wall, the last resort is often getting your MP to make that phone call and kicking the system into place. And of course, we don't really see that. We don't really see the role that MPs play there, but that is something that a lot of them take very, very seriously and focus an awful lot of their time on. And that's what David Amess will have been doing today in that constituency surgery.
Okay, sad news that it has now been confirmed that the person who has died this afternoon was in fact the Conservative MP Sir David Amess. A few minutes ago, Cathy Newman spoke to the Conservative MP David Davis about the stabbing of David Amess before the news broke that he had died and asked for his reaction.
This is becoming almost a repeat episode with members of Parliament. Obviously, Joe Cox was killed tragically, but there have been at least two other events where attempts were made on MPs' lives. One, their assistant was killed, and the other one, they were themselves injured. So it's becoming a serious problem. And I'm not entirely sure what you can do to stop it, because this was in David's surgery. And we all of us meet face to face with constituents in our surgeries. We have to. It's necessary. And in some ways, there's no way of protecting against it. But the House of Commons are going to have to think very, very hard about how we look after and protect MPs who come under these threats.
So security has really got to be beefed up now, has it, for MPs?
Well, I think it is. I mean, just a sort of a rather tangential thing. I mean, for about just under a decade, I was on an IRA death list. And it was interesting to me. I mean, obviously, I'm fine, nothing happened. But it was interesting to me at the time that whilst if you're a cabinet minister and that sort of thing happened, you'd be surrounded by protection and God knows what else. If you're an MP, I just was told by the Metropolitan Police, well, we'll send you a letter if anything gets worse. And every few years, I get a letter saying, be careful. Wasn't quite sure what I had to do. And we've been quite careless is the wrong word, but we haven't taken Member of Parliament's security sufficiently seriously. Indeed, and I include myself and I include members of Parliament themselves in that, because I actually turned down some security recently because I thought it was a bit expensive. But I mean, it's expensive for the taxpayer, not for me. And I think many of us may rethink that now. I think we're going to have to think very hard as public life seems to get more frenetic, driven by the internet, driven by whatever, about the safety of public servants, which is what members of Parliament are, after all. And these days as well, I mean, just as a compounding factor, many, many more members of Parliament are women. And of course, if you're an attacker, that makes the target just a little bit easier, a little bit less strong, a little bit less fast, whatever, So there are a whole series of issues that really have to be addressed quite closely.
Do you personally feel a bit fearful about your safety?
Well, no, I don't feel fearful. I mean, but the truth is, I think we just have to take a rational, careful approach.
So that was David Davis talking to Cathy Newman a few minutes ago about security and about the risks that MPs face. Just a reminder that sadly the news has been confirmed now that Conservative MP Sir David Amess has passed away. He's died after an attack at his Essex constituency where he received multiple stab wounds. I've got Charlotte Ivers with me. I mean, obviously this is terrible news. This is somebody, you know, that left essentially to do something this morning to help his local constituents and has now lost his life. I mean, let's just go back to the story as it unfolded. What sort of time was it that the first report started to emerge?
It was 12:05 that the police were called to the scene, and it looks like they treated David Amess for several hours at the scene after he was stabbed multiple times. There's been a big police presence in the area. I've seen police helicopters in place, a big police cordon. So obviously a very, very serious incident that they're responding to there. The police have said that they have arrested one man on suspicion of murder, and they are not arresting anybody else. He is the only suspects involved in this case.
And, you know, obviously the tributes are pouring in. And, you know, so often in these cases it might be seen that people feel that they need to say something. But it certainly seems that it's a very earnest thing that this was somebody that worked very hard for his local community.
It doesn't seem to be the case that these tributes are coming in from across the political spectrum. So just to pick out a few of them, Dan Jarvis, Labour MP, says devastating news about David. An attack of this kind is an attack on the very foundations of our democracy. A truly dark day. My thoughts and condolences are with his family, friends, staff and constituents. And then on the other side of the political spectrum, William Ragg, MP, a Conservative. So David Amess was a friend to all. I never heard him say a bad word about anyone. He was tremendous fun and could be relied upon to cheer us up and had the best stories going. A dedicated MP who cared deeply for others. What a loss. How we shall all miss him. There's a lovely tweet as well that I saw earlier today from a former Labour MP who said that when she lost her seat, David Amess phoned her Tory successor and said to him that he had big shoes to fill and that he had also been a very good comfort to her, David Amess had, when she was diagnosed with cancer. So clearly a man with friends across the political spectrum, a very polite, considered and kind man is the picture being painted by his colleagues today.
I mean, it should be said, and if in a way it's inevitable that people will speculate about why this attack has happened and who has done it. We don't know anything at this point. You know, it could be politically motivated. It could just be somebody who's performed an attack without motive. We simply don't know, but speculation is out there. But what we do know is that it is a sort of sobering reminder of the risks that politicians face. I mean, you just don't know how it operates globally, but it's a very old-fashioned democracy, this, isn't it? MPs face each other across a chamber. They go back to their surgeries. They're literally there to one night they could be voting on, membership of the European Union. On another, they could be helping people with very, rent arrears. It's quite a unique job in a lot of ways.
It is absolutely remarkable as a job, and we do have a huge amount of access to our politicians in this country. Remember when Theresa May was Prime Minister, every Friday she would still go to her constituency in Maidenhead and meet and speak to constituents. So you could be there with a problem with your bin collections, and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom would sit there and listen to you and make sure that problem got fixed. So this access is a fundamental part of our democracy. If you speak to MPs, they are all really pleased to be able to do that part of their job. For most of them, it's the bit they really enjoy. They don't really want to be sitting in a committee room going line by line through legislation in Parliament. They want to be out meeting people and helping people. But that does come with this risk, and that is a risk that all MPs have been acutely aware of in the last few years. Obviously, the murder of Joe Cox deeply shook Parliament and parliamentarians. And then as well, the stabbing of Stephen Timms, London Labour MP in 2010, had a similar impact. He thankfully did survive that, but even so, a horrible attack.
I mean, going back, is this something that has been a feature of the last 11 years? Did it precede that in any way? Or is this, is it part of the kind of sort of more toxic and more incendiary political environment that we find ourselves in?
Well, we have seen attacks on MPs, sadly, before. There were, of course, the bombings at Conservative Party conference under Margaret Thatcher. Nigel Jones, a Liberal Democrat MP in the southwest of England, he was attacked in the year 2000 and his aide was sadly killed, again, attending an advice surgery. So this is not a completely new phenomenon. But if you speak to MPs, there is a real sense that things have got worse in the last few years. And part of that will be the fact that MPs are more accessible than ever. They are on Twitter. They are constantly contactable. If people want to send them a death threat, send them abuse, it is very, very easy for them to do so. But also as well, you do get the sense from speaking to people in Westminster that the political atmosphere has soured. Things are more divisive and people do feel very emotively about the political events that are happening. And on the extreme end, that can sometimes mean that you end up in a situation whereby violence occurs. And sadly, it does seem to be happening with increasing regularity.
OK, now David Spencer, thanks for that, Charlotte. David Spencer, our news editor, is also on the line now to bring us the latest. David?
Good afternoon to you. Awful news that we're hearing from Leon C this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, we've just been sort of obviously announcing the news that David Amess, the Conservative MP, has now died after that attack. Is there any other information that's come to light in the last few minutes?
Well, we're slowly getting more a picture about what's happened. So just take you back to what we know about what played out shortly after midday in Leon C. So David Amess holding a constituency surgery, as they're called, meeting with local constituents in this Methodist church in Leon C. We understand a man stormed into the building and stabbed Sir David Amess a number of times. Shortly after, eyewitnesses have described a gentleman being taken away and arrested by police. We now know that's on suspicion of murder. Tributes absolutely are coming in by the second in terms of colleagues paying tribute to Sir David Amess. I just wanted to sort of paint a picture of those people who know the name, might not be able to remember this MP who's worked in the Commons over the last 20 years or so, 30 years in terms of Commons career, a really well-liked figure in Parliament. And people may remember the 1992 general election when the Labour Party was fully expected to win in the build-up to that election, and John Major's surprise victory. During the night of that election, the Basildon seat that Sir David Amess won was the first indicator that the Tories were going to win that election, to everyone's surprise. It was predicted to be a hung parliament at the start of the night. And his beaming smile that night became the picture of the 1992 general election night. And it actually summed up, someone who's passionate about the area that he represents. And although the constituency boundaries have changed slightly in terms of what his constituency is called, he's completely connected to this Essex area. And people have been talking this afternoon whether they are colleagues, that we've heard those tributes that Charlotte's been talking about in terms of people saying statements in the last few moments, but also people that live in the area just saying that even if they're not necessarily supportive of the Conservative Party, it was an MP that cared about the area. Obviously, security around these surgeries, as they're called, will now once again come into question. Yeah,
it certainly does seem to be a very much loved and committed MP for his area. And David, thanks very much for that update. Kathy Newman will obviously continue to give updates on all this news on the death of Sir David Amess as this story continues to unfold. But that will come after the latest news from Times Radio's Rachel Jewell.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, Jeff. Good afternoon. Conservative MP Sir David Amess has died after being stabbed multiple times at a meeting with constituents. The suspect, a 25-year-old man, has been arrested on suspicion of murder after the Tory veteran was stabbed several times during a surgery in Essex. Our head of news, David Spencer, has more details about what happens.
We think it started just after midday. Sir David Amess holding a constituency surgery, as they're called, but a constituency meeting in Leon C, and reports of a man running into the church where it's being held and David Amess being stabbed multiple times. And Ian Duncan-Smith had spoken about an hour ago about how concerned he was because he had been stabbed a number of times.
Secretary of State for Northern Ireland Brandon Lewis has described Sir David Amess as one of the life's truly nice people. He tweeted, "So shocked and saddened by this awful news. My thoughts are with his family and loved ones." All speaking to us before the death was announced, senior Conservative MP and friend David Davis says his thoughts are with the family and told Times Radio a whole series of issues need to be addressed now.
We've been quite, careless is the wrong word, but we haven't taken Member of Parliament's security sufficiently seriously. Indeed, and I include myself and I include members of Parliament themselves in that, because I actually turned down some security recently because I thought it was a bit expensive. But I mean, it's expensive for the taxpayer, not for me. And I think many of us may rethink that now.
In other news, about 43,000 people have been given wrong PCR COVID test results. Most of those affected are in the southwest of England. NHS Test and Trace has suspended operations at a lab in Wolverhampton. And the US has confirmed foreign travellers, including Britons, will be allowed to start entering the country from November the 8th. Holidays there have been essentially banned under restrictions introduced at the start of the coronavirus pandemic. Plenty of sunshine in the north this afternoon, cloudier with some isolated showers in the south. Ben Fletcher has the sports.
Newcastle have confirmed that Steve Bruce will be in charge this weekend against Tottenham, his 1,000th game as manager. In a club statement, director Amanda Staveley told fans, change does not always happen overnight. It demands time and that we follow a carefully considered plan and strategy. She wishes Bruce the best of luck against Tottenham on Sunday and says if there are any changes to be made going forward, he'll be the first to know. Rangers manager Steven Gerrard is one of those linked with replacing Bruce.
Everyone connected with the game's looking in with interest to see how that develops. But from a personal point of view, I don't really get involved in speculation, and I wish Steve Bruce all the best. I'm in a very big job and a very big role here that I'm very much fully focused on. And we've got a top-of-the-table clash at the weekend, and it's a game I'm very much looking forward to. But I've certainly got one eye on Newcastle in terms of seeing Brucey get his 1,000th game.
FIFA has confirmed it's helped evacuate almost 100 refugees from Afghanistan. The group, which is now in Qatar, includes players and coaches from the women's national football team. All of those evacuated were considered to be high risk following the takeover of the Taliban. MPs are to examine next week whether £2.8 million of public money committed to considering a UK and Ireland bid to host the 2030 World Cup represents good value. The cross-party DCMS committee will question the funding body UK Sport. FIFA is expected to outline the bidding regulations for the 2030 World Cup in the first half of next year. And Britain's new number one male tennis player Cameron Norrie is targeting one of the coveted 8 places at the lucrative season-ending ATP Finals in Turin after reaching the last 4 at Indian Wells. Norrie will face Grigor Dimitrov in his first semi-final at Masters 1000 level. He's guaranteed at least £246,000 worth of prize money. A reminder, Saturday is game day over on TalkSport with 3 more exclusive Premier League commentaries. Among them, Brentford host Chelsea from 5 p.m.
Friday afternoon on Times Radio.
With Henchman, ladders for uneven ground, helping you work safely at height. Take the next step at henchman.co.uk/Times Radio.
Well, good afternoon. You join us as it's confirmed that the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has died after being stabbed at his constituency surgery in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder. The MP had been treated by emergency services, but very sadly died at the scene. Tributes are pouring in now, and questions are also being asked already about the safety of MPs following the death of Joe Cox in 2016. There have also been similar attacks on MPs and their staff more recently. This afternoon, I'll be asking, how safe is our democracy? This is Cathy Newman. I'm here with you until 7 o'clock with this breaking news about the very sad death of Sir David Amess, MP. Well, Charlotte Ivers, Times Radio's political correspondent, joins me now and has the very latest. Charlotte, it's tragic news, isn't it?
It's absolutely horrendous news, a horrible incident that we've seen today. Essex police have just in the last half an hour or so confirmed, as you say, that a man died at the scene, and we understand that that is David Amess. Essentially, the chain of events is that the police were called to Eastwood Road North in David Amess's constituency shortly after 12:05 p.m. There he was holding an advice surgery in a church, and we understand a man had run in and had attacked him, stabbed him multiple times in that constituency meeting. Now, the police have said that they have arrested a man at the scene and they are not looking for anybody else, so just a single person who is a person of interest to the police at the moment.
And give us a little bit of background, if you would, about David Amess, the MP, the man, and how he will be remembered.
Well, David Amess was one of the longest-serving MPs in Parliament. He was first elected as the MP for Basildon in 1983. In 1997, he switched over to be the MP for Southend West, and he's had a long and storied career in Conservative politics. key political priorities. He is a pro-life campaigner, anti-abortion campaigner. He's also a strong advocate of animal rights. That's been a real chain throughout his entire career. He helped bring into legislation a law that prevented tethering animals in a cruel way. So it's illegal to cause unnecessary suffering to an animal now by tethering them, and that is thanks to David Amess's legislation. But he also campaigned on banning puppy farming, for example, or exporting live animals, both of which have become the law. A firm committed Brexiteer, one of the original Eurosceptics, and someone absolutely delighted by the Brexit vote and who has campaigned strongly for that throughout his political career. But as well, there is another thing David Amess will be remembered for, and it's a big political bugbear that he has pushed for the last few years, and that is making Southend his constituency, the main town in his constituency, a city. He was known for bringing that up at pretty much any opportunity within Parliament, and he did seem to be wearing ministers down. There's a bid being put in, and local politicians are confident they might get it over the line.
Charlotte, don't go away, because we'll be coming back to you throughout the afternoon for your thoughts and your news on this breaking story about the death of Conservative MP Sir David Amess. Well, on the line now is Angela Eagle, Labour MP. Good afternoon, Angela.
Afternoon, Cathy.
A very sad afternoon for Parliament and for MPs, isn't it?
Well, yes, Sir David has been basically brutally murdered doing the job that he loved, that he'd been doing for a very long time, making certain that he was seeing his constituents, which is what all of us do.
So you feel this very keenly this afternoon?
Well, I think my heart goes out to his family, his children, his wife, his constituents, the members of his staff that have had this shocking thing happen. And unfortunately, it's not the only time. We've had Joe Cox murdered within the last 6 years, and the unthinkable in which MPs are attacked doing their job and killed in this country is now happened again. And I'm just terribly, terribly sad for his family and friends and his staff. But I think it's an attack on our democracy when MPs can be treated in this way for going about their daily job.
And you yourself have had attacks on your office, haven't you?
Well, this is nothing compared to this kind of issue. I think that we don't know what, if any, the motivation of the person that's done this is. I'm sure we shouldn't speculate at this stage of the situation when we don't have any information. I just think that as a country, and in the memory of people like Joe Cox and now very, very sadly Sir David Amess, we've got to remember how crucial our democracy is and remember how important it is for us to disagree, but without resorting to violence of any kind. We ought to respect the democratic process, and we ought to cherish the connection that the UK system of government creates between members of Parliament and their constituents.
I started this afternoon saying, how safe is our democracy? And you've described democracy as being under attack. So how should we respond to this, and how should MPs ensure that they are safe going about their work?
Well, there's always a balance between being available and the dangers of being available, which everybody's got to try to somehow navigate. One of the great glories of the system in the UK is the close connections that members of Parliament have with their constituents and the lives of their constituents, which they can then bring directly onto the floor of the House of Commons. And I see that every day when I'm in the House of Commons, that kind of connection coming to life on the floor of the House. And I think that we would be a very, very much poorer place if that were to be severed or broken in any way. So we've got to try to ensure that MPs have got the appropriate amount of security, but not that they are locked away and unavailable.
Tell me honestly, though, do you feel safe doing your job?
Well, I try. I think that in general, most of the time, most of us would feel safe. But when something like this happens, it shakes the confidence of everybody, I think.
I mean, will you be asking for a review of your security? David Davis said to us earlier, the Tory MP, before this tragic news was confirmed, he said that security for MPs should be beefed up. Do you agree with that?
Well, the House authorities will take decisions about that, and they'll be in contact with the government and the police service. I think it's important that any threats are taken seriously and responded to. I think that's a very important.
Well, you say that, and some of your colleagues, particularly female colleagues actually, are concerned that their worries about security risks aren't taken seriously. Is that a concern you share?
Well, I think that it's easy for people to be complacent or to think that the worries that are expressed when MPs are doing their democratic duties by their constituencies and being available are somehow overblown. I think if anybody felt that way, surely today, on top of the loss of Joe Cox and various other events that have happened over the years, that must shake any complacency that there is there. And we've got to look to see what can be done. But there's no way that you can make the job completely safe if you're going to have reasonable contact with your constituents.
But are constituency surgeries safe? Does measures need to be put in place there, for example? Because that is a very vulnerable point, isn't it?
Of course it is, but there are 650 members of parliament and they do their surgeries in many different places, some of which are more secure and more easily sort of defended than others. So, there are things that you can do, and I'm sure that the House authorities, in cooperation with the police service, will be looking at this.
Some have suggested that MPs should have bodyguards. Is that something you think should be considered?
I'm not sure how practicable that is. Certainly government ministers get bodyguards if there's particular intelligence about a specific threat. And certainly in certain circumstances, either the Home Secretary or people who are serving in Northern Ireland in the past have had bodyguards, as does Prime Ministers. But I'm not sure that you could extend that kind of protection to every single MP.
Angela Eagle, Labour MP, thanks very much for joining us this afternoon. Well, on the line now is Aisha Hazarika, who is, of course, a Times Radio presenter, but has worked for several MPs, including Ed Miliband and Harriet Harman. Aisha, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kathy.
It is a very sad day for anyone who's worked in politics, isn't it?
I think people, my phone has just not stopped, as you can imagine, with people messaging about this. And I think people on all sides of politics just feel genuinely sick today that this could have happened again after Joe Cox. People felt that was such a terrible thing that would never happen again in our politics. And as Angela Eagle has just alluded to, this is now becoming more of a regular occurrence. Even recently there was an MP called Rosie Cooper and the police foiled an attempt to kidnap and murder her. MPs get death threats on a routine basis, and often they're dismissed by people and, they're kind of said, oh, it's just online, it's nothing real. But you look at an incident like this and you can see actually going to do your constituency surgery, which is your duty as an MP, suddenly feels like quite a dangerous activity, not just for the MP, but remember they have staff as well, often young people who work for them. They will not have any protection. They're often doing it in community centres, very exposed, very vulnerable. So I think this is going to be sending a kind of shiver right through every bit of politics today.
And actually it's worth remembering when you talk about staff, the former Lib Dem MP who's now a peer, Nigel Jones, his assistant was stabbed to death as he protected his boss from an attacker who stormed his constituency office in Cheltenham, armed with a sword. So obviously, staff are very certainly at risk too. I just want you alluded there to, you were talking about people saying, oh, there are only online threats, people not taking threats seriously. Do you mean the police there, or do you mean, the parliamentary authorities? What were you alluding to there?
I think a lot of the public. I think a lot of this, that we don't know what the motive is for this, but I think one thing that we can definitely agree on is the sort of discourse in politics has become so toxic and so sour. Look, we have never lived in a democracy where we had a deference to MPs, and that should never happen. It's good to have a healthy disrespect for authority, and particularly politicians. But when that bleeds over into absolute contempt and just out and out hatred, which you do see really being fueled on social media, then I think something has gone wrong. And the death threats that I refer to, pretty much every female MP we know, Cathy, and lots of male MPs as well, will get now routinely hundreds of death threats. And lots of people just sort of say, oh, well, are they really serious? Do you really take them seriously? Well, you look at an incident like this, and I think many MPs, particularly female MPs, will be just really, really worried. And as Angela Eagle said, we are not going to have a situation where every MP has some kind of armed security or protection. That's not who we are in Britain. One of the things about our politics is that it is accessible to people. The whole point of central lobby is that any member of the public can go into the House of Commons. They can physically lobby their MP. That is the same with constituency surgeries. Accessibility is very important. We don't want to have our elected representatives very far away from the public. But I do think we have to look after our MPs more. It's very easy just to slag off MPs all the time, and we will all have our feelings and values, and will disagree with what politicians do often. But it is very, very dangerous to have a situation where many of them do feel that their physical safety, not just them, that their families, many MPs have panic buttons in their house. I remember a female MP telling me she had to get her children, her very young children, trained on what to do if somebody attacked them when they were out in the public. These are young kids. We mentioned about staff. Lots of MPs are really worried about their staff, their safety, their welfare as well.
But Aisha, just briefly before you go, you're perfectly positioned to comment on this, having worked in Parliament, but also now working for the media. Do we, the media, have to take some responsibility for how politicians are viewed by the public?
Yes, we absolutely do. As I said, scrutiny, accountability, holding people to account is really, really important. But kind of stoking a sort of hatred and very toxic contempt, I think is really, really bad. I mean, I worry about a lot of MPs. I'm friends with a lot of MPs across I do worry about their safety. Sadiq Khan has spoken just in the last 2 weeks about the fact that, he has so many death threats against him every day. It's very difficult for him and his family to travel, without having security. So I think we all have a responsibility. We definitely in the media, but also everybody. I mean, this is a whole thing about social media as well. I think so much hatred is just fueled by social media. I think people do need to think before. I mean, even this afternoon, Cathy, I've had people on my timeline trying to make sort of a party political point about why the motives for why this might have happened. Our politics is becoming incredibly tribal and very polarised. And of course, it's healthy to have robust debate, but you must be able to debate with some sort of civility, and people should not fear for their lives by debating politics.
Aisha Hazarika, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks.
You're listening to a specially extended edition of Drive with Cathy Newman. I'm here until 7 as it's confirmed that the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has died after being stabbed at his constituency surgery in Essex. Well, let's turn now to Stephen Crabb, Conservative MP and former Work and Pensions Secretary. Good afternoon, Stephen.
Good afternoon, Cathy.
Absolute tragedy for David's family, of course. Your thoughts on this terrible news?
Yeah, just absolutely devastating. And very first thoughts are with Sir David's family. Just a wonderful group of people, a wonderful man, and myself, my colleagues from all across the House, regardless of party colour, were feeling very, very shaken up this afternoon. Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about David. You knew him well, didn't you?
Yeah, David's been in Parliament almost 40 years. I'm a relative newcomer in that I was elected in 2005, and from the very first week, David made it part of his business to look out for the new MPs. He was a great encourager, a great friend. He was a very funny man, of course, very wise man. Somebody who had little time for a lot of the froth and tosh of what passes for a lot of news and political coverage. He could see straight to the heart of the matter. And he made a reputation as a great champion for his constituency, fighting for Southend. But of course, he had a lot of other interests as well, and it was just a wonderful personality in Parliament, liked by everybody and courteous to everybody. One of those people who treated everyone with total respect, whatever their position or status.
What effect do you think this will have on MPs? Particularly, on your side of the House, you're friends of Sir David. What effect will this have on you?
It's difficult to say, Kathy, because right now we're all in a state of shock, and we're all exchanging messages privately with one another. Just how horrific and devastating this turn of events has been. This isn't the first time, of course. We were here 5 years ago with the murder of Joe Cox, and feeling very similar at the time then. And there was discussion, wasn't there, 5 years ago about whether this would change the way that MPs do their business, the kind of long-term changes. And I'm not sure that an awful lot has changed since then. But a lot of us have gone back to our usual Friday surgeries, very little thought perhaps of security, and wanting to have those face-to-face meetings with our constituents, which is part of the bedrock of the kind of democratic society that we are. And I hope that we hang on to that connection with our constituents is one of the really valuable things of our democracy. But clearly, particularly for female colleagues, we've just been hearing Aisha there talk a few moments ago about the sheer number of female members of Parliament who've had very, very specific death, rape threats against them, and all kinds of horrific abuse. And I think there will be some changes to come.
Right, well, pick up on that point. I mean, you've said very little seems to have changed since Joe Cox was murdered. So what now needs to change? What will you personally be arguing for?
Well, in the wake of Joe's murder, there were a lot of meetings with security officers in Parliament, local police officers. There were a lot of lots of discussion around security protocols, particularly when it comes to members of staff. They are some of the people who are most at risk in all of this. And I just wonder, and I'm thinking about how I've kind of conducted my own constituency business, I just wonder whether, particularly with the desire to return to normality post-COVID, I just wonder whether we've become complacent in that. But the truth is, we don't have the resources, and certainly the police don't have the resources to provide security at MP surgeries. Of course, some MPs have stopped doing surgeries altogether. Some find it just as easy to do their constituency business over the phone or through Zoom. For lots of us, we wanted to hang on to those physical Friday, Saturday morning surgeries. That's an important part of the job that we do, providing those opportunities for literally any constituent to come along and have their chance to voice concerns. And I don't want to see that lost. And I'm sorry, Kathy, I don't really have a clear answer on.
No, I understand
what now needs to change. I mean, it's our thoughts right now are with the family of Sir David, but.
Completely understand. I just wonder whether, in the aftermath of this awful tragedy, following the other tragedies, do you go online with those constituency surgeries now? Do you, have a thorough review and take stock and protect yourselves for the time being by going online?
Well, we spent almost a year and a half online during the COVID pandemic. And as I was saying, I think there's been a great desire on the part of many of us to get back to those physical meetings. And there's been demand for that. Our constituents have told us that they want that. And we've had waiting lists of people wanting to book surgery appointments. And it's a very good thing, healthy thing for MPs to have that face-to-face contact with constituents and to hear it raw with some of the concerns and issues that our constituents are living with in their daily lives. And it's a good thing for those constituents to feel that they can connect like that to their elected representatives. And I'm not sure that it happens like that in many other democracies around the world. And Go on, Cathy.
Well, no, I just wonder if you're going to carry on with those face-to-face meetings, whether the reality is, I mean, someone's just tweeted in saying, why shouldn't all MPs have armed police protection? There's an expense to that, obviously, but, several MPs now have lost their lives.
Yeah, I'm speaking very personally here. I will carry on having those face-to-face surgeries. We will need to think about whether there are better venues, and actually, that is one of the changes that has happened in the last few years. We used to kind of go around and use all kinds of different places for venues for advice surgeries, and I know we have been given very specific advice from the police about what kind of buildings and rooms that we should use, the kind of exits that they have, how you position the tables in a surgery in terms of access to an exit door, things like that. So we do take account of protocols like that. And maybe we need to kind of think a bit further about that. But I can't see a situation, I genuinely can't see a situation where every MP has security officers or PCSOs standing at every surgery on a Friday or a Saturday, and neither should we. That's not a scenario that I think would be healthy at all.
Do you feel safe, though?
Almost all the time I do. Over the 15 years that I've been doing the job, I've had constituents who have displayed some fairly extreme behaviours in a surgery setting. There have been times when we've had to speak to the police about specific individuals because of the way that they've behaved in the surgery and the risks that we felt that posed. So yes, there have been occasions when I felt personally threatened, but on the whole, and I'm sure every MP would agree with this, the constituents that we meet with on Fridays and Saturdays are lovely people who are just reaching out and wanting some extra input into the problems and challenges and issues that they're struggling with in their daily lives. And
briefly, I mean, you heard Aisha reflecting on the role the media has played in sort of stoking distrust and sometimes, perhaps hatred of MPs. What would you say about that?
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that. I think most of the mainstream media that I see, I kind of think its coverage of politics is generally pretty fair. I think social media is a completely different thing altogether. I think it's just a complete sink of bile and hatred, and it's not just in politics. The footballers have it. Athletes, TV personalities, journalists get faced with threats as well. So let's not pretend that it's just politicians that are affected by this. Social media, and I don't know how you control that beast. That's human beings at their very worst, believing that anonymity, online interaction allows them to spew out the most the vilest possible insults, the worst possible forms of language.
Stephen, I'm sorry to stop you there, but thank you very much. Stephen Crabb, former Work and Pension Secretary, reflecting on the death of Sir David Amess, Conservative MP, who was stabbed at his constituency surgery in Essex. Stay tuned for more on that breaking story.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio. Know your times.
It's 4:00. This is Cathy Newman with Times Radio Drive. The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has died after being stabbed at a constituency surgery. Police have arrested a man on suspicion of murder. Over the coming hours, a specially extended edition of Drive will be asking the question, how safe is our democracy?
This is Times Radio.
First, the news with Rachel Jewell.
Thanks, Cathy. Good afternoon. The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been stabbed to death at a constituency surgery in Essex. Police have arrested a 25-year-old man on suspicion of murder, having recovered a knife at the scene in Leigh-on-Sea. A 999 call was made shortly after midday, but after emergency services attended and treated Sir David at the church where he'd been meeting the public, the 69-year-old died. Essex police say the suspect is in custody and they're not looking for anyone else. Conservative MP Stephen Crabb has paid tribute, telling Times Radio he was a great friend and a very wise man.
Yeah, just absolutely devastating. And very first thoughts are with Sir David's family. Just a wonderful group of people, a wonderful man, and myself, my colleagues from all across the House, regardless of party colour, were feeling very, very shaken up this afternoon. Yeah.
Speaking to Times Radio before the news of his death, senior Conservative MP and friend David Davis said his thoughts were with the family and told us security has got to be beefed up.
This was in David's surgery, and we all of us meet face to face with constituents in our surgeries. We have to; it's necessary, and in some ways, there's no way of protecting against it. But the House of Commons are going to have to think very, very hard about how we look after and protect MPs who come under these threats.
Sir David's death comes 5 years after the Labour MP Jo Cox was fatally stabbed on her way to a constituency surgery in Batley and Spen in West Yorkshire. Labour MP Angela Eagle has told Times Radio her heart goes out to all who knew him.
And I'm just terribly, terribly sad for his family and friends and his staff. But I think it's an attack on our democracy when MPs can be treated in this way for going about their daily job.
The Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, has tweeted, "The worst aspect of violence is its inhumanity. It steals joy from the world and can take from us that which we love the most. Today it took a father, a husband and a respected colleague. All my thoughts and prayers are with Sir David's loved ones." In other news, we're told a few thousand people could be going about their lives after wrongly being told their NHS COVID test was negative. A lab in Wolverhampton has been suspended from processing PCR swabs after concerns over different results from lateral flow devices. Test and Trace says as many as 43,000 may have been given the wrong results since the 8th of September. Dr Jenny Harries is head of the UK Health Security Agency.
There's around 50% in the southwest. There's some in Wales, and we've linked with colleagues there. And then the others are scattered around. But as I say, the important thing is individuals. We have the contact details, and we will just let them know.
The US is lifting restrictions on vaccinated foreign travellers from November the 8th. Most Britons have been essentially banned from travelling to America under curbs on non-essential travel introduced at the start of the coronavirus pandemic. The White House says people will be allowed to travel by land and air with a valid vaccination pass. At least 33 people have died in an explosion at a mosque in the Afghan city of Kandahar. 73 people have been wounded by the blast. It happened during Friday prayers, just a week after a suicide bomb attack on a Shia mosque in Kunduz killed 50. Greenpeace says it's immensely helpful that the Queen has spoken about being irritated by a lack of action on climate change. Her Majesty was overheard voicing her frustrations about not knowing who is and who isn't attending next month's COP26 climate summit in Glasgow. China's president won't go, but the Australia Prime Minister confirmed today that he will attend the summit. Greenpeace UK Executive Director John Sovan says that's a big step.
Scott Morrison has basically been shamed into attending, and it is really important that he does attend. I mean, Australia is the second largest coal exporter in the world after Indonesia. I can't think of any country in the world that's got more renewable energy resources than Australia.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, fog patches in the southwest clearing, fairly cloudy but dry for most during the day. Rain developing over Northern Ireland and the west of Scotland later, then gradually moving east overnight and becoming much more milder. Our top sports story this hour, Steve Bruce will remain in charge of Newcastle for Sunday's Premier League match against Tottenham. It had been heavily reported that he'd lose his job at St James's Park following the Saudi-led takeover of the club. We'll have a full sports update at 5:30.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker.
Kathy Newman at Drive on Times Radio with Canaccord Genuity Wealth Management, helping you build your wealth with confidence.
Good afternoon. This is Kathy Newman with you on Drive until 7. You join us as it's confirmed that the Conservative MP Sir David Amess has died after being stabbed at his constituency surgery in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder. The MP had been treated by emergency services but sadly died at the scene. Tributes are pouring in and questions are being asked about the safety of MPs following the death of Joe Cox in 2016 and similar attacks on MPs and their staff more recently. This afternoon, I'll be asking, how safe is our democracy? Earlier, we heard from Angela Eagle, who's Labour MP for Wallasey.
My heart goes out to his family, his children, his wife, his constituents, the members of his staff that have had this shocking thing happen. And unfortunately, it's not the only time we've had Joe Cox murdered within the last 6 years. And the unthinkable in which MPs are attacked doing their job and killed in this country is now happened again. And I'm just terribly, terribly sad for his family and friends and his staff. But I think it's an attack on our democracy when MPs can be treated in this way for going about their daily job.
She also gave us her thoughts on the safety of MPs.
There's always a balance between being available and the dangers of being available, which everybody's got to try to somehow navigate. One of the great glories of the system in the UK is the close connections that members of Parliament have with their constituents and the lives of their constituents, which they can then bring directly onto the floor of the House of Commons. And I see that every day when I'm in the House of Commons, that kind of connection coming to life on the floor of the House. And I think that we would be a very, very much poorer place if that were to be severed or broken in any way. So we've got to try to ensure that MPs have got the appropriate amount of security, but not that they are locked away and unavailable.
I also spoke with Stephen Crabb, Conservative MP and former Work and Pensions Secretary, who shared his memories of Sir David Amess.
David's been in Parliament almost 40 years. I'm a relative newcomer in that I was elected in 2005, and from the very first week, David made it part of his business to look out for the new MPs. He was a great encourager, a great friend. He was a very funny man, of course, very wise man, somebody who had little time for a lot of the froth and tosh of what passes for a lot of news and political coverage. He could see straight to the heart of the matter. He made a reputation as a great champion for his constituency, fighting for Southend, but of course he had a lot of other interests as well, and was just a wonderful personality in Parliament, liked by everybody and courteous to everybody, one of those people who treated everyone with total respect, whatever their position or status.
Stephen Crabb there, remembering Sir David Amess. Charlotte Ivers, Times Radio's political correspondent, is in the studio now. Charlotte, your assessment of how Sir David will be remembered?
Well, David Amess was one of the longest-serving MPs in Parliament. He was first elected in 1983 and so is a stalwart figure for his colleagues. He's someone most MPs will never remember a Parliament without. And he had a long and storied career. He worked tirelessly on animal rights. That was probably his primary campaign area that he liked to focus on. He campaigned against puppy farming. He campaigned against live animal experts. He got a law passed that bans tethering of animals that is unnecessarily cruel. So he really did have a major focus in that area. As well, he had a long-standing campaign to try and make his hometown of Southend a city. That was his big campaign, and it's one that seemed to be becoming increasingly likely to pay off in the last few years.
And tributes, of course, have been pouring in. Take us through some of them.
Well, we've seen tributes from both sides of the House of Commons, both from David Amess's own side and from his political opponents. This one in from former Prime Minister David Cameron. He says this is the most devastating, horrific and tragic news. David Amess was a kind and thoroughly decent man, and he was the most committed MP you could ever hope to meet. Words cannot adequately express the horror of what has happened today. Right now, my heart goes out to David's family. And that's indicative of the tone, really. Mayor of London, Steve Khan, also speaking about David Amess, saying he's deeply saddened by the tragic news. He loved being an MP and he was a great public servant. It's just awful. My thoughts and prayers and those of all Londoners are with David's loved ones at this time of unimaginable grief.
And we've already been hearing from some of the MPs I've had on since we began this specially extended edition of Drive about their worries about security and how security may need to be beefed up following this. perhaps it should have been. There were calls for it after the murder of Joe Cox too. Take us through some of that.
Well, after the murder of Joe Cox, security was significantly beefed up for MPs, although clearly it hadn't been beefed enough to prevent this horrible incident. So some of the measures that were brought in, MPs would carry personal alarms, some of them for distraction and to attract attention, some of them with direct links to the emergency services, for example. MPs would have their homes protected and reinforced against the possibility of attacks in their homes. And there are various different levels of Weller protection MPs would get. Everyone gets a base level, but if you personally have had a direct threat, for example, then you would be taken up to a higher security level. You heard from Angela Eagle there, the contradiction, really, the challenge at the heart of all this, which is that MPs all want to be as accessible as possible to their constituents. They don't want to hide away. They'd find it very hard to do their jobs if they did. But there is this danger and this threat, and drawing that balance is immensely tricky to get right.
Charlotte, we'll be back with you later, I know, with more on this breaking story this afternoon. Charlotte Ivers there, Times Radio's political correspondent. Well, joining me on the line now, John Bercow, former Speaker of the House of Commons. Good afternoon, John.
Cathy, good afternoon to you.
Thank you very much for joining us on a very sad day for democracy and a sad day, of course, for Sir David's family. Your thoughts?
Cathy, it's certainly not a pleasure, as you will understand, to join you. It's a matter of solemn responsibility to say what I can by way of heartfelt tribute to David Amess. I knew David Amess for over 30 years, for some several years before I arrived in the House of Commons. And throughout my 22 years in the House, I knew him very well indeed. And for the 2 years that I've not been in the House, that is to say, since the end of October 2019, I've maintained contact with David, and David has maintained contact with me. It is almost impossible to exhaust the list of adjectives to describe what an outstanding member of the House of Commons David Amess was. He was conscientious, assiduous, dutiful, caring, passionate, principled. He was an outstanding constituency member of Parliament. I knew him, of course, Cathy, you will understand, in that role. I knew him also in his role as a member of the chairman's panel, that is to say, the Speaker's panel of chairs, responsible for chairing secondary legislation committees, statutory instruments, debates in the subsidiary chamber of Westminster Hall. That was part of David's parliamentary contribution that probably wouldn't be very widely known. It might be known a bit in Southend and before that in Basildon, but it's certainly very well known in the House. He was utterly dedicated to the service of the House, of his colleagues, and in particular, of course, Cathy, above all, of his constituents. Firstly, for 14 years representing the people of Basildon, which he did with style and panache and huge insistence as to their claims on public and political attention. And then, of course, he performed precisely the same role with unremitting vigour, tenacity and aplomb for the people of Southend West from 1997, I think, until the present. I would, if I may, Cathy, just like to add this. I knew David in the House. I also knew him at the local health club where he was a very regular presence, I doing my inadequate swimming, he doing his very much better workout in the gym. He was absolutely and quintessentially a people person. He was warm, kind, empathetic, outgoing, very much a person, Cathy, to view the glass as half full rather than half empty.
Yeah.
What has happened is an absolutely unspeakable outrage. As I think Brendan Cox has said, an attack on a member of Parliament is an attack on democracy, and goodness knows, Brendan knows from his own horrendous experience how true that is. I suppose I just want to underline the fact that, as well as being an excellent politician who took very seriously his responsibility to his constituents, David Amess was also a very, very, very deeply likeable person. This is about David, but I just want to mention that he was always enormously supportive of me personally throughout my time in the House, throughout my tenure as Speaker. And I remember welcoming him in October 2019 to my leaving party. And one thing that stood out on that occasion for me and for my wife Sally was that David not only came and spoke to us, which of course we enjoyed and appreciated, he made a very particular point of going up to each of our 3 children, Oliver, Freddie and Jemima, and introducing himself and talking to them. And that was just David. There was no contrivance. There was no artifice. There was no show. He was a people person. As you know, he had 5 children himself. And my heart goes out to Julia, to his children, to all of his family, and of course to the people of Southend. What has been said by way of expression of outrage and of tribute to David by David Cameron, I've heard, and by Stephen Crabb, by Sadiq Khan, I think, by others, cannot be improved upon. And I certainly don't seek to improve upon it in any way, but I would like to add my voice to those who are saying this is an absolutely outrageous scandal. And David Amess was a parliamentarian par excellence. We will rue his loss.
And just hearing you talk about his family there, I mean, this is an appalling tragedy for them, isn't it?
It is something from which a family realistically can never recover. I imagine they can try with the passage of time, Kathy, to cope. I knew David well enough to know that, of course, he was a person of very strong religious faith. Now, you don't have to be religious to cope with trauma and terrible situations, but for some people it can be a great source of comfort and succour. And I hope that for Julia and the children and all of the family, they will derive strength from all sorts of different sources. I hope that they will recognise the enormous affection and esteem in which David Amess was held. I always thought of him as a lovely guy, thoroughly down to earth, totally unpompous. He could speak to monarchs and he could speak to the humblest or youngest of his constituents, and he could level with people. He could find a voice to talk to and an ear to hear from anybody who met him, and he just radiated warmth, sincerity, generosity of spirit. And as you can probably tell, I am stupefied as well as horrified by what has happened. I learned of the announcement of his death, within the last hour or so, and I'm absolutely shattered. I hope that the family will, at least to an extent, be comforted. No words can comfort much at the moment, but I hope over time they will be comforted by the outpouring of affection, love, and respect for a very special person, not just a special politician, Kathy, but a very special human being.
I mean, you've talked about him being a people person. I wonder, would he have had any truck with the idea that, security should be beefed up to protect MPs better? Or would he have been impatient with that idea?
That's a very fair question. The honest answer, Kathy, is that I don't know, because I didn't have that particular conversation with him. We discussed all sorts of things over the years, but not that. I think he would have favoured reasonable measures, but he was a very pragmatic person. And so, whilst I imagine that he would have been open-minded about the scope for improved security, I don't think David Amess would ever have wanted to be cut off from his constituents. My sense is that he valued the human touch, the human interaction, the human engagement. And so others may know better than I, but I can't readily think that he would have been somebody who would have wanted a regime so draconian as to sever the link between him and his constituents. And I rather doubt that anybody would want that. I think that today is not the day on which to speculate or pontificate at any length on the matter of future security arrangements, although, of course, I understand how important they are, and that as a serious journalist you want to take the news agenda forward. I respect that. I suppose all I would say on the subject is that, of course, these matters repay attention and should be studied most closely. When I was Speaker, Lindsay Hoyle, the current Speaker, was Chairman of Ways and Means, and Lindsay was very, very, very seized of security issues and had a very great sense of responsibility to members and a real concern about their safety. I know that because we often discussed it, and he was very well informed about the subject. So I have absolutely total confidence. I have complete confidence that he will play his part with others in reviewing these matters in a timely and intelligent fashion. So I'm not here to carp or to criticise anybody, and least of all the Speaker, who, as I say, has some responsibilities in these matters, which he's always discharged par excellence. And I'm sure much attention will be given to these subjects. But for now, I would just like today to focus on David. Special man, special parliamentarian. Special tribute should be paid to that special man and that special parliamentarian.
And just finally and briefly, he never expressed any concerns to you about his own safety?
He didn't. He didn't. We talked about, I don't mean to be frivolous about it, Cathy, it's not a subject for frivolity, but we talked about our responsibilities as parliamentarians, and we talked about our responsibilities to try to keep fit. As we were getting older, I in my 50s and he in his 60s. So we often met up in a local health club where, as I say, I swam rather badly.
Right.
And he did his gym workout rather better. This guy was perpetually positive, a smiling, upbeat, enthusiastic, loving and lovable person.
John Bercow, thank you very much for sharing
Cathy,
your thoughts. Thank you.
Cathy, thank you. Thank you.
Well, now, Margaret Beckett is the Labour MP for Derby South, former Foreign Secretary, and she joins me on the line now. Good afternoon, Margaret.
Hello.
Just hearing from John Bercow there about his personal memories of Sir David Amess. I wonder what your thoughts were on this very sad afternoon.
I think it's really shocking. I'm astonished and horrified. He was a nice man. Obviously, politically, we didn't always see eye to eye, but he was a fellow caravanner. And used to make a great point of chatting to me about caravans and the holidays he had with his family and so on. A very nice man. A loss, a terrible loss to his family.
And I wonder what the effect is, on MPs such as yourself. A lot of you have spoken about security concerns in the past. Does this bring it all to the surface?
Yes, I think it does. I think it will have shaken. I mean, if you put it in context, I think Nigel Jones was the first, and of course he was not killed, but his assistant was, and he was injured.
Lib Dem MP, now a peer.
Yeah, he was injured quite badly, I think. And then, of course, we've had Stephen Timms was attacked at his advice bureau. Joe Cox was murdered on the way to hers. And people might not have recalled because, fortunately, the plot was uncovered. But one of my colleagues in the northwest, someone bought a machete in order to kill her, and is now in jail because the plot came to light. So there has been a sort of sequence. Hers, I think, was not. It was just known that he wanted to kill her, but I think everybody is now very conscious of the vulnerability of the Advice Bureau arrangement, which we all treasure.
I mean, I remember after Joe Cox died, tragically, I remember the discussion then about whether MPs were safe and calls for extra security. And things were done, but not enough.
Well, I have to admit that going back some years now, I remember saying and obviously there were people, as John Bercow said, like Lindsay, who took the matter very seriously. But I remember saying to sort of security officialdom, if I can put it like that most of you lot don't take the security of ordinary MPs at all seriously, and you probably won't take it seriously until somebody's been murdered. And that was before Joe Cox, long before Joe Cox's death. But I think because perhaps there's just been this run of things now, over a much shorter period of time. I've seen, everybody's exchanging messages, of course. I've seen colleagues saying, I've got an advice bureau scheduled for tonight. I don't know, whether I should go on with it.
Do you yourself feel unsafe?
Well, for the first time ever in my political career over the last year, I have been having phone appointments rather than face-to-face advice bureau because of COVID. Nothing to do with security, although, we were always very careful with security at the venue. But because of COVID, we weren't able to carry on with face-to-face meetings because the venue wouldn't host them, quite apart from whether or not I thought it was a good idea. So, and as it happens, that situation still hasn't been reversed.
So would you stay online by choice now because of this? Would you consider that?
If you'd asked me yesterday, I would have said no. And today I say, I don't know. I think I will have to think about it, and I think I will have to take advice about it. And I think we all should, because, it's a simple fact of life. Any MP who has face-to-face surgeries is vulnerable thereby, and always has been. And we've all known that, always. But on the whole, you didn't expect it to happen, and on the whole, it didn't. So everyone went on. Oh, I'm sorry.
You're a woman in demand this afternoon. I wonder if there should be a sort of wholesale review of security. You're clearly thinking about your own security, and I'm sure, every MP I've spoken to has been going through that now.
Well, and their families, of course, are thinking about it even more.
So I wonder if there should be some sort of official review of how MPs are protected and if there is sufficient protection.
Yes, I think there probably should, and I think there will be. Sadly, it is one of the things. Funnily enough, I heard somebody earlier on today talking about years back when the IRA were very active in the United Kingdom, and there was a higher level of general security concern. But then it was individuals who were particularly vulnerable because of their links, the ministerial posts they held or whatever. I think the thing that is shaking about all of this is it's looking more and more randomly around MPs, and indeed, some of the messages I've seen being exchanged, people are pointing out local councillors and particularly council leaders are also vulnerable in the same way and for the same reason. And again, nobody really takes it seriously, and it's probably time that we did.
And I should say, actually, we're going to hear from the Prime Minister shortly on this. He's going to be speaking from Number 10, and we'll bring you that news, obviously, when we get it. Just a final thought from you, Margaret. You've always debated reasonably with, whatever side of the political argument. But has the rancour of the recent debates from Brexit onwards, has that been sort of amplified by social media in a way that is endangering democracy and endangering MPs?
Yes, I'm afraid I think it has. And it's not only MPs, it's journalists, it's people in the public eye, because the level of anger and hatred has ramped up. To my mind, and I say this with you, and I'm sure I'll get a whole load of missiles flown at me by saying it, but I felt it really started in the Scottish referendum, when I know that colleagues of ours were treated, and indeed journalists, people like Nick Robinson of the BBC, came under personal attack for daring to say what was regarded as the wrong thing, and a kind of a mob approach. I remember hearing of a group of women colleagues who'd gone out in the ordinary way to leaflet and to talk to people, and who were almost immediately surrounded by a mob who screamed at them and bullied them and shouted them down and drove them off the street. And when people were asked about it, I remember an SNP parliamentarian saying, it's community justice. No, it's not community justice. It's mob rule and thuggery. And it seems to me that perhaps it's a coincidence, but ever since then, the level of anger in these debates and some of the media coverage, to be honest, I mean, things like calling judges traitors to the country because you don't agree with what they're saying, all of that hatred and anger has all been ramped up and encouraged. And it has, in the end, it has an outlet somewhere.
Margaret Beckett, Labour MP for Derby South, former Foreign Secretary, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. We'll have more on this story, the tragic death of Conservative MP Sir David Amess, after the news now with Rachel Jewell.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, Kathy. Good afternoon. Flags have been lowered to half-mast outside Parliament following the death of Conservative MP Sir David Amess. The 69-year-old was stabbed multiple times during a constituency surgery in Essex. Police have arrested a 25-year-old man. Sir David was one of Westminster's longest-serving MPs with a political career spanning nearly 4 decades. He's been described by his Conservative Party colleagues as a dedicated, thoughtful man and a true gentleman. Conservative MP Stephen Crabb knew him well, and he's told Times Radio he was a wonderful man.
David's been in Parliament almost 40 years. I'm a relative newcomer in that I was elected in 2005, and from the very first week, David made it part of his business to look out for the new MPs. He was a great encourager, a great friend. He was a very funny man, of course, very wise man.
It's understood the Prime Minister has arrived back in Downing Street from Bristol, where he was meeting members of his cabinet. Speaking to us before the death was announced, senior Conservative MP and friend David Davis says his thoughts are with the family, and he told us a whole series of issues need to be addressed now.
We've been quite careless is the wrong word, but we haven't taken Member of Parliament's security sufficiently seriously. Indeed, and I include myself and I include members of Parliament themselves in that, because I actually turned down some security recently because I thought it was a bit expensive. But I mean, it's expensive for the taxpayer, not for me. And I think many of us may rethink that now.
In other news, around 43,000 people may have been wrongly told their COVID test was negative because of errors at a private lab. An investigation's been launched at the Wolverhampton facility. Police in Norway say the 37-year-old man who's suspected of killing 5 people with a bow and arrow is being assessed by psychiatrists. Espen Anderson Broughton has confessed to the crime. The White House says double-jab Brits will be able to visit the US from the 8th of November. This will end the blanket ban on foreign travellers from entering the country. Looking ahead to tomorrow, fog patches in the southwest clearing, fairly cloudy but dry for most during the day. Rain developing over Northern Ireland and the west of Scotland later, then gradually moving east overnight and becoming milder. Ben Fletcher has the sports.
Newcastle have confirmed that Steve Bruce will be in charge this weekend against Tottenham, his 1,000th game as manager. In a club statement, director Amanda Staveley told fans, change does not always happen overnight. It demands time and that we follow a carefully considered plan and strategy. She wishes Bruce the best of luck against Tottenham on Sunday and says if there are any changes to be made going forward, he'll be the first to know. Rangers manager Steven Gerrard is one of those linked with replacing Bruce.
Everyone connected with the game's looking in with interest to see how that develops. But from a personal point of view, I don't really get involved in speculation, and I wish Steve Bruce all the best. I'm in a very big job and a very big role here that I'm very much fully focused on. And we've got a top-of-the-table clash at the weekend, and it's a game I'm very much looking forward to. But I've certainly got one eye on Newcastle in terms of seeing Brucey get his 1,000th game.
FIFA has confirmed it's helped evacuate almost 100 refugees from Afghanistan. The group, which is now in Qatar, includes players and coaches from the women's national football team. All of those evacuated were considered to be high risk following the takeover of the Taliban. MPs are to examine next week whether £2.8 million of public money committed to considering a UK and Ireland bid to host the 2030 2030 World Cup represents good value. The cross-party DCMS committee will question the funding body UK Sport. FIFA is expected to outline the bidding regulations for the 2030 World Cup in the first half of next year. And Britain's new number one male tennis player Cameron Norrie is targeting one of the coveted 8 places at the lucrative season-ending ATP Finals in Turin after reaching the last 4 at Indian Wells. Norrie will face Grigor Dimitrov in his first semi-final at Masters 1000 level. He's guaranteed at least £246,000 worth of prize money. A reminder, Saturday is game day over on talkSPORT with 3 more exclusive Premier League commentaries. Among them, Brentford host Chelsea from 5 p.m.
Kathy Newman at Drive on Times Radio with Canaccord Genuity Wealth Management, helping you build your wealth with confidence. Find out how Canaccord's can-do approach can make a world of difference in a different world at candowealth.com.
Well, more now on the breaking story that the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has died after being stabbed at his constituency surgery in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. We're expecting to hear from the Prime Minister shortly and we'll, of course, bring you that as soon as we get it. Before the news of his death was confirmed, I spoke to the Conservative MP for Holton Price and Howden, David Davis.
This is becoming almost a repeat episode with members of Parliament. Obviously, Joe Cox was killed tragically, but there have been at least 2 other events where attempts were made on MPs' lives. One, their assistant was killed, and the other one, they were themselves injured. So it's becoming a serious problem. And I'm not entirely sure what you can do to stop it, because this was in David's surgery. And all of us meet face to face with constituents in our surgeries. We have to. It's necessary. And in some ways, there's no way of protecting against it. But the House of Commons are going to have to think very, very hard about how we look after and protect MPs who come under these threats.
So security has really got to be beefed up now, has it, for MPs?
Well, I think it is. I mean, just a sort of a rather tangential thing. I mean, for about just under a decade, I was on an IRA death list. And it was interesting to me. I mean, obviously, I'm fine, and nothing happened. But it was interesting to me at the time that whilst if you're a cabinet minister and that sort of thing happened, you'd be surrounded by protection and God knows what else. If you're an MP, I just was told by the Metropolitan Police, well, we'll send you a letter if anything gets worse. And every few years, I get a letter saying, be careful. Wasn't quite sure what I had to do. And we've been quite careless is the wrong word, but we haven't taken Member of Parliament's security sufficiently seriously. Indeed, and I include myself and I include members of Parliament themselves in that, because I actually turned down some security recently because I thought it was a bit expensive. But I mean, it's expensive for the taxpayer, not for me. And I think many of us may rethink that now. I think we're going to have to think very hard as public life seems to get more frenetic, driven by the internet, driven by whatever, about the safety of public servants, which is what members of Parliament are, after all. And these days as well, I mean, just as a compounding factor, many, many more members of Parliament are women. And of course, if you're an attacker, that makes the target just a little bit easier, a little bit less strong, a little bit less fast, whatever, So there are a whole series of issues that really have to be addressed quite closely.
Do you personally feel a bit fearful about your safety?
Well, no, I don't feel fearful. I mean, but the truth is, I think we just have to take a rational, careful approach.
Well, Professor Anthony Glees, Director of the Centre for Security and Intelligence Studies at the University of Buckingham, joins me on the line now. Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon.
In your assessment, how safe do you think MPs in Britain are?
Well, I'd say almost self-evidently they are far less safe today than they have been. I mean, in a sense, the numbers tell you this. In the period from 1979 to 2019, 6 MPs were killed, assassinated, I would prefer to say. Since then, there have been at least 8 serious attempts to assassinate or harm MPs seriously, as well as the appalling killing of Joe Cox and the appalling assassination of Sir David Amess today. So it's very clear, as David Davis just said to you, that the situation is, he said, frenetic. I would say it is much more dangerous now. And the reasons I think that it has become much more dangerous will certainly include the social media and people attacking other people. I'm a user of the social media myself. That's an important right. But certainly there's some people out there who can be inspired to carry out violent attacks because of the social media and on politicians. But also the fact is we are politically, in political terms, a very divided country at the moment. Now, we don't know who was responsible for the killing, the assassination of Sir David Amess, and we need to wait and find out whether it was jihadists, whether it was a madman, whether it was what the security community call a licit threat, that is to say, a left-wing anarchist or single-issue terrorist. We need to find out. But if all that is true, then what flows from it is that we need to give MPs proper security. And
right. What does that look like then? What does that mean?
I think for those MPs who are deemed to be at particular risk, or who feel they are at particular risk, it means armed security at most, and certainly strong yellow jacket security. That is to say, security provided by people who are licensed security officers but not members of the police forces. There are over 360,000 licensed security yellow jackets in the UK, 3 times the number of police officers. And remember, normal police officers have absolutely no training in special protection at all. So this won't apply to every MP. And as I say, we don't know why Sir David was assassinated, and a lot will hang on that. But basically, MPs, wherever they go outside Parliament, should be able to call on personal security. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not a barrier to the relationship between MPs and their constituents. But an attack on an elected representative of the people is an attack on the people, and that we cannot accept.
But you say it's not a barrier, having security, but we were hearing from, we've heard from several MPs this afternoon who fear that extra security might stop them interacting with the public so effectively. And even, John Bercow, former Speaker of the House of Commons, who knew David Amess well, said, he was a people person. He doesn't think he would have wanted that kind of extra layer between him and the public.
Well, they're entirely wrong, in my opinion, precisely because they are elected to represent the people. They are the people's representatives. They're not elected on an individual basis as such, and therefore they need to bear in mind what the security community call the societal impact of an act of terrorism. This is not just. This is likely to be not just a kind of murder, maybe an attack by a madman, but Sir David was obviously singled out because of who he was. It is a societal issue, and therefore, if we take security seriously, and we must take security seriously, particularly at a time like this, then we have to do what it takes in order to keep our democracy safe. Because we know that in the 2019 election, 18 female MPs said they did not want to stand for Parliament again because they feared for their safety. David Davis's point about the vulnerability of women, it has to be well taken by everybody. So, yes, we need proper security. And, of course, we also need proper intelligence, because we will find out, I'm sure, in the days to come, what, if anything, was known about this person. As we saw from Norway yesterday, very often people who present as lone wolves, mad or not mad, do have a record of violence. And that's the sort of thing that would trigger special security measures for an MP.
You said after PC Palmer was murdered in 2017 that attack had demonstrated a lack of protection within Parliament. Now, obviously, this attack was outside Parliament at a constituency surgery, which is a very much less secure place. But have the authorities, the police, has there been too little response to the murder of PC Palmer and obviously Joe Cox and all the other attacks we've been referring to?
Well, I mean, obviously, a lot of these security things are done in secret, but there is no reason, I'm afraid, to believe that any great steps have been taken by the Met. It is the Met that has responsibility for protection. It is the Met, and there's no evidence to suggest that the Met is doing things differently from how it was done before the 2017 attack. And remember, it was only the quick thinking of an armed special protection officer who was, as I recall, protecting the then Defence Secretary of State that enabled the attacker to be shot and killed, and that the Prime Minister at the time, Theresa May, had to be scurried out of Parliament through a back entrance because her safety, even in the Palace of Westminster, could not be secured. So you have people who protect the Palace of Westminster, the so-called Parliamentary and Diplomatic Protection Unit. Of course, they had a bad press recently because the murderer, Cousins, was a member of that group, which is why he was armed. And then you have the Royalty and Special Protection Officers, RASP and PADP, they're known. You've got two different groups. You don't, at the moment, have any group responsible for what even MPs would say is a vital part of their work, their constituency work. And ordinary cops can't do it. They're not trained to do it. So I do think we need to look at that. We need to be realistic. We are where we are in the United Kingdom. We may not like it. I certainly don't. But that's it, how it's got to be.
Professor Anthony Glees, thanks very much for joining us. Well, Sir David Amess chaired the all-party parliamentary group on endometriosis. He worked closely with Endometriosis UK. Their chief executive, Emma Cox, joins me now. Good afternoon, Emma.
Good afternoon, Cassie.
Just give us a sense of the work he did for your charity.
Firstly, just to say our condolences are with his family, friends and colleagues in such a sad day. Sir David was a real friend to those with endometriosis and to Endometriosis UK. He was very supportive of the work that we did, and in fact launched the APPG in 2018 after constituent Carla Cressy went to speak to him about her personal story. And he was what I always found amazing about Sir David is he was always so willing to learn. He found out all he could and worked really hard to support and raise the profile of endometriosis within Parliament and further afield.
So that was it was because of his constituent coming to him that he was driven to try and help her case and other women as well.
Yes, absolutely. And I think, as I say, doing such a great job as a constituency MP to listen to Carla and those who spoke to him initially, and then also, but taking that so much further in trying to really make a difference on a UK-wide level to help everyone with endometriosis by setting up the Endometriosis All-Party Parliamentary Group.
So it does really give you a sense of the man that he was, he was persuaded by a constituent to take on her cause. What have been your dealings with him and your memories of him?
I mean, obviously, it's a sad time at the moment. I suppose my overriding memory of Sir David is just his. He always wanted to find out what he could do to make a difference. He came over as really driven to not just listen, which he did really well, and find out, but he wanted to know what he could do to make a difference. And I think that with a condition like endometriosis, which impacts young women and those assigned female at birth, it's not what it's not an area he would have naturally found out about. But once he knew about it, just as I say, his determination to make a difference, I just thought was always really impressive.
And a sort of campaigning, hard-working MP is what we're hearing from a lot of his colleagues. He really, when he wanted to make a difference on an issue, he really got the bit between his teeth.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's been very supportive of Endometriosis UK. He launched an inquiry into endometriosis and the impact that we work with him on really closely. And he was always very keen to, put the hours in and make sure that he was doing everything he could to support the cause that he was taking forward.
Emma Cox, Chief Executive of Endometriosis UK, who worked closely with David Amess. Well, joining me now, Lord Ed Vaizey, who's former Conservative MP and former Culture Minister. Good afternoon, Ed.
Good afternoon, Kathy.
Very, very sad afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely shocking. I mean, obviously the news was breaking about an hour ago that David had been stabbed and nobody knew what had happened. And, one is filled with foreboding, and inevitably one remembers what happened with Jo Cox. And I think every MP, I'm no longer an MP, but anyone who's been an MP feels this viscerally, because we're talking about colleagues. They can be very good friends or they can be acquaintances, but they are colleagues with whom one has worked closely, and you've lived a similar sort of life. And we know roughly what has happened. This happened at David's surgery. All of us as MPs hold surgeries and really value the fact that the public can access their MP. So every MP will be feeling this dreadfully, because David was a much-loved colleague, because he had no side. He'd been in the House of Commons. He would have celebrated his 40th anniversary in the House of Commons in 2023. He was passionate about his constituents. He wasn't somebody who wanted to climb the greasy pole. He wanted to represent his constituents, and as you've just heard as well, represent the causes that he passionately believed in. He had his political views, but that was, he was old school, if I can put it that way. He was a House of Commons man, and that means that everyone in the House of Commons and everyone in Parliament respected him and liked him. And this will, it's just painful, awful day.
It's been described to me several times this afternoon as an attack on democracy itself. Do you share that description?
Well, yes, I do, in the sense that, as I say, there is something, you can sound terribly pompous about this, but there is something very, very special about an MP representing their constituency, and MPs take that very seriously. We sometimes debate electoral systems. I'm not going down that rabbit hole, but the link between the constituency and the MP is really important. And, I was in an Oxfordshire MP, and my next door MP was David Cameron, and I would speak to people who said, I've just been to see my MP to talk about such and such an issue. And of course, you realise they were talking about the Prime Minister, and they would have 15 minutes face-to-face with the Prime Minister to talk about their issue. And similarly, David's constituents would have had time with him to discuss their issues. He would have been accessible. They would have seen him in the high street. They would have seen him at events. MPs are very much part of their community. And what we don't want to see, and it's too soon to talk about this kind of stuff because we're all still feeling such pain, but we don't want to see MPs disappearing behind barriers and gates and security locks. It is a special thing that this country has. You can be pompous about it, but it is, I think, really important and makes our democracy very special.
Well, we just heard from the Director of the Centre for Security and Intelligence Studies, who said that MPs must have some kind of protection now, not necessarily police protection, but private security. He called it yellow jacket protection at their constituency surgeries. That would surely enable them to do their jobs, but also be protected, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think we should think that through. I mean, I think when you become a sort of cabinet minister and so on, you get very high-level security advice. And to a certain extent, that has cascaded down to MPs. It did after Jo Cox, in the sense of, frankly, the locks on the door in your home and that kind of thing. And I think proper security advice about a surgery, most MPs will want to carry on doing their surgeries. Having somebody wearing a yellow jacket, it sounds kind of mildly absurd, but actually that does act as a deterrent. It's a psychological thing that if you come to a surgery and see someone who looks official, you might be, it will put people off. But at the same time, you still want that informality. I really valued in a surgery, as do all MPs, the ability that anyone could walk in and raise any issue with me, and that face-to-face contact, particularly with an issue which somebody is really affecting somebody, can really hit home with an MP. So we must preserve that. But common sense, sensible security advice that can put off potential bad elements has to be essential. And frankly, if I could say this, when I was an MP and that security advice came down, it was pretty complicated and quite difficult to access. It must be made very straightforward and very easy for MPs to access this security advice and to implement the proper security protocols without removing that link between them and their constituents.
And I just wonder, with your former culture minister hat on, a lot of people have said this afternoon that all the hatred and bile on social media, and indeed some traditional media, in inverted commas, has stoked anger against MPs. Is that something you're concerned about?
Look, I think you might be able to read something that I'm coming from Cheltenham, where the MP, you may remember, the Liberal Democrat MP, was attacked and his assistant was tragically killed. I think that MPs are always vulnerable. You can often come across people who have some mental health issues that might make them unstable. There is a vulnerability because you are a prominent individual dealing with a wide range of different people. I would not seek to read anything into what is the terrible murder of David Amess, or into a sort of culture war or social media, partly because we know absolutely nothing about the circumstances at the moment.
Completely appreciate that, but the last speaker I had on pointed out that the frequency of attacks on MPs has stepped up a gear since, actually he was talking about since 2019, but in recent years the threats seems to have risen.
Well, I think we all have to take a look at ourselves and about how our society operates. And I think, we've got an online safety bill coming along, which is quite rightly going to hold the platforms to account. But, I remember when the footballers took the knee, people called them out for that. Why? Don't call out people who are calling out things that are wrong with our society. Let's look at ourselves and how we behave towards each other. Let's remember that, while politicians, do take verbal, punches, give and take verbal punches with each other, they are human too. They're all trying to do a job. They're all in it for the right reasons. We don't need to stoke this. But as I say, I think that any MP can potentially be vulnerable regardless of social media. They're in a prominent position in their community, and sometimes people will act horrifically against them. I think it's important to take precautions. I think it's important for us as a society to look at how we engage with each other. I think it's important that we don't ridicule people who call out either things like misogyny or racism in our society, and we understand why these things do need to be called out.
How do you think it will put people off getting involved in the political process?
I think inevitably it will have an impact on how people think about it. I think a lot of women have been put off going into politics because of the kind of hatred of that one encounters on social media and the rampant misogyny that exists in politics, in the way that male MPs are treated completely differently from women MPs. And any violent attack on an MP, particularly one that's ended in the way it has for poor David, is going to make people think twice about whether this is a prominent role. But luckily, our society is full of people who are prepared to take up roles that carry an element of risk, not least our police and armed services. And there are plenty of people who are passionate about their political beliefs and want to serve their communities either as MPs or as councillors.
And finally, just how will you remember your former colleague, Sir David?
Well, I think when you were talking about culture, I remember David lobbying me hard for Southend to be the capital of culture. We have a competition every few years for a capital of culture. David lived and breathed for his constituency. He was such a good-humoured, lively showman and a real House of Commons man, passionate about Parliament. He was loved by all of us. I didn't know him well, but he was just a nice guy. You knew you could stop in the corridor and have a lovely chat with David Amess. And what has happened today is just beyond our comprehension. It's just terrible. And I feel for his family and his kids. It's terrible.
Lord Vasey, thanks very much for joining us this afternoon. Stay tuned for more on the breaking news about Conservative MP Sir David Amess, who's been stabbed at his constituency surgery.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio. Know your times.
It's 5 o'clock. This is Cathy Newman with Times Radio Drive. The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has died after being stabbed at a constituency surgery. Police have arrested a man on suspicion of murder. We're bringing you a specially extended edition of Drive, asking the question, how safe is our democracy?
This is Times Radio.
First, the news with Rachel Jewell.
Thanks, Cathy. Good afternoon. Conservative MP Sir David Amess has been described as a true gent and a friend to everyone following his death in a stabbing at a constituency meeting. The 69-year-old had been an MP since 1983 and was stabbed several times at a church in Leigh-on-Sea just after midday. A man's been arrested on suspicion of murder. Deputy Prime Minister Dominic Raab says he's heartbroken and describes Sir David as a formidable campaigner with a big heart. Former Speaker of the House of Commons, John Bercow, has paid this tribute.
I'm absolutely shattered. I hope that the family will, at least to an extent, be comforted. No words can comfort much at the moment, but I hope over time they will be comforted by the outpouring of affection, love and respect for a very special person, not just a special politician, Cathy, but a very special human being.
Well, the incident happened at a constituency surgery. Labour MP Margaret Beckett has told Times Radio during the coronavirus pandemic she's been holding phone appointments and may well have to think carefully going forward.
It's a simple fact of life. Any MP who has face-to-face surgeries is vulnerable thereby and always has been. And we've all known that, always. But on the whole, you didn't expect it to happen, and on the whole, it didn't. So everyone went on.
Well, the Prime Minister's arrived back in Downing Street from Bristol, where he was meeting members of his cabinet. We are expecting to hear from Boris Johnson this afternoon. Flags have been lowered to half-mast outside Parliament. Sir David spent almost 4 decades as an MP. Our head of news, David Spencer, looks back at his career.
As an MP, you can often choose 2 paths: to government and the cabinet and high office, or focus on your constituents and representing your voters. Tributes to Sir David Amess underline his commitment to the latter and to the people of Essex he'd represented for almost 40 years. His smile at winning the Basildon seat in 1992 was one of the lasting images from that election night when Neil Kinnock's Labour Party had been expected to win. His victory was an early indication that John Major's Tories would secure a shock win. Boundary changes meant he eventually represented Southend West, winning his seat in the 2019 election with a 14,000 majority. He leaves a wife and 5 children.
In other news, the Chief Executive of the UK Health Security Agency says she'll be carrying out a serious incident investigation to avoid any further problems with coronavirus testing. It's been suspended at a private laboratory in Wolverhampton after an estimated 43,000 people were given incorrect PCR results. There's also been problems at another centre in Berkshire where people have been advised to get retested. Lynn Doherty is the leader of West Berkshire Council. She says they acted quickly.
As soon as we realised there was an issue, we went out to our community to let them know, because it would be a very worrying time for a lot of people if they're feeling unwell but they're being told that there's a negative test.
A further 145 people have died within 28 days of testing positive for coronavirus. Just short of 45,000 people have had new cases confirmed in the government's daily figures. That's 11.5% up on the 7-day average. The United States is lifting restrictions on vaccinated foreign travellers from November the 8th. Most Britons have been essentially banned from travelling to America under curbs on non-essential travel introduced at the start of the pandemic. The White House says people will be allowed to travel by land and air with a valid vaccination pass. Emergency services are searching for casualties after a house collapsed in a suspected gas explosion in Lancashire. 7 fire engines and an urban search and rescue team are on the scene in Clayton Woods in Chorley. People in nearby properties are being advised to close windows and doors. And just to recap this afternoon's breaking news, Conservative MP Sir David Amess has been described as a true gent and a friend to everyone following his death in a stabbing at a constituency meeting. Looking ahead to tomorrow, fog patches in the southwest clearing, fairly cloudy but dry for most during the day, rain developing over Northern Ireland and the west of Scotland and becoming milder. Our top sports story this hour, Steve Bruce will remain in charge of Newcastle for Sunday's Premier League match against Tottenham. It had been heavily reported that he'd lose his job at St James's Park following the Saudi-led takeover of the club. We'll have a full sports update at past.
Across the UK on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker.
Kathy Newman at Drive on Times Radio with Canaccord Genuity Wealth Management, helping you build your wealth with confidence.
The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been killed while attending his constituency surgery in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder. The MP had been treated by emergency services but sadly died at the scene. The first floral tribute has been laid at a police cordon in Leigh-on-Sea following his death. Laid by a young woman, the tribute reads, "A silent thought, a quiet prayer for a special person in God's care. May you rest in peace." Tributes continue to come in. It has been branded a tragic day for democracy by the former Prime Minister Theresa May, and questions are being asked about the safety of MPs following the death of Joe Cox in 2016 and similar attacks on MPs and their staff since. This afternoon, here on Times Radio Drive, we pay tribute to Sir David and ask, how safe is our democracy? And if you ask anyone in Parliament for their first thoughts about Sir David Amess, it's fair to say the words Southend and City would be involved. Sir David was married with 4 daughters and a son and wasn't shy in ensuring questions he asked of government ministers also included his long-running campaign to make Southend a city.
Amess. I got terribly excited yesterday when I heard my right honourable friend would be making this statement, and of course I welcome his announcement today, but will he commit to come forward with further statements when he can announce as part of the celebrations an unveiling of a new statue of Her Majesty the Queen and a statue of Dame Vera Lynn, and will he fix something which is an obvious omission, that previously every time we've had a Jubilee celebration there has been a city status competition? And we need that so that Southend becomes a city.
The former Speaker of the House of Commons, John Bercow, spoke to me within the last hour to pay his respects.
I knew David Amess for over 30 years, for several years before I arrived in the House of Commons. And throughout my 22 years in the House, I knew him very well indeed. And for the 2 years that I've not been in the House, that is to say, since the end of October 2019, I've maintained contact with David, and David has maintained contact with me. It is almost impossible to exhaust the list of adjectives to describe what an outstanding member of the House of Commons David Amess was. He was conscientious, assiduous, dutiful, caring, passionate, principled. He was an outstanding constituency member of Parliament.
Stephen Crabb, Conservative MP and former Work and Pensions Secretary, shared his memories of Sir David shortly after the news of the MP's death broke.
David's been in Parliament almost 40 years. I'm a relative newcomer in that I was elected in 2005, and from the very first week, David made it part of his business to look out for the new MPs. He was a great encourager, a great friend. He was a very funny man, of course, very wise man, somebody who had little time for a lot of the froth and tosh of what passes for a lot of news and political coverage. He could see straight to the heart of the matter. He made a reputation as a great champion for his constituency, fighting for Southend, but of course he had a lot of other interests as well, and it was just a wonderful personality in Parliament, liked by everybody and courteous to everybody, one of those people who treated everyone with total respect, whatever their position or status.
Well, tributes to Sir David continue to flood in from across the political spectrum. Earlier we heard from Angela Eagle, Labour MP for Wallasey.
My heart goes out to his family, his children, his wife, his constituents, the members of his staff that have had this shocking thing happen. And unfortunately, it's not the only time. We've had Joe Cox murdered within the last 6 years, and the unthinkable in which MPs are attacked doing their job and killed in this country is now happened again. And I'm just terribly, terribly sad for his family and friends and his staff. But I think it's an attack on our democracy when MPs can be treated in this way for going about their daily job.
Well, she went on to give us her thoughts on the safety of MPs following today's tragic events.
There's always a balance between being available and the dangers of being available, which everybody's got to try to somehow navigate. One of the great glories of the system in the UK is the close connections that members of Parliament have with their constituents and the lives of their constituents, which they can then bring directly onto the floor of the House of Commons. And I see that every day when I'm in the House of Commons, that kind of connection coming to life on the floor of the House. And I think that we would be a very, very much poorer place if that were to be severed or broken in any way. So we've got to try to ensure that MPs have got the appropriate amount of security, but not that they are locked away and unavailable.
Former Labour Foreign Secretary Margaret Beckett added her concerns over the safety of politicians, saying it will now be back at the forefront of MPs' minds.
Yes, I think it does. I think it will have shaken. I mean, if you put it in context, I think Nigel Jones was the first, and of course he was not killed, but his assistant was, and he was injured.
Lib Dem MP, now a peer.
Yeah, he was injured quite badly, I think. And then, of course, we've had Stephen Timms was attacked at his advice bureau. Joe Cox was murdered on the way to hers. People might not have recalled because, fortunately, the plot was uncovered. But one of my colleagues in the northwest, someone bought a machete in order to kill her, and is now in jail because the plot came to light. So there has been a sort of sequence. Hers, I think, was not. It was just known that he wanted to kill her, but I think everybody is now very conscious of the vulnerability of the Advice Bureau arrangement, which we all treasure.
Well, the Conservative MP for Ashford and former Deputy Prime Minister Damien Green is on the line now. Good afternoon, Damien.
Hello, Cathy.
I just wanted your thoughts, first of all, about Sir David's passing.
It's desperately sad, tragic news, both on a personal basis, as others have been saying. He was an unbelievably kind man, generous, with his time, particularly with new MPs. I've been struck on, as you can imagine, MPs' WhatsApp groups have been very busy this afternoon, and I'm struck by the number of my 2019 entry colleagues saying how he was one of the experienced MPs who took them aside and offered them help and advice and so on, and that reflected what he was as a man. He was a very religious man. He was one of the things he was most proud of was the times he'd met the Pope, and he brought that Christianity into his day-to-day life. So there's that aspect of it, but there's also the wider issue of security and how we preserve our democracy in this country.
Damien, if you wouldn't mind, if you could just wait there for a second, because we're just hearing from the Prime Minister now. So let's cut to the Prime Minister.
Endometriosis, passing laws to end cruelty to animals, or doing a huge amount to reduce the fuel poverty suffered by people up and down the country. David was a man who believed passionately in this country and in its future. And we've lost today a fine public servant and a much-loved friend and colleague. And our thoughts are very much today with his wife, his children and his family.
And what was the sense of shock when you and your cabinet colleagues heard about this? This is not news, of course, that anyone would be expecting to hear on Friday at a constituency surgery, and somebody who, of course, has been, as you say, a Conservative MP for a very long time, nearly 40 years. What was the reaction of you and your colleagues when that news filtered through?
I think everybody was deeply shocked and heart-stricken, and our thoughts, as I say, are very much with his family, with his wife, with his children. And for the rest, I mean, we must really leave the police to get on with their investigation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Also, the Speaker of the House of Commons has said today, of course, he's
tribute there. Well, that was the Prime Minister there speaking about his thoughts about the tragic news this afternoon about the death of Sir David Amess. He said that his thoughts were with his family and that MPs were all deeply shocked and heart-stricken. Let's go back now to Damien Green, Conservative MP for Ashford, former Deputy Prime Minister. You were telling us about your memories of Sir David. It's scarcely believable, really, isn't it, that we're talking about him in the past tense?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. And on top of, I mean, I obviously echo everything the Prime Minister we've just heard him say. And one thing I would add is that one of the things David was the supreme constituency representative. He, first for two separate constituencies, first for Basildon and then in Southend. He would use a huge amount of his time and energy, not least on the floor of the House of Commons, asking questions of successive prime ministers to promote the causes of his constituency. He genuinely was the best representative of the constituency system, if you like. It's one of the strengths of our system is that every MP has a link to real life, which is the basis of why they have the privilege of being an MP. And David not only never forgot that, he used that brilliantly on behalf of his constituents throughout his 40 years in Parliament.
And you talk about how the business of being an MP works. So the Commons Speaker has said that there is a need now to discuss MPs' security in the coming days. We've been hearing this afternoon from some of your colleagues saying that extra security, perhaps private security at constituency surgeries should now be considered. Your views on that?
Well, I mean, obviously, we all have to consider this. I mean, in my own case, I do have security measures at my surgery and my home. Partly, for all MPs may want to consider this. I had some of it installed at the request of the authorities when I was a minister. So we're used to it for senior ministers, but. I echo the point made, I think it was by Angela Eagle a few minutes ago, that one of the strengths of our system is precisely that MPs live sort of as normal a life as you can in the community you represent. So absolutely, I had security measures, but I would hate to think that I couldn't just, go shopping and wander around the high streets, do normal things, because in doing that as a member of Parliament, obviously people will come up and talk to you, and that's one of the ways you maintain proper access for people to politicians. It's a strength of the system, and if we have to lose that because of a small number of very bad people who And I'm afraid this isn't the only case, is it? So we've seen it before. But if we lost the sort of intimate access for MPs to, with their own communities, that would be a terrible loss for democracy.
But having security at constituency surgeries, would that necessarily be a barrier between the public and MPs, or could that be accommodated fairly easily?
Well, it depends. No, it wouldn't. And of course, you could have, whether it's physical security or whether it's security measures that many of us will have. You can do things like that. But that indeed is a point where at a specific time you are in a specific place and people will know in advance that you're there. But let's not forget the tragic death of Jo Cox. Jo was killed on the street. So there are either you could start treating all MPs like we treat senior ministers. The Prime Minister and other senior ministers have 24-hour protection. And I think if we said that every member of Parliament had to have that would be terrible. I mean, it would be apart from the use of police resources, it would be a terrible barrier between members of Parliament and the people they represent. So I really hope we do.
You yourself feel safe enough, do you, this afternoon? You'll carry on holding your constituency surgeries as normal?
I will, but as I say, I've already got got security measures.
Mm-hmm.
As I say, I assume across the country now there will be discussions about security, with police and with the parliamentary authorities and so on, and we may all need to enhance them. But I think, as I say, one can focus on constituency surgeries because that's where today's horrible, dreadful event happened. But there are many other times when MPs will be around and about in their constituencies. People will know they're there. So there's a wider question of security at other times as well as at the surgeries that we all have.
Damien Green, thanks very much for joining us and sharing your thoughts this afternoon. Well, Charlotte Ivers is sitting in the studio here. You've listened to what the Prime Minister had to say. Give us a sum up, really.
Well, Boris Johnson paid tribute to a man he called a fine public servant and a much-loved friend and colleague, and he highlighted some of the focuses that David Amess had over the course of his political career, in particular animal rights. And that is a passion that he shares with the Prime Minister's wife, who also paid tribute to David Amess Day and said that his loss was significant. She said, absolutely devastating news about Sir David Amess. He was hugely kind and good, an enormous animal lover and a true gent. This is so completely unjust. Thoughts with his wife and children.
And, you're hearing a lot of shock from MPs, from the Prime Minister down, aren't you?
We really are hearing an outpouring of shock and of grief from people across the House of Commons. And you've heard tributes coming in as well from Labour politicians as from Conservative politicians, a man who clearly had friends right across the political spectrum, even with those who strongly disagreed with him. And I think a lot of that shock as well comes amid an atmosphere whereby a lot of MPs are very concerned about their personal safety. You heard Damien Green there saying that he has security measures in place. Many MPs who are less high profile than him do have that as well. But clearly those procedures probably need to be tightened up in some instances.
Well, and the Commons Speaker saying that there's a need to discuss MPs' security. I mean, I've been talking to various people this afternoon about the idea of having some kind of private security. You wouldn't necessarily need a police presence at constituency surgeries. What kind of measures do you think might now be being considered by Commons authorities?
Well, there are already fairly substantial measures in place for MPs who are considered to be at high threat. The question, I suppose, will be, should those be extended to MPs who aren't actively under threat? So, for example, MPs who have received threats personally, they will be given personal alarms that will allow them to create a noise, draw attention, cause distraction, and then also alarms that will allow them to alert the authorities. Then you have reinforcement of MPs' homes, of MPs' offices, any number of different factors in place. The question will be, should that be expanded more universally across Parliament?
Charlotte Ivers, thanks very much, and I'm sure we'll have more from you later in the programme. Well, let's turn now to Tim Montgomery, who is a Conservative commentator who's on the line this afternoon. Tim, thanks very much for joining us. Your thoughts about this terrible event this afternoon?
I don't know what to say, Kathy, really, but I'll just share the last time I spoke to him. Kathy, you're a friend of mine, and you know that I've had some mental health challenges of late. And David heard that I was suffering a bit, and he rang me a couple of weeks ago and said, "How are you?" And, in the British way that we do, I said, "Oh, I'm fine." He said, "Oh, no, you're not fine." And he just said, "I want to know I'm here for you." And then in his, lots of people have talked about his kindness today, but there was an impishness and a naughtiness to him. He told me lots of silly jokes in the phone call. And then towards, at the end of the phone call, he just said to me, "If you get into a dark place, you will call me, won't you?" And I said, "Of course, yeah, I will." And he said, No. I said, "You promised me." He said, "You will call me." And I said, "I will." And of course, he's not going to be there anymore, but that was the measure of him. That was who he was. He was one of the kindest, not just politicians I've known, and I've known him for 30 years, was one of the kindest people I know. And the fact that he's been taken from us in such a violent way grieves me very, very, very deeply. And just so long as I can get these words out, Kathy, before I crack up completely, he was special, he was kind, but the thing that I think would be the best tribute we could give to him was to recognise that actually there are bad apples in politics. But in my experience of working with Labour, Conservative, Liberal, SNP, the whole lot, most MPs are good people. They want the best for their country, for their constituents, for the causes that they champion. And just as David Amess was a kind man, I think we all owe our elected representatives, just as we owe all our fellow human beings, just a little bit more, not just a little bit, a lot more kindness in how we relate to each other.
And, you know, having had that kindness from him in recent days, it must be very hard for you to come to terms with the fact that he's not there anymore.
Well, I didn't want to have... I've spoken to 5 Live a little while ago, and I'm speaking to you, but originally I didn't want to do any media interviews because I am not in the best of places to do them. But the least I could do to him was to acknowledge, in just so that out of this dark, really dark moment, we can just remember that. And we don't know the nature of the killer and why the killer did what they did, but there is overwhelming goodness in most of society. The people that do dastardly deeds like have been done today, they're not representative of most of us. They're not representative of politicians. They're not representative of citizens. And somehow we just need an outpouring of goodness to be the testimony, to the tribute to the man we've lost today.
Tim Montgomery, thanks very much for talking to us, and do look after yourself. I'm sure many people will be concerned to hear about the problems that you've been going through. Thank you. Well, let's turn now to Ian Duncan-Smith, Conservative MP for Chingford and Woodford Green. Sir Ian, I should say, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. A terrible news, and a lot of people very shocked, very upset. I assume you too.
Yes, it is terrible news. And I knew David, and he was in 9 years before I came in 1992. I do remember he was fun. He had a sort of a very simple way of making you laugh, really. And I do recall, looking on the marvellous memories of him, that when he got re-elected in Basildon, as you say, when it wasn't fully expected, they also, as I understand it, won Basildon Council at the time. And I always remember there were pictures of him leading a conga of councillors into the council house, into the council chamber, doing a sort of peculiar conga going in. And it was his way of making a point, but also having a bit of fun, really. And I think, in a funny sort of way, that's really who he was. I don't think he really ever wanted to be a minister. He wanted to be local MP, he wanted to be a constituency MP, and he thought that was enough. And it is enough, really. I mean, it's a vocation, what we do. People today come in for careers, but David didn't come in for a career. He came in for a vocation, which was to serve his constituents, and he has done that over time. I'm so sad about all this. I think that my prayers to his wife and their family. I mean, it must be terrible what they're going through at the moment. It's having waved him goodbye in the morning to go to his surgery and to find that they'll never see him again. What a tragedy.
And obviously you yourself have come under attack. 5 people were arrested after you were allegedly hit with a traffic cone at Conservative Party conference, so very recent. Do you feel you're kind of looking behind you? You're worried about your safety?
Well, I don't really look behind me, which would have been the reason why when I was smashed in the back by that maybe heavy thing. The main thing is you just don't really think about it. I mean, there were some changes made after the terrible tragedy of Jo Cox and her murder. Police sort of made a point of, I think, being around surgeries, and there was a lot greater focus. But I think COVID hit, and we stopped doing surgeries, really. Although, many of us, I'm sure even David, went out and visited people at their homes and all sorts of stuff. We did a huge amount during COVID, but we weren't able really to hold any surgeries because people were worried about coming into confined spaces. So we kind of got out of the habit of it, and we're all now doing surgeries again. People are beginning to come back in, some reluctant. But the main thing is that I think that there's been a bit of a disconnect over COVID, and I think that there probably does need to be a rethink. We can't have security wandering around when we wander around our constituency. We can't have people, sort of strong-arming us around the place, because that's not what British politics is all about. The constituency MP, quite often when you see polls, you'll see polls saying, what do you think of politicians? And it's down near estate agents, not that I've gone against estate agents. And then they say, well, what about your constituency MP? And it rises dramatically. And that's because people detach the two, intriguingly. They see a constituency MP, whatever party, doing work for them and for their friends and their neighbours. But the idea of a politician is what they see on the television, arguing and making points they may not agree with. And I think it's the saving grace of our system is that we as constituency MPs really do care about our constituencies, get around, see people. That's the difference. It's the human bit. We can't stop that. Whatever we do.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I just wonder when you're reflecting on, what happened to you, and you've been at the receiving end more than once of the kind of rancor that's in the political discourse at the moment, whether that's on social media, in traditional media, some front benchers using intemperate language. What do we do about that? Why is that happening?
Well, I think it's an opportunity for two or three things to happen. The first is we should accept that the arrival of the internet has licensed angry, nasty people. It's given them license, they think, to say what they like, to threaten people, and then whip each other up in echo chambers of this ghastly anger. And I think we do need to look very carefully again at how the internet operates, because really, particularly with women, it's vile at times, absolutely vile. The second thing I think is that we probably do need to look at how the one place everybody knows where we are at certain times is at the surgery, because everybody knows you're fixed there for at least 3 or 4 hours, and you're going to be very clear. It's going to be very easy to get in to see you. And that's a very obvious target. So maybe, police being around or outside might help deter people. But I do think that you shouldn't be taking just any old person that comes off the street. You should be having bookings now. That's what we were advised, and we do it. And I think most people do it, because you need to check on who's coming in. First of all, to see if they're even a constituent, because there's a limited amount of time. So all of those things can be done. But the one thing I say is that as politicians, though, we have to be really careful. We should not ever, ever speak about each other in terms that are personal and derogative, in the sense that that we're calling each other names. Now, we do argue, and we have raucous debates, and I wouldn't stop that. But we argue about what we believe. We don't argue about what we hate as individuals. We don't hate each other. I work with Labour MPs on lots of stuff, from gambling through to problems over China, and we get on very well. And that is something not much seen by the public. But the reality is, we shouldn't get personal. And sometimes it gets personal. Like I would just simply say to my colleagues on either side of the House, we really can't afford to cast each other in the darkness and say to each other that we don't think that they're worthy of anything. Everybody comes in to do a good job and to try their hardest, and we should respect that and argue with their ideas.
Are you referring to the Deputy Labour leader, amongst others?
Well, I'm not making a direct comment about that. I've known, a number of people have got so carried away that they've referred to each other in terms that I think are personal. That's the whole point of why people say, do you talk in the House of Commons in the third party? It's because it's very difficult to be really personally rude about somebody in the third party. It really has to be torturous if you're going to do it. So that was the whole reason why we do it like that. And so, generally in our behaviour, I just simply say, look, we argue and we get very angry about each other's views or policies or ideas, and that's fine. But I think generally we should try and therefore leave it at that and not end up being personal about each other. Let's say we're all doing something that we believe in, whether we agree with each other or not.
So Ian Duncan-Smith, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to go a little bit late to the news now, but plenty more on this breaking story after that.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good afternoon, I'm Rachel Jewell. A 25-year-old man's been held on suspicion of murder after the stabbing of veteran MP Sir David Amess in Essex. He died after being stabbed multiple times during a constituency surgery at a church in Leigh-on-Sea. Speaking in the last few minutes, the Prime Minister says all our hearts are full of shock and sadness.
The reason I think people are so shocked and saddened is, above all, he was one of the kindest, nicest, most gentle people in politics, and he also had an outstanding record of passing laws to help the most vulnerable.
Sir Lindsay Hoyle, Speaker of the House of Commons, has promised a review of security around MPs. Former Prime Minister Tony Blair became an MP at the same time in 1983 and says he's shocked and horrified by the news. He says it's a terrible day, a sad day for our democracy, adding that Sir David was a courteous, decent and thoroughly likeable colleague. Well, John Bercow, former Speaker of the House of Commons, has told Times Radio he knew David well and says he was a lovely guy and could connect with anyone he spoke to.
He could find a voice to talk to and an ear to hear from anybody who met him, and he just radiated warmth, sincerity, generosity of spirit. And as you can probably tell, I am stupefied as well as horrified.
Flags at Downing Street are being flown at half-mast and at Westminster. Looking ahead to tomorrow, fog patches in the southwest clearing, fairly cloudy but dry for most during the day. Rain developing over Northern Ireland and the west of Scotland, but becoming milder. Ben Fletcher has the sports.
Newcastle have confirmed that Steve Bruce will be in charge this weekend against Tottenham, his 1,000th game as manager. In a club statement, director Amanda Staveley told fans, change does not always happen overnight. It demands time and that we follow a carefully considered plan and strategy. She wishes Bruce the best of luck against Tottenham on Sunday and says if there are any changes to be made going forward, he'll be the first to know. Rangers manager Steven Gerrard is one of those linked with replacing Bruce.
Everyone connected with the games, looking in with interest to see how that develops. But from a personal point of view, I don't really get involved in speculation, and I wish Steve Bruce all the best. I'm in a very big job and a very big role here that I'm very much fully focused on. And we've got a top-of-the-table clash at the weekend, and it's a game I'm very much looking forward to. But I've certainly got one eye on Newcastle in terms of seeing Brucey get his 1,000th game.
FIFA has confirmed it's helped evacuate almost 100 refugees from Afghanistan. The group, which is now in Qatar, includes players and coaches from the women's national football team. All of those evacuated were considered to be high risk following the takeover of the Taliban. MPs are to examine next week whether £2.8 million of public money committed to considering a UK and Ireland bid to host the 2030 World Cup represents good value. The cross-party DCMS committee will question the funding body UK Sport. FIFA is expected to outline the bidding regulations for the 2030 World Cup in the first half of next year. And Britain's new number one male tennis player Cameron Norrie is targeting one of the coveted 8 places at the lucrative season-ending ATP Finals in Turin after reaching the last 4 at Indian Wells. Norrie will face Grigor Dimitrov in his first semi-final at Masters 1000 level. He's guaranteed at least £246,000 worth of prize money. A reminder, Saturday is game day over on TalkSport with 3 more exclusive Premier League commentaries. Among them, Brentford host Chelsea from 5 p.m.
Kathy Newman at Drive on Times Radio with Canaccord Genuity Wealth Management, helping you build your wealth with confidence. Find out how Canaccord's can-do approach can make a world of difference in a different world at candowealth.com.
Well, returning now to the story that is dominating the news this afternoon. The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has died after being stabbed at his constituency surgery in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. Our political correspondent, Charlotte Ivers, is in the studio with me, and the Labour leader has put out a statement, hasn't he?
That's right. We've just heard from Keir Starmer, leader of the Labour Party, who has said, "My heart goes out to David's wife and children, his staff, friends and constituents. This is a dark and shocking day and the whole country will feel it acutely, perhaps the more so because we have heartbreakingly been here before." He goes on to pay tributes to David Amess as a dedicated public servant with a profound sense of duty. He says that his Catholicism was central to his political life and he was highly respected across Parliament, within the church and the Christian community. And he ends with an urge urge to come together in response to these horrendous events and to show that violence and intimidation will not prevail.
And the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, has also had something to say.
She has. Priti Patel, of course, an Essex MP herself, so a personal friend of David Amess, and she says that he served the people of Southend with endless passion, energy and integrity, and that he was killed while going about his constituency duties is heartbreaking beyond words. And she says it represents a senseless attack on democracy itself. Interestingly, she also goes on to say that questions are rightly being asked about the safety of the country's elected representatives, and she will provide updates in due course.
Charlotte, thanks very much. We'll get you back in as soon as there's any more news. But on the line now is Jack Straw, former Labour Home Secretary and former Foreign Secretary. Good afternoon, Jack.
Good afternoon.
Now, I know you knew Sir David Amess well, didn't you? Tell us your thoughts on this very sad day.
Yes, I did, although he represented an Essex constituency or two, one after another, and I represented a Lancashire constituency. I'm also from suburban Essex, which is where David came from. And so we used to talk about the way in which this very fine county was traduced so often. And also, we developed a friendship really across the chamber. I didn't agree with, by any means, everything he stood far from it. But that one of the important things about democracy is you can have these friendships across the chamber. And that has continued on the occasions I've seen him since. Like everyone else, I'm profoundly shocked and saddened by this news. It's terrible, obviously, for him, but particularly for his wife and for his children and all who cared about him and knew him, and he had cared for in Southend and before that in Basildon, because there's no question he was a very, very active MP. And although he's spent his life since 1983 as a backbencher, he got all sorts of legislation onto the statute book, which is quite rare, actually, for backbench members of Parliament. I mean, the other thing this raises is, as Priti Patel has mentioned, is the security of MPs. Now, I was, one sense, fortunate because from the period from 1997 until I retired from the House of Commons 18 years later in 2015, I had protection, police protection, in my constituency the whole time, and I was glad that I had. But that, up to now, is only available for a handful of members of Parliament who've done national security jobs. And there's no question, it's not just that this is going to have to be reviewed. But I think, given the murder of Joe Cox, what happened to Stephen Timms, the new MMP, not long before that, and now this murder, that the police and the Home Office will have to make arrangements for, in my view, for there to be the kind of protection I received at a constituency level when MPs particularly are holding their advice surgeries, which are advertised in advance, and for which many MPs, and there's either no appointment needed or there's inevitably no vetting, because we believe in open democracy in this country.
So are you talking about, having a police officer on the door of constituency surgeries, having police escort MPs to and fro?
Well, that will have to be thought about, but I think it's more about actually having a police officer in the room when you're interviewing people than, I don't know obviously exactly how this particular murder happened, and then with them whilst they're doing those constituency duties. I don't think it's necessary, but this is a matter for Home Office and police advisors to consider. For members of Parliament to have 24-hour constant security of the kind that I had as Home Secretary, Foreign Secretary, and as Justice Secretary. But what happened when I went onto the back benches, when I retired I was retired by the British people as a minister in 2010. I decided to go onto the back benches. Protection for me continued in my constituency of Blackburn, and particularly when I was doing advice surgeries and other events which were made public.
But at the moment, MPs, in your view, are woefully underprotected.
Well, they don't have any protection. And that's
in Parliament. But constituency surgery, it's a glaring weakness.
They have. Well, it's really sad that it may have come to this, but I think that if I were a member of Parliament, and I was for 36 years, I would now be really anxious about this, and I'm sure that is shared by members of Parliament across the chamber.
Jack Straw, thanks very much for joining us. Well, now, we would normally at this time have our regular WTF panel looking back at the week that finished. But things obviously, in the light of the tragic news of the death of the Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, are slightly different. But we are still joined by the former Conservative Party leader, now Times columnist, William Hague, and Labour peer and broadcaster Joan Bakewell. Good afternoon to you both on this really very traumatic day for parliamentarians.
Hello, Cathy.
We have been throughout the programme, this specially extended programme, reflecting on the death of Conservative MP Sir David Amess. William, first, I wanted to get your thoughts on Sir David. I'm sure you knew him well.
Well, I did know him well. Yes, I've known him for nearly 40 years, and many years ago, been on international visits with him, been a parliamentary private secretary alongside him in our early days in Parliament. And really, you could not have a more assiduous member of Parliament in relation to his constituency in particular, and campaigning on issues, a strong supporter of his party, but not one who was afraid to differ from the majority of his party when he wished to do so. And that really made him what most people would say was the ideal member of Parliament. So it's very, very sad, and a very nice man as well. And so we must all think of his family and close friends today. So a wonderful man, an excellent MP, always, really in every sentence he spoke, just about referring to his constituents, first in Basildon and then in Southend. And then you have the angle you would, no doubt, you will discuss that you were just discussing with Jack Straw, that in this country we have a great tradition of an intimate connection between an MP and his or her constituents, and it's really important not to lose that. But of course, when these things happen, as they happened to Joe Cox 5 years ago, it is a direct challenge to that tradition.
I'll come back to that, if I may, because I do want to ask you about that. Joan Bakewell, I wanted to get your thoughts. A very sad day, clearly. It's sort of, there's been a lot of people talking about the kind of rancour that has characterised our political debate, and I know that you've witnessed that yourself. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, Sir David is not someone I knew myself personally, but I've been impressed by the tributes paid to him of personal nature. People obviously admired, loved him, and trusted him and valued him. So he is a great loss to our parliamentary system. What is alarming is that someone like that should be at risk in his own constituency, among the very people who he serves, at the point where he was actually serving them, seeing them on the Friday when he was in his constituency surgery. I mean, you cannot come closer to true democracy than that bond. And that bond was violated by someone disturbed, frantic, full of hatred, and who can say, completely destroying something so precious, or threatening to destroy it, because, of course, he won't destroy it. Those bonds and that attachment that constituents have to their MP will go on. It is a very strong and important bond that we must sustain.
Well, it's interesting to hear you both, agree on that point, that this is a very precious thing, the cornerstone of our democracy. But, William, hearing Jack Straw talk about the fact that MPs need the same sort of level of protection as, a cabinet minister, he was Home Secretary, he had a lot of protection. Do you think that's the way it's going to have to go now?
I don't think it can go that way. I mean, it's perfectly right to ask about it, to discuss these things when something as tragic as this happens. And indeed, we've now had in 21 years, three things like this, because you'll remember that a Liberal MP, Nigel Jones, in Cheltenham, was attacked and his assistant was killed about 20 years ago. And then there was Joe Cox, and now today there has been this. So, of course, you then have to ask, well, what could we do to improve the protection of members of parliament. But, the protection that Jack used to have and that I used to have when I was Foreign Secretary is very, it's an extremely onerous and expensive thing.
Well, it's round the clock, isn't it?
Round the clock, that's 9 full-time, highly trained police officers with vehicles. Well, for obvious reasons, we only do that for people in the most sensitive government positions. And there's another angle to this, of course, which is that MPs don't want to lose, and constituents don't want to lose that intimate connection that we've been talking about. This is how you do your job. It's how you know what's going on. When I was Foreign Secretary, and I still used to do my constituency surgeries, and sit down in a room with only my assistant present with any constituent with any problem. Well, that was how, in an otherwise what could be a remote job, jetting around the world as Foreign Secretary, that was how I knew what was going on in my constituency. And you don't want to lose that connection with the local people.
But there's a halfway house, isn't there? Without having round-the-clock protection, you could have, private security in the room when you're having those discussions with constituents you don't know.
Something too?
Yeah,
I hear what you say about being in your constituency room with your assistant when people came in one by one. Now, I think it might be worth, and it seems it's terrible we have to think this, but the actual geography of the rooms in which you receive your constituents. I mean, if there were glass walls partitions, we've all seen police series where there are glass rooms and floor-to-ceiling glass walls so that people who are outside that room can see what is going on. It may just be something architectural that needs to be done so that people are visible to each other when these encounters take place.
William, there's sort of halfway measures that could be done.
Yes, well, it's right, absolutely. That Joan is quite right that it's important to think about those things. Bear in mind, however, that usually these surgeries take place in places where you're not in control of the architecture or the geography of it. This happened in a church today. And I used to have 8 locations for my surgeries in Richmond, Yorkshire, because my constituency covered 1,000 square miles. So I used 8 different locations, and that included places that I borrowed, an office in a tourist information centre, an office in a solicitor's office who wanted to be helpful, social clubs, and so on, a church hall, indeed. And so, these are places where you can't go around changing the architecture.
Well, I mean, we're talking about saving lives, David. So, I mean, it may well be so that we have to, in some way, invite some brilliantly inventive young architect designers and other people to support them with the cost of it, to make that kind of thing possible so that you can be behind a screen talking in confidence to a constituent, and other people outside can be aware of what's going on in that room. I'm not sure that wouldn't be worth some expenditure to protect people.
It's a good thought. Absolutely, it's a good thought. And indeed, there's been some additional provision for MP security after what happened to Joe Cox in having available panic alarms and entry systems and so on. But again, that you can sense I'm a bit skeptical about whether you can really protect members of Parliament, because we're just talking about one way in which MPs interact very closely with their constituents. But most MPs, when they finish their advice surgery, will also then walk down the street. Joe Cox was outside when attacked. They will walk down the street, they will call in at shops, they will visit people in their homes who they, either by knocking on doors in general or by knowing someone has a particular problem. And you really can't supervise, you can't police all of that without a terrible separation of MPs from their constituents. So I think that there may well be additional measures that have to be taken, but I want to be a bit cautionary about suggesting that you can really make an MP's job completely safe.
Well, Joan, here's another thought. If security is obviously complicated and, things will be reviewed and I'm sure some measures will be put in place, but And again, we don't know what happened in this instance. We don't know all the ins and outs, of course. But there is a sort of anger and a rancour, I referred to it earlier, about political discourse. And you see that on social media. You see it, when a front page of a newspaper calls judges traitors, and you see it with the Deputy Labour leader calling her political opponents scum. That's got to change, hasn't it, Joan?
Yes, I think it's terrible. It's dreadful that that's happening. I can't but believe social media doesn't accelerate it, but there is a deep-seated sense of frustration and hatred lurking in the minds of a great many people, and I don't understand enough sort of socio-psychology to understand how this kind of mood of real resentment and rage can fester away like that. I mean, I don't think our leaders are particularly fine examples. William, I accept you from this generalisation, but I mean, we aren't always led by people who are very careful with what they say, and abuse does bounce around, and indeed is relished sometimes and seen as funny and amusing and clever, whereas in fact I think we all need to be far more generous to each other.
William?
I think that's an important shift that needs to take place.
William, I know you're a very generous person, but has the leadership got to come from the top here? There's got to be a much more civilised, kinder debate.
It has to be universal. I mean, it has to be generally assumed.
Let me bring in William on this point.
The discourse in the House of Lords is a good more gentle and courteous than it is in the House of Commons, so perhaps they could learn from us.
William?
Yes, the example does have, of course it has to come from the top. I think we have, in general, we have a good tradition, again, in this country of generosity of spirit, even at the top in politics, and quite good relations across parties and showing respect for the other side. But there are times when you just referred to some of them, Kathy, where that definitely frays at the edges, and it shouldn't. And I do agree with Joan that social media, I think, has made this worse. I wrote my column in the Times this week about social media and its effect on taking people into ever more radical opinion, the need to keep people hooked and engaged on social media platforms in order to sell advertising.
Of course it doesn't.
People do get taken down a more and more
reach or explain the deep bitterness at the heart of people whom we don't know and we're never likely to meet, whose lives are clearly so wretched and whose minds are so disturbed that they can't even accept any sort of social conventions of politeness and consideration from others, and seethe with such rage that it has to explode. Now, I've no idea what prompts that kind of thing, but certainly there's an availability in the media, in the movies that we see, in the encounters in violent films, that it's quite an acceptable form of self-expression. That if you are seething enough with hatred, then you are in some way legitimately allowed to lash out. Now, that is a very corrupting state of affairs, and of course it's somehow, perhaps in the past, always been held in check. I don't know, but I mean, Dickens' England wasn't, but Victorian England wasn't particularly peaceful. Mayhew didn't tell of happy times. So I think it's an underbelly of violent hatred, which is almost tribal somehow.
William, do you fear that this awful event today, but also previous attacks on MPs, will put people off becoming MPs?
Well, I don't think it will. I think it will worry many MPs about what could happen as they go about their work, and the people who work for MPs. Remember, this is we really have to think about the staff of members of Parliament, who are the other people in the room on these occasions. And I mentioned how the assistant to Nigel Jones was killed in that attack in Cheltenham 20 years ago. So I think it will worry all of them. I don't think that any... I don't think people do get put off coming into politics if they have a strong sense of public service, as well as of their own ambitions, and of a need to achieve particular campaigning objectives. And, thinking back to Sir David Amess, he had all of those things. And he would have persisted in politics really no matter what the adversity or the threat. So I don't think it does that, but it is nevertheless a very sad day, and it is a challenge to the way we perform our democratic duties.
William Hague and Joan Bakewell, thank you both very much for sharing your thoughts about Sir David Amess, but also what his death prompts us all to think about. We have more in the next hour, so stay tuned.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio. Know your times.
It's 6 o'clock. This is Cathy Newman with Times Radio Drive. The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has died after being stabbed at a constituency surgery. Police have arrested a man on suspicion of murder. The Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition have paid tribute to him.
David was a man who believed passionately in this country and in its future. And we've lost today a fine public servant and a much-loved friend and colleague.
The police are about to make a statement. We'll bring you that live as it comes.
This is Times Radio.
But first, the news with Rachel Jewell.
Thanks, Cathy. Good evening.
We've lost today a fine public servant and a much-loved friend and colleague.
The Prime Minister Boris Johnson paying tribute to the MP Sir David Amess, who's been killed in a stabbing in Essex. A man's been arrested on suspicion of murder after the incident in Leigh-on-Sea at a constituency surgery. Boris Johnson says he's deeply shocked and heart-stricken, adding his thoughts are with Sir David's widow and 5 children.
Almost 40 years of continuous service to the people of Essex and the whole of the United Kingdom. And the reason I think people are so shocked and saddened is, above all, he was one of the kindest, nicest, most gentle people in politics.
Conservative MP Sir Roger Gale told us he was a dear friend and a brave and compassionate MP.
I'm absolutely devastated. He was a dear friend, a great colleague. We came into the House together in 1983. We've worked together on so many projects. He was a staunch supporter of animal welfare, which I've worked with him on. He's the dearest, kindest man, and I'm desperately sorry for him and for his family. It's frightful.
Former Tory leader Sir Ian Duncan-Smith says his prayers go to his family.
I don't think he really ever wanted to be a minister. He wanted to be a local MP, he wanted to be a constituency MP, and he thought that was enough. And it is enough, really. I mean, it's a vocation, what we do. People today come in for careers, but David didn't come in for a career. He came in for a vocation, which was to serve his constituents, and he has done that.
The killing comes 5 years after the murder of MP Jo Cox on her way to a constituency meeting in West Yorkshire. Home Secretary Priti Patel says she would provide an update in due course on questions about the safety of MPs. Flags at Westminster are flying at half-mast. Sir Lindsay Hoyle, Speaker of the Commons, has promised a fresh review of security. Speaking to us before news of his death, senior Conservative MP and friend David Davis said his thoughts are with the family and told Times Radio security has got to be beefed up.
This was in David's surgery, and we all of us meet face-to-face with constituents in our surgeries. We have to. It's necessary. And in some ways, there's no way of protecting against it. But the House of Commons are going to have to think very, very hard about how we look after and protect MPs who come under these threats.
East Ham MP Stephen Timms, who was stabbed at a constituency surgery in 2010, has written on Twitter, appalled to hear of the attack. I know him well, thinking of him as we await further news. We're told a few thousand people could be going about their lives after wrongly being told their NHS COVID test was negative. A lab in Wolverhampton has been suspended from processing PCR swabs after concerns over different results from lateral flow devices. Test and Trace says as many as 43,000 may have been been given the wrong result since the 8th of September. Dr. Jenny Harris is head of the UK Health Security Agency.
There's around 50% in the southwest. There's some in Wales, and we've linked with colleagues there. And then the others are scattered around. But as I say, the important thing is individuals. We have the contact details and we will just let them know.
At least 47 people have died in an explosion at a mosque in the city of Kandahar in Afghanistan. It's thought 70 more have been wounded. The attack happened during Friday prayers, a week after a bombing killed almost 50 people in the north of the country. The US is lifting restrictions on vaccinated foreign travellers from November the 8th. Most Britons have been essentially banned from travelling to America under curbs on non-essential travel introduced at the start of the coronavirus pandemic. The White House says people will be allowed to travel by land and air with a valid vaccination pass. And just to recap the breaking news today, a Conservative MP has been stabbed multiple times in an incident at his constituency surgery. Sir David Amess was attacked at Belfair's Methodist Church in Leigh-on-Sea. Looking ahead to tomorrow, fog patches in the southwest clearing, fairly cloudy but dry for most during the day. Rain developing over Northern Ireland and western Scotland later and becoming milder. Our top sports story this hour, Steve Bruce will remain in charge of Newcastle for Sunday's Premier League match against Tottenham. It had been heavily reported that he'd lose his job at St James's Park following the Saudi-led takeover of the club. We'll have a full sports update at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker.
Kathy Newman at Drive on Times Radio with Canaccord Genuity Wealth Management, helping you build your wealth with confidence.
Good evening, it's Kathy Newman here with an extended edition of our Drive programme. Let me bring you up to date on the breaking story this afternoon. The Conservative MP, Sir David Amess, has been killed while attending his constituency surgery in Essex. A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder. The MP had been treated by emergency services but died at the scene. The first floral tribute has been laid at a police cordon in Leigh-on-Sea following his death. It was laid by a young woman and it reads, "A silent thought, a quiet prayer for a special person in God's care. May you rest in peace." There have been plentiful tributes this afternoon. It's been branded a tragic day for democracy by the former Prime Minister Theresa May, and questions are also being asked about the safety of MPs following the death of Joe Cox in 2016 and similar attacks on MPs and their staff since. This afternoon, here on Times Radio Drive, we're paying tribute to Sir David, and we're also asking those questions. How safe is our democracy? If you ask anyone in Parliament for their first thoughts about Sir David Amess, it is fair to say the words Southend and City would be involved. Sir David was married with 4 daughters and a son, and he ensured that questions were asked of government ministers, and that included his long-running campaign to make Southend a city.
Amess. I got terribly excited yesterday when I heard my right honourable friend would be making this statement, and of course I welcome his announcement today, but will he commit to come forward with further statements when he can announce as part of the celebrations an unveiling of a new statue of Her Majesty the Queen and a statue of Dame Vera Lynn, and will he fix something which is an obvious omission, that previously every time we've had a Jubilee celebration there has been a city status competition. And we need that so that Southend becomes a city.
Well, the Conservative MP for Chingford and Woodford Green, Sir Ian Duncan Smith, spoke to me in the last hour to pay his respects.
I don't think he really ever wanted to be a minister. He wanted to be a local MP. He wanted to be a constituency MP, and he thought that was enough. And it is enough, really. I mean, it's a vocation, what we do. People today come in for careers. But David didn't come in for a career. He came in for a vocation, which was to serve his constituents. And he has done that over time. I'm so sad about all this. I think that my prayers to his wife and their family, I mean, it must be terrible what they're going through at the moment. It's having waved him goodbye in the morning to go to his surgery and to find that they'll never see him again. What a tragedy.
We also heard from the former Labour Home Secretary and Foreign Secretary Jack Straw, who expressed his concern about the safety of MPs working today.
You know, it's really sad that it may have come to this, but I think that if I were a member of Parliament, and I was for 36 years, I would now be really anxious about this, and I'm sure that is shared by members of Parliament across the chamber.
The former Speaker of the House of Commons, John Bercow, spoke about his personal memories of Sir David.
I knew David Amess for over 30 years, for several years before I arrived in the House of Commons. And throughout my 22 years in the House, I knew him very well indeed. And for the 2 years that I've not been in the House, that is to say, since the end of October 2019, I've maintained contact with David, and David has maintained contact with me. It is almost impossible to exhaust the list of adjectives to describe what an outstanding member of the House of Commons David Amess was. He was conscientious, assiduous, dutiful, caring, passionate, principled. He was an outstanding constituency member of Parliament.
Stephen Crabb, Conservative MP and former Work and Pensions Secretary, shared his thoughts about Sir David Amess shortly after the news of the MP's death broke.
David's been in Parliament almost 40 years. I'm a relative newcomer in that I was elected in 2005, and from the very first week, David made it part of his business to look out for the new MPs. He was a great encourager, a great friend. He was a very funny man, of course, very wise man. Somebody who had little time for a lot of the froth and tosh of what passes for a lot of news and political coverage. He could see straight to the heart of the matter. He made a reputation as a great champion for his constituency, fighting for Southend, but of course he had a lot of other interests as well, and it was just a wonderful personality in Parliament, liked by everybody and courteous to everybody, one of those people who treated everyone with total respect, whatever their position or status.
What's been especially touching about the tributes is that they've come from all corners of the political spectrum. Earlier we heard from Angela Eagle, Labour MP for Wallasey.
My heart goes out to his family, his children, his wife, his constituents, the members of his staff that have had this shocking thing happen. And unfortunately, it's not the only time. We've had Joe Cox murdered within the last 6 years, and the unthinkable in which MPs are attacked doing their job and killed in this country is now happened again. And I'm just terribly, terribly sad for his family and friends and his staff. But I think it's an attack on our democracy when MPs can be treated in this way for going about their daily job.
Former Labour Foreign Secretary Margaret Beckett added her concerns about the safety of politicians, saying it's now back at the forefront of MPs' minds.
Yes, I think it does. I think it will have shaken. I mean, if you put it in context, I think Nigel Jones was the first, and of course he was not killed, but his assistant was, and he was injured.
Lib Dem MP, now a peer.
Yeah, he was injured quite badly, I think. And then, of course, we've had Stephen Timmins was attacked at his advice bureau. Joe Cox was murdered on the way to hers. People might not have recalled because, fortunately, the plot was uncovered. But one of my colleagues in the northwest, someone bought a machete in order to kill her, and is now in jail because the plot came to light. So there has been a sort of sequence. Hers, I think, was not. It was just known that he wanted to kill her, but I think everybody is now very conscious of the vulnerability of the Advice Bureau arrangement, which we all treasure.
Well, very shortly we're going to be hearing from the police about the latest on their investigation. But now let's bring you this from Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer paying his tribute to Sir David Amess.
My heart goes out to Sir David's wife, to his children, his wider family, his staff and all of his friends and colleagues. Today is a dark and a shocking day, the more so because, heartbreakingly, we've been here before. Informed by his faith, Sir David had a profound sense of public duty, and he was highly respected and much liked across the Houses of Parliament on all sides and within the Christian community. We now have to come together in response to this horrendous act and show that violence, intimidation and threats will never prevail over the tireless work of public servants like David, simply doing his job.
Well, let's speak now to Caroline Noakes, who's chair of the Women and Equalities Committee and a Conservative MP. Good evening, Caroline.
Hi, Kathy.
Terribly sad day, and we've been hearing from lots of your colleagues about just how this has raised fears once again about the environment in which you operate and whether you're safe.
Well, my heart goes out to David's family, and he was nothing other than a kind man and a very conscientious one. And I'm not surprised that on a Friday, David was doing his constituency surgery, because that is what we all do every week. But of course, it raises concerns about security. We've been here before. We've been here too many times before, and that's the stark reality. And each one of us, in going about our job, is upholding democracy, is working to serve our constituents, as David did so brilliantly in Southend. And just this afternoon, I was at an event with for the organisation Show Racism the Red Card. Their organiser for the southern region is from Southend, and we didn't know what had happened to David, and had a completely spontaneous conversation about David Amess was synonymous with Southend, and they were saying to me, they saw him about the town the whole time, and were making the point repeatedly. They knew David, they saw David, he was involved in all sorts of local organisations and activities, and to be murdered whilst just doing your job is horrific. And really, we have to do more to make sure that it's safe for MPs to do that.
What would you like to see done?
Well, look, I think many of us will be taking a view over this weekend as to how we hold our surgeries in future. And we were all very cautious after the tragic murder of Joe Cox just 5 years ago. But we'd all crept back to doing surgeries face to face. But I think the really telling thing this afternoon is how scared our staff are, because they are the front line between members and the public. And I go to my surgeries and I have one assistant with me, or I did have one assistant with me. None of us wants to be in a situation where we expect a police presence at surgeries, but we're all likely to be in a situation where we're looking very carefully about whether we just do them on Zoom or Teams in future to remove that element of risk.
Is there a little bit of you that makes you think twice about whether you want to carry on being an MP when you hear what's happened?
Gosh, yeah, I think part of me does think that. Are the risks worth it? Now, look, David was the most phenomenally conscientious man who regarded serving his constituents as a duty, and many of us are in that same boat. It's a duty, and we want to do the very best that we can. It does call into question, would I be as an effective member of Parliament if I were to take the view that I wasn't going to be as visible in my constituency, that I wasn't going to meet people face to face? And it worries me that I'm now in a position where I'm having to think about those decisions.
I mean, that's a terrible statement about democracy, isn't it? That you, and I'm sure other MPs, are thinking, do I want to carry on doing this?
So I can remember vividly how I felt after Joe Cox was so horrifically murdered. Because I would always say to people, look, I grew up in Romsey, I went to school in Romsey. These are people I've known my entire life. Something like that can't happen to me in Romsey. But then remember that Joe was from Batley and Spen. It's where she grew up. It was her home. And the same of David is that he had been the representative for Southend West since 1983. I mean, it's a phenomenal period of time. These were his friends, his constituents. They were people that he knew and loved well. And so it feels horrendous to be in a position where you're looking at people and thinking, is this risk worth it? And that makes me feel incredibly sad. And also, worried for the future, worried for the direction of our democracy. What on earth does it say that in a democratic country, the mother of all democracies, that parliamentarians are anxious to go about their ordinary business, meeting people because of what might happen?
Caroline, what does it why do you think there is so much hatred? I mean, obviously we don't know the circumstances of this. We're going to hear from the police shortly, but, this is happening with increasing frequency, that MPs are coming under attack.
Yes, it is. And I was listening to Margaret Beckett's comments earlier where she was talking about the number of MPs who have physically been attacked, but also we know that there are currently individuals serving prison sentences for having threatened members of Parliament. And I think it's impossible to attribute it to any one thing, but I would certainly observe that people are far more aggressive and I'll use the term unpleasant, but more than that, on social media. So they say things to you on social media that they wouldn't dream of saying to your face. And I wonder how much of those behaviours then become ingrained and spill over into real life. I think that there are a lot of tensions at the moment, and I think people are frustrated, worried, scared about what the future looks like. And understandably so. We've been through a terrible period with COVID, which has heightened people's anxieties and worries. And I think the language that politicians use, we all need to be so careful in the way we debate and the way we try to make political arguments. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to do so with kindness and with respect. And I think we need to be very careful in the language that we use, because it clearly, people can get incredibly het up over emotive and provocative language. And it's a duty on all of us just simply not to go there.
Caroline Noakes, thanks very much for joining us this evening. Well, we're continuing to pay tribute to Sir David Amess, the MP who's been killed at the age of 69 while attending his constituency surgery in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. He's been remembered throughout the afternoon as a passionate constituency MP who leaves behind a widow and 5 children. Sir David was never shy about asking questions of government ministers about his long-running campaign to make Southend a city. We're going to look back now at some of his contributions in the House of Commons and the tributes from politicians we've heard throughout the afternoon.
David was a man who believed passionately in this country and in its future. And we've lost today a fine public servant and a much-loved friend and colleague.
Sir David Amess. Will my right honourable friend find time for a debate on the criteria for the creation of cities? Given that my right honourable friend once made a memorable visit to Southend, would he agree with me that it is absolutely ridiculous that the place is not already a city? Also, given that it is generally regarded as the finest seaside resort in the country, if not in the world.
I don't think he really ever wanted to be a minister. He wanted to be a local MP. He wanted to be a constituency MP, and he thought that was enough. And it is enough, really. I mean, it's a vocation, what we do. People today come in for careers, but David didn't come in for a career. He came in for a vocation, which was to serve his constituents, and he has done that.
David Amess. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that the field of poppies at the Tower of London is a stunning and deeply moving way of honouring all those who lost their lives in the First World War? And would he also agree with me that it serves as a timely reminder that in any conflict there can be a terrible loss of human life?
It is almost impossible to exhaust the list of adjectives to describe what an outstanding member of the House of Commons David Amess was. He was conscientious, assiduous, dutiful, caring, passionate, principled. He was an outstanding constituency member of Parliament.
David Amess. It may be unusual for anyone in this place to change the way they will vote following a speech made here, and I can't prove that that is what I did, but that is what I did the night of the debate because of what was said about weapons of mass destruction. I now have to listen and wrestle with my own conscience, and shame on me. The then Prime Minister must wrestle with his own conscience.
And he also had an outstanding record of passing laws to help the most vulnerable, whether the people who are suffering from endometriosis, passing laws to end cruelty to animals, or doing a huge amount to reduce the fuel poverty suffered by people up and down the country. David was a man who believed passionately in this country and in its future. And we've lost today a fine public servant and a much-loved friend and colleague. And our thoughts are very much today with his wife, his children and his family.
Sir David Amess. Will my right honourable friend find time for a debate on the rights of British citizens held in prisons overseas? My constituent son, Mr Lakbir Sandhu, has been held in a Czech prison for 9 months without being charged. He has apparently been denied proper legal representation, and worse still, his family are finding great difficulty in obtaining visas to visit their son.
Absolutely devastating, and very first thoughts are with Sir David's family. Just a wonderful group of people, a wonderful man, and myself, my colleagues from all across the House, regardless of party colour, were feeling very, very shaken up this afternoon.
Yeah. Well, Mr Speaker, while it's a little bit disappointing, there isn't a packed House to listen to what I have to say about Southend. Looking round the chamber, we have the quality.
Just some of Sir David Amess's contributions to Parliament and the many tributes to the MP, which have been flooding in throughout the afternoon. This was his last spoken contribution to Parliament on September the 23rd, when he asked about one of his favourite subjects, animal rights, an issue close to his heart throughout his political career.
I would ask my right honourable friend if he would find time for a debate on World Animal Day, which unfortunately falls on the 4th of October during the recess. But if we do have a later debate, it does give the House an opportunity to talk about animal welfare generally, cruelty to animals, and the welfare of farmyard animals, which was so ably mentioned by my honourable friend, the member for Crawley, yesterday.
That was Sir David Amess's last question in Parliament on September the 23rd. Charlotte Ivers, Times Radio's political correspondent, is back in the studio. Charlotte, I mean, an incredible array of tributes this afternoon, haven't there been?
There really have, and we've seen them coming from across the political spectrum. David Amess, clearly a man liked and respected by his colleagues across the House of Commons, and also MPs today, sad and shocked, yes, but also many of them less shocked than they perhaps might be, because of course this is always something in the back of MPs' heads. We've seen the death of Joe Cox before. We've seen Stephen Timms, Labour MP, stabbed in 2010. Thankfully he came through that, but this is something that increasingly has been at the forefront of MPs' minds in recent years.
And a lot of MPs I've been talking to saying really now that something has to be done to improve security. And I was really struck by Caroline Noakes just a few moments ago saying, you know, she asked herself, are the risks worth it? There must be MPs, possibly perhaps particularly women, just wondering whether they can stomach the risk anymore.
Certainly that has been something I picked up from MPs today. Sadly as well, Kim Leadbeater, who of course is the sister of murdered MP Joe Cox, she now holds that seat, having won it in a by-election, revealed earlier today that her partner had said, is it worth you carrying on being an MP, because of the sheer amount of worry and concern that the next time the phone rings, it could be something like this. So really a lot of MPs thinking hard about their jobs today and about how they go about their business. What can they do to make themselves safer?
I think we're about to hear from the police, and obviously we'll take you to that as soon as we get it. Maybe they're not quite up, but they are about to give a statement on the investigation. I think we can hear it. Can we hear it now? No, we're not quite there yet, Charlotte. But obviously that now is going to be proceeding at pace, isn't it, the police investigation?
It will be, and we don't have a huge amount of details from the police just yet. We know that they have arrested a man, 25 years old. We know that they are not looking for any other suspects, but that is the sum total of the detail we have at the moment, so I expect to hear a little bit more imminently.
I think we're not quite yet. They're standing in. They're coming up to the podium. Let's hear from Essex Police now, giving a statement after the murder of MP Sir David Amess.
At just after midday today, Essex Police were called to reports of a stabbing in Eastwood Road North, Leigh-on-Sea. The response of the emergency services to this incident was immediate, and our officers arrived on scene within minutes. When they arrived, they found Sir David Amess MP, who had suffered multiple injuries. This was a difficult incident, But our officers and paramedics from the East of England Ambulance Service worked extremely hard to save Sir David. Tragically, he died at the scene. A 25-year-old man was arrested immediately at the scene on suspicion of murder. He remains in custody. A knife was also recovered at the scene. The investigation is in its very early stages and is being led by officers from the Specialist Counter-Terrorism Command. We made it clear at the time of the incident that we did not believe there was any immediate further threat to anyone else in the area. It will be for investigators to determine whether or not this is a terrorist incident. But as always, they will keep an open mind. Today is a tragic day for the family and colleagues of Sir David, the community of Southend, and indeed for the whole of Greater Essex. Sir David has dedicated his life to serving the communities of Essex and Southend, and today he was simply dispensing his duties when his life was horrifically cut short. I know the residents of Essex, of Southend West, will stand with me today in remembering a member of our community. Here at Essex Police, officers right across our force, and particularly in Southend, have enjoyed a long-standing and positive working relationship with Sir David, and today's events will be hard to take for everyone who knew him. Specially trained family liaison officers are providing support to his family today. Our officers will continue to work around the clock to ensure justice is delivered for Sir David and his family. And I'd like to thank the people of Southend for their understanding as the investigation continues. I would urge anyone who has any information in relation to this terrible incident to call Essex Police on 101, online, or indeed via Crime Stoppers. Finally, I ask for everybody to respect the privacy of Sir David's family at this really difficult time. And lastly, to say that my personal thoughts, having worked with Sir David, and of course all of those from Essex Police, and our prayers are with Sir David and his family at this difficult time. Thank you.
Well, that was Chief Constable of Essex Police, Ben Julian Harrington, expressing his sorrow about today's tragic events, describing the scene when police arrived, a difficult incident, a knife has been recovered, and also just going to get Charlotte to comment on one particular detail he talked about there. Said it will be for the investigation to determine whether this is a terrorist incident. Charlotte, your thoughts on that point?
Well, this is always the case with these types of incidents. So we heard a confirmation there that the investigation is being led by counter-terror police, but the investigators will keep an open mind as to whether this is terrorism. And obviously it goes without saying that's always something that has to be on the table when you consider a assassination, really, a murder of a high-profile public figure. So that will be something that will be investigated over the next few days, and we'll bring you more as we find out more on that investigation.
Charlotte Ivers, Times Radio's political correspondent, thanks very much, as ever. We have some more guests coming up in the next half hour, including Stanley Johnson, to talk about his work with Sir David Amess on animal welfare. So stay tuned for that. But now let's go to the news with Rachel Jewell.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, Kathy. Good evening. An MP has been stabbed to death while working in his constituency in Essex. Conservative Sir David Amess has been described by the Prime Minister as one of the kindest, nicest, most gentle people in politics. The 69-year-old had been holding a meeting with residents in Leigh-on-Sea. A 25-year-old man has been arrested. Sir David's colleagues are paying tribute to his near 4-decade career while calling for MP security to be reviewed. Labour Party leader Sir Keir Starmer says this is a dark and shocking day.
He was much respected. He had that profound sense of duty, was driven by his faith. And that's why across the parties, across Parliament, he was so respected and so liked. And there's a very profound sense of loss, I think, across politics, across faith and up and down the country.
Meanwhile, Labour's Kim Ledbetter, whose sister Jo Cox was murdered in similar circumstances, says it's brought back very raw emotions and that her partner has asked her to step down. Conservative MP Stephen Crabb knew Sir David well and told Times Radio he was a wonderful man.
David's been in Parliament almost 40 years. I'm a relative newcomer in that I was elected in 2005, and from the very first week, David made it part of his business to look out for the new MPs. He was a great encourager, a great friend. He was a very funny man, of course, very wise man.
Flags have been lowered to half-mast outside Parliament, and speaking in the last few minutes, Essex Police Chief Constable Ben Julian Harrington said the investigation into the fatal stabbing will be led by counter-terrorism officers. Looking ahead to tomorrow, fog patches in the southwest clearing, fairly cloudy but dry for most during the day. Rain developing over Northern Ireland and West Scotland and becoming milder. Ben Fletcher has the sports.
Newcastle manager Steve Bruce has spoken for the first time since the Saudi-led takeover at St James's Park. It was widely expected that Bruce would be sacked by the new owners, but it's been confirmed he remains in place for Sunday's Premier League meeting with Tottenham. Bruce told TalkSport it's been quite the week.
Thankfully, I've been in the job a long time, which helps you cope, the more experience you've got. And there's one great saying out there, there's always something in football. There's always something round the corner, especially here at Newcastle. The speed of everything which have developed all last week was unbelievably quick, whereas one day, within 24 hours, it's done and dusted, which I didn't think was going to happen, but it's happened. So it's been a difficult week for me personally, of course, but for the club itself, it can only be a good thing.
Upon confirming Bruce remains in place for the time being, Newcastle director Amanda Staveley told fans in a club statement, change does not always happen overnight. It demands time and that we follow a carefully considered plan and strategy. She wishes Steve Bruce the best of luck on Sunday and says he's been very professional in her dealings with him. Liverpool's Brazilian duo Alisson and Fabinho will travel directly to Spain to finish their COVID-19 quarantine. Having been in redlist countries during the international break, it's hoped they'll be able to play against Atletico Madrid in TalkSport's live Champions League commentary on Tuesday. Tomorrow lunchtime's Premier League trip to Watford is also live on TalkSport. F1 has published a record 23 race calendar for 2022. Our reporter Fern Bush has more.
After 2 years of an altered calendar, the 2022 schedule has been shuffled around once again and extended to a record-breaking 23 races. The season's set to start in Bahrain on March the 20th, a week earlier than usual, and finish in Abu Dhabi on the 20th of November, more than a month before Christmas. The United States will host 2 Grand Prix this season as they welcome the arrival of the Miami race, and for another year China won't be included, only being restored into usual schedules as soon as conditions allow.
Remember, you can hear 3 more live and exclusive Premier League commentaries across the network this weekend, among them Brentford host Chelsea in the 5 o'clock kickoff tomorrow afternoon. That over on TalkSport.
Kathy Newman at Drive on Times Radio with Canaccord Genuity Wealth Management, helping you build your wealth with confidence. Find out how Canaccord's can-do approach can make a world of difference in a different world at candowealth.com.
Well, let's return to the only story dominating this evening's news, the death of the Conservative MP Sir David Amess, stabbed at his constituency surgery in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. We've been getting tributes from across the political spectrum this evening. And now joining me on the line is former Conservative Party MEP Stanley Johnson, father of the Prime Minister, who worked with Sir David Amess on his great passion for animal welfare. Good evening to you, Stanley.
Well, good evening. It is a very sad evening. I, as you say, did work, and wish I could continue to work with David Amess on his great passion, animal welfare. And indeed, I think I heard the Prime Minister mention a moment ago that was one of the issues which moved David so much. I'm speaking here really as a fellow patron, because David was a patron of the Conservative Animal Welfare Foundation. And a few minutes ago, I spoke to Lorraine Platt, who, with her husband Chris, actually were the founders of the Conservative Animal Welfare Foundation a few years ago. And I've got to tell you that Lorraine would have wished to be in this slot now, but honestly, she was so overcome with emotion that I said I would pass on today her feelings and the feelings of all those who are associated with the Animal Welfare Foundation. That, of course, includes the Prime Minister's wife, Carrie Johnson. It includes on the Board of Patrons, Dominic Raab, Zach Goldsmith, and MPs who have worked alongside David, like Theresa Villiers and Tracy Crouch and Chris Loder, and all of them have worked on this issue of animal welfare. If I go back some way, David, has been really one of the moving spirits, and it was, I think, quite fitting that just a few minutes ago, you said that one of his last contributions in Parliament was indeed to draw our attention to World Animal Day, which was on the 4th of October. And ironically, it was absolutely on the 4th of October, which was the Monday of the Conservative Party conference, which has just taken place in Manchester, that I last met Sir David, because he hosted a meeting, a well-attended meeting of people at the conference who were desperately concerned and desperately proud, of course, of the work he has done, but concerned that this should be pushed through. And at that meeting, Dominic Raab spoke, Theresa Villiers spoke, others spoke, I spoke. Mine was perhaps the least important contribution, and David, above all, led the way. What has he done? He's pushed hard, so hard, on crucial aspects of animal welfare, as indeed has the Foundation as a whole. And before the Parliament now, there are bills which he has absolutely been promoting. And if I think of one, which is live exports. Well, live exports, of course, was in the manifesto, in the Tory manifesto, and it's partly there because people like David pushed hard, and we are in the process now of getting in place a ban on live exports, which crucially is going to improve the welfare of calves, of sheep,
and
of pigs.
Would you like that now to be pushed through in his memory, really?
Well, in a sense, that is what is going to happen, I think. It is going to happen. I've been down more times than I can think to those east ports, Dover, Ramsgate, chanting, ban live exports. And David has been there. Now, ironically, even though I personally, was in favour of staying in the European Union, David, in his recent speeches in Parliament, has made it clear that he actually had welcomed the exit, and ironically, it has actually made it possible for Britain to do things which we couldn't so easily do while we were in Europe. And one of the issues here, of course, is something David was very closely associated with, is the question of sows and the farrowing of sows and the extraordinary cruelty which arises when sows are kept month after month in cages so small they can't actually turn over. Again, another issue, I don't want to go on here too much, but the calves taken away from their mothers, sent on long distance journeys to Spain, given milk to suckle when they're not apt, they're not in a position to do that, and heaven knows what then happens, and they probably get put into calf rearing pens and become veal. All these things moved him tremendously. They moved a lot of the people. They moved increasingly people who have seen the animal welfare issue as being in some way symptomatic. The way we treat animals is in some way symptomatic of the way we treat ourselves and our human beings. And I think he captured that. And so we are today really suffering a grievous loss. And we grieve for that.
We've heard from a lot of MPs this afternoon and evening just really questioning, in the wake of this awful tragedy, how safe they feel. We heard from Kim Leadbeater, sister of the murdered MP, Jo Cox, saying that her partner had asked whether she should give it up. Caroline Noakes telling me just a few minutes ago that, she asked herself, is it worth the risk? I just wonder your take, having been an MEP yourself, why would anyone want to be an MP now? It's a question that a lot of people are asking.
It is a good question. I was listening to your contributors, and I 100% see what they are doing. I think I was struck by Ian Duncan Smith's contribution in a way, most of all, and that was when Ian said that what was David Amess's real vocation? It wasn't to be a minister. It wasn't the lights of office. No, it was to be a constituency MP. So in that context, if you see what I mean, you do ask yourself whether you can, as it were, fulfill a vocation as a constituency MP if you are surrounded by too tight an array of protective measures. There is a balance to be struck here. Maybe we haven't pushed far enough yet on the protective measures, but I do think it's important. Ministers, of course, have their own array of protective measures, and that's as it should be. MPs need to be open to the public. They need to be able to meet their constituents, and I think experts who are far more expert than me must gauge where the balance now lies.
And just finally, you've been talking about your work with Sir David and his passion for animal welfare. A lot of people have said, you know, what a kind of funny, witty, entertaining guy he was. I just wondered if you had your own sort of personal memory or anecdote that you'd like to share with us.
Well, I certainly do. For me, the name Amess and Basildon inextricably linked, in the sense that this was a constituency in the early hours of the morning after a general election tended to get the first results in. I may be wrong, but maybe my memory goes back further than some of your listeners' memory. But that's for me. For me, David Amess was first past the post. Basildon to the fore.
Stanley Johnson, thanks very much for sharing your memories and a welcome moment of levity there at the end on this very sad afternoon and evening. Let's return now for a recap on what Ben Julian Harrington, Chief Constable of Essex Police, said in a statement he gave earlier this evening.
At just after midday today, Essex Police were called to reports of a stabbing in Eastwood Road North, Leigh-on-Sea. The response of the emergency services to this incident was immediate, and our officers arrived on scene within minutes. When they arrived, they found Sir David Amess MP, who had suffered multiple injuries. This was a difficult incident, but our officers and paramedics from the East of England Ambulance Service worked extremely hard to save Sir David. Tragically, he died at the scene. A 25-year-old man was arrested immediately at the scene on suspicion of murder. He remains in custody. A knife was also recovered at the scene. The investigation is in its very early stages and is being led by officers from the Specialist Counter-Terrorism Command. We made it clear at the time of the incident that we did not believe there was any immediate further threat to anyone else in the area. It will be for investigators to determine whether or not this is a terrorist incident. But as always, they will keep an open mind. Today is a tragic day for the family and colleagues of Sir David, the community of Southend, and indeed for the whole of Greater Essex. Sir David has dedicated his life to serving the communities of Essex and Southend, and today he was simply dispensing his duties when his life was horrifically cut short. I know the residents of Essex, of Southend West, will stand with me today in remembering a member of our community. Here at Essex Police, officers right across our force, and particularly in Southend, have enjoyed a long-standing and positive working relationship with Sir David, and today's events will be hard to take for everyone who knew him. Specially trained family liaison officers are providing support to his family today. Our officers will continue to work around the clock to ensure justice is delivered for Sir David and his family. And I'd like to thank the people of Southend for their understanding as the investigation continues. I would urge anyone who has any information in relation to this terrible incident to call Essex Police on 101, online, or indeed via Crime Stoppers. Finally, I ask for everybody to respect the privacy of Sir David's family at this really difficult time. And lastly, to say that my personal thoughts, having worked with Sir David, and of course all of those from Essex Police, and our prayers are with Sir David and his family at this difficult time.
That was Ben Julian Harrington, who's Chief Constable of Essex Police, giving a statement on the killing of MP Sir David Amess. The Times' Chief News Correspondent David Brown has been covering the story for the paper and joins us now. Good evening, David.
Yeah, a dreadful attack, and now the long investigation into what the motive was behind the attack. It's not a typical terrorist incident. The chief constable there chose his words carefully. Counter-terrorism investigators are leading investigation, but they have an open mind as to whether it is terrorism-related or not. The man in custody is a foreign national. He's a Somali national. The circumstances of the attack are extremely unusual if it is a terrorism incident. I've covered many of these over the years. In this attack, the knifeman, it was a frenzied attack, perhaps more than a dozen stab wounds, but afterwards the knifeman sits down and calmly waits for the police to arrive, and they take him calmly to a police car. Every other incident that's related to terrorism that I've covered, the knife man causes multiple casualties and carries on going until he's either subdued or he's shot. People I've spoken to said there was none of the usual language that are used in an Islamist-style attack. The common phrases we know, the Allahu Akbars. So at this stage, the evidence of a terrorist link just isn't there. But the police are already examining his mobile telephone. They will be examining any computers that he has. They'll be looking at his past, looking at his associates, trying to decide whether this was the motivation for this. Was it extremism-based, or was there some other issue leading up to this?
And obviously, without speculating, because we don't know the full details yet, have you had any other reports that might shed any light on motives if this isn't a terrorist-inspired attack?
No. To put it bluntly, Mr. Ames has wrote a book published at the end of last year where he wrote about the concerns about security at constituency surgeries, and he said that he'd had a couple of odd people who'd been a nuisance in the past. But no one I've spoken to said that he had been threatened, that there was people who'd been threatening him or abusing him, that he'd taken special measures because of the threats. This was just a normal constituency surgery. He holds these twice a month. In fact, he usually holds them at Conservative offices. But he'd wanted to go around the constituency to get closer to the electorate, so he'd held this surgery at this church for the first time. I'm not sure that would have increased the risk. The suspect had approached the door, had given in his name and address to two female assistants, and gone in and sat down before this frenzied attack. It's hard to see that there was that anybody should have been concerned at his behaviour before then.
And I should just say, we've just had breaking now, a spokesman for the Home Secretary saying, and I'll quote it, "This afternoon, the Home Secretary chaired a meeting of the police, security and intelligence agencies to discuss the tragic incident in Southend and the ongoing response." She also has spoken to the Speaker of the House of Commons. The Home Secretary has asked all police forces to review security arrangements for MPs with immediate effect and will provide updates in due course. Can you read anything into the meeting with the police, security and intelligence agencies, or is that a pretty routine response, do you think, to this?
It's a routine response in this circumstance, but it doesn't mean that they've established it's a terrorist incident. Very often, for example, the London Bridge attack, very swiftly, I was informed that was a terrorist incident, that the attacker was a known convicted terrorist who'd been recently released from prison. That isn't the context here. There is.
Sorry, David,
it might be terrorists.
Sorry, I don't mean to break in. I just want very briefly, if you could give us a word now on where this investigation will go now, the kind of timescale and what will happen.
They will be speaking to the knifeman. They will repeatedly interview him. They'll be going through, as I said, any electronic equipment, any of his associates, his travel records. Has he been a member of any extremist groups? That way they'll go. But they'll also be looking at his medical records. Has he had any psychiatric issues? Anything else that could have led to this attack on a man that we don't believe he knew.
David Brown, Times' chief news correspondent. Thank you very much for all those details on that investigation. I know you'll be writing all about that and all the information you're able to glean in tomorrow's paper. Well, we've been paying tribute to Sir David Amess, the MP who's been killed at the age of 69 while attending his constituency surgery in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. He's been remembered throughout the afternoon as a passionate constituency MP who leaves behind a widow and 5 children. Sir David repeatedly asked questions of government ministers about his long-running campaign to make Southend a city. Let's look back again at some of his contributions to the House of Commons and the tributes from politicians we've been hearing throughout the afternoon and evening.
David was a man who believed passionately in this country and in its future. And we've lost today a fine public servant and a much-loved friend and colleague.
Sir David Amess. Will my right honourable friend find time for a debate on the criteria for the creation of cities? Given that my right honourable friend once made a memorable visit to Southend, would he agree with me that it is absolutely ridiculous that the place is not already a city? Also, given that it is generally regarded as the finest seaside resort in the country, if not in the world.
I don't think he really ever wanted to be a minister. He wanted to be a local MP. He wanted to be a constituency MP, and he thought that was enough. And it is enough, really. I mean, it's a vocation, what we do. People today come in for careers. But David didn't come in for a career. He came in for a vocation, which was to serve his constituents, and he has done that.
David Amess. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that the field of poppies at the Tower of London is a stunning and deeply moving way of honouring all those who lost their lives in the First World War? And would he also agree with me that it serves as a timely reminder that in any conflict there can be a terrible loss of human life?
It is almost impossible to exhaust the list of adjectives to describe what an outstanding member of the House of Commons David Amess was. He was conscientious, assiduous, dutiful, caring, passionate, principled. He was an outstanding constituency member of Parliament.
David Amess. It may be unusual for anyone in this place to change the way they will vote following a speech made here, and I can't prove that that is what I did, but that is what I did the night of the debate because of what was said about weapons of mass destruction. I now have to listen and wrestle with my own conscience, and shame on me. The then Prime Minister must wrestle with his own conscience.
And he also had an outstanding record of passing laws to help the most vulnerable, whether the people who are suffering from endometriosis, passing laws to end cruelty to animals, or doing a huge amount to reduce the fuel poverty suffered by people up and down the country. David was a man who believed passionately in this country and in its future. And we've lost today a fine public servant and a much-loved friend and colleague. And our thoughts are very much today with his wife, his children and his family.
Sir David Amess. Will my right honourable friend find time for a debate on the rights of British citizens held in prisons overseas? My constituent son, Mr Lakbir Sandhu, has been held in a Czech prison for 9 months without being charged. He has apparently been denied proper legal representation, and worse still, his family are finding great difficulty in obtaining visas to visit their son.
Absolutely devastating, and very first thoughts are with Sir David's family. Just a wonderful group of people, a wonderful man, and myself, my colleagues from all across the House, regardless of party colour, we're feeling very, very shaken up this afternoon.
Well, Mr Speaker, while it's a little bit disappointing, there isn't a packed House to listen to what I have to say about Southend. Looking round the chamber, we have the quality.
Sir David Amess there, and lots of tributes we were hearing from the Prime Minister down and across the political spectrum. We'll have more on this story from Libby Purvis, who is up next. She's in the studio now to give us a little preview. Libby.
Yes, we're going to be talking to somebody who was a good friend of his, Stephen Cottrell, the Archbishop of York, who on one occasion, David Amess actually asked him for a selfie. Oh, you've been made Archbishop of York, and I have my picture taken with you. And we're also going to be talking to Michael Portillo, rather ironically, about the whole business of security for MPs on surgeries. That and many other things in the programme this evening.
Just give us a sense, what have you got you've got something about democracy as well, which is timely.
Ancient Athens, yes, and the birth of democracy and what that meant and what the value of it is. We're going to be talking to Bruce Clark, who's written the most magisterial history of the city of Athens and what it still, in a way, means to all of us.
Somehow appropriate that you're talking about democracy on this day when democracy here has been shaken. Today's producer was Sandra Glab, the technical operator Adam Heaton. I'm back next Friday at 4. No, I'm not, because I'm away. But next is Livy Purvis, so do stay tuned for that. Good evening.